If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
himself. He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Wait,
the crazy shot. Hang on. Backstab in from Matt.
He's done it. He's won the round.
Pros and nos. There's one. Alice from the corner. Molotov towards heaven. Happy time. And Frozen might make something of this. Alice is going to get caught. 118 repulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye-bye Ings. Bye-bye FlyQuest.
Smoke, double kill for him. Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke.
This position is perfect from Ins. 10 seconds left. Not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ins with 4. Dominant defense.
In the corner, into the first, into the second as well. Manesi put himself into the 1 versus 1. No starings in rotation as well. And Manesi just not to mess with the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone.
Oh, the flash is so good. Let's Melon though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral lander by Munisi. He keeps on fragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, gonna move his way in. He spotted Star. He gives his position wants that to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka fighting 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and they catch Mouse lining up util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but Nap with the ace does not let them in.
on his own. Essential 1v3. And he's got it in the palm of his hand. Hooksy holds strong.
He tries to make this play. He wins that fight. This is the ball rolling for Monacy. A safe plant nets him the bomb to play around. They think they've uprooted Monacy. They couldn't be further from the truth. Monacy runs him down.
And look at this, 2 flashes. Carrigan wants to try and punish top. Skulls safe from the flashes. It's a double from Skulls. Lock it and loaded. It's a triple. 4 from Skulls.
G2 in the top side. Monacy or Hunter rather dead early. Hooksy followed up on 2. Impact! 3v3 for G2. Hooksy is the man trying to take them there. Hooksy is on for the ace. And it's just Shui left to beat. Door ready to be swung. And he waits till the final 5 in the round. Timing is bad though. Exertion chases down Nico and Monacy's got to do it alone. Agile on the AWP. Roland down. Monacy rising to the occasion.
Bro spotting this AWP.
YouTube, but doesn't want to penalize his name.
Oh, no one's looking. Oh, Bro will get 2. A third is crazy. Bro can come on. Clutch! Outrageous from Bro!
think it has to be Katowice 2015. IEM Katowice. Cologne. It was Gamescom, no? Like top 5, top 6. Envy. Fuck. Dennis, right? I'll say next. Dennis, Chris, Speedy, and me. Oh shit! Okay, I see. It was the SK one. Fuck, I forgot about it. Kadian, Barry, Asilion, Sanden, and me. Yeah. I totally forgot about it. Well, I was on bench in Mouse, and they qualified for that event, got invited, I don't know, and someone couldn't go, or they dropped someone from the lineup, and they just called me up, and I was happy to play. Wasn't it like random out of 3 maps in the end or something? I cannot remember that. I would go either Kenny or Happy. If I have to choose one, I would go Happy. Wasn't that bad, actually.
My name is Amy and I'm a player manager, and that essentially means that I'm looking at everything player related. So that is from like travel to hotel to their tournament days, making sure that they're having a good time here, answering any questions, any issues that they might have. So everything hospitality, player management. I think there are like 3 days that are important that all have different roles. So there's arrival and departure day, there's a media day, and then there's our tournament days. They all have very different responsibilities. Arrival and departure, very simple, make sure the players are arriving, check them in, make sure that they have their practice rooms. So it's a lot of just kind of basic hospitality management. Media day is a lot more of the scheduling, making sure that players are meeting their media obligations, working with the production team. And the bulk of what we do is tournament days, which is making sure that the teams know their times that they're going to be playing at, getting in their shuttles, making sure they have their gear, coming to the studio, getting them to their practice rooms, to their player lounge, to the tournament on time, making sure that they have everything that they need for that day, that they can really perform to their best. One of the most challenging but also the most fun parts about player management is each team is very different. So they all have different nuances, like how you interact with the team, how you communicate with the team. So I think the most challenging part is making sure that you're on the same page as the team you're working with on that day. Going into a different event, there's always different circumstances and there's always changes. There's roster changes, there's team changes, there's patch changes. I'm having my finger on the pulse and talking to people and communicating with the teams and the players, and just having conversations with everybody really allows you to understand the mental space that everybody's in, and then allows you to kind of fulfill your role much more effectively.
Hello and welcome to CT Lock here with Majors. We've got exciting Anubis coming up. You're going to talk us through some of the ideologies around CT side. And I'm interested to see the CT side of Anubis, because it feels like the A-bomb side can be a bit of a problem for a lot of teams. So you can talk us through and show us how to play it properly. So if you can show us how to like stop a rush, because I always die to a rush on A, like every time. So like what were the kind of motions you would go through to stop a rush?
First of all, you just pray.
You pray? Yeah. All right. That's the first step.
I think the first step, obviously, when you start the round, it obviously depends a little bit on your spawn. But if you have good spawns, you will come and you just pre-Molotov in the beginning of the round. Because a lot of teams, they like to do this flashbang from up here. Like where they come up here and then they flash like this. So what happens when you do the Molotov is that they have to do a smoke to go through it, not take too much damage. And then when you are here, you can kind of dodge the flash. So you come and you do the Molotov like this. You dodge the flash, you hit the flash, now they go through the smoke and you try and get the 1 kill and you go back. So that's kind of like the typical way to start the round as a CT player. But the more experience and more knowledge of the enemies, you can kind of like develop it into like different ways. So I mean, for me, I like to do this Molotov as a starter because it's gonna put some more pressure on the team.
Because around the back.
Because you can force him to be out in the open here, and then you can kind of like. What I like to do is that I link it up with a flashbang like this from a teammate, because now I can run out. the guy who's maybe holding over here, the door is gonna get blind. I can run like this, I can try and kill him, and then I can go back. So it's kind of like, you know, but at the beginning, for the rush, you definitely molly, you dodge the flash, you wait for the smoke, and then you try and get a kill.
So it seems like as the A player, you're going to use a lot of utility early. So what if you're playing against a team that you want to try and delay your util, you want to try and hold on to the utility? What are some of the positions you would play if you want to hold on to util?
I mean, this kind of comes in with the philosophy as a team, because obviously if your team knows that the AWP never starts A, they like to just come and just like sneak and take duels, which obviously is very bad for the anchor player. So you kind of need the team to put the AWP here sometimes to kind of like gamble in some way with your util, where you're just like coming and jiggling and just like hoping that they're not like taking space. But a lot of teams obviously is playing 2-1-2, like a lot with the AWP here and also with the rifle here. So a lot of the time people, they will start using util before going into this area, like coming here and do the smoke and, you know, doing the Molotov. And when this happens, that's kind of where you're like, okay, now I will start using my util. So now you're trading util all the time, and then you do a smoke and you just like jump through and block them. But that is why a lot of mid players, they start mid, you know, they start like this. Yeah. And then they will just either go A or go B and leave mid. Okay. And that's why you have 2 sets of util on A, because otherwise you will just run out of util.
Otherwise you get burnt out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're gonna be left alone on A with no util. And let's be honest, if people execute A, it is very difficult. Yeah. So you need that utility to try and block them in this area here. Because if they get past this area here, it becomes a very open round for the T's.
Now we see a lot of teams where they're desperate, they got an eco or a tech 9 half buy, they'll often go for A rush. So what would be some of the positional changes you would go through if you're going up against the rush versus a full buy?
I think obviously you would still come here and do the Molotov like here in this area. Okay. Because then at least you have the information when they're gonna distinguish the Molotov, and that gives you time to like come here and do like HE, and then kind of like run to safety while maybe you're calling for the flash, like people are coming here flashing, like because when you're running up to safety, they're coming in this area and they will get blind. And then just playing around this area and protecting this like area, because A might be difficult to hold against rushes, but it is also, as long as you have like some control, it is also doable to retake it. Also because as a mid player, if you hear A rush, you can like really fast come behind and drop down water and help your teammate like this, trying to kill the people who's doing util. So I think playing a bit more safe, doing a Molotov, like also because it's eco, they might not have like Molotov for default, and also here, so they will do maybe either like one of them, and then you can like try and position around that.
Well, the incendiary is a lot weaker now on CT side. How do you think that's going to affect the A player? Because you're obviously waiting on that second player coming in from middle to camera, but how are you going to deal with that now if they rush into you? You have like 2 seconds less, right? So how's that going to affect your position, do you think?
I mean, honestly, against rushes, I don't think it's going to be a big problem, because at the end of the day, they will distinguish the Molotov anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So if it's 2 seconds less, it doesn't really like do anything differently for me. But I think it's more mid-round. It's gonna change stuff, because, you know, as an example, people, they like to come here and they like to do like a util like this, where they come and like retake banana. But now that the Molotov is a little bit less good, you can see it's gonna create space for the T's to have like either be here or be potentially here. But obviously you want them to be here, because now you can at least clear it with a good duel coming here and trying to kill them. Yeah. So I think it's more mid-round that this Molotov is going to change a lot. But yeah, that's...
Yeah, speaking of mid-round, you know, we sometimes see an A player get aggressive, they push out, try and start a flank, but it feels like this one of the scariest bomb sites to try and push out of, because you got one choke point, there could be someone lurking. So what kind of information do you need to have to sort of activate a flank out of A?
I mean, obviously, it depends on the team as well, but a lot of the times if you see the A lurk in action, that kind of gives you an idea that that can give you like a hint that, okay, this might still be a gamble, but it's a bigger chance to push, if that makes sense. So if I see the A lurk doing a flash assist or getting a kill or an assist like that, that can kind of like give me the idea that, okay, I might have a timing now, and that's where you just sometimes have to do a gamble. But honestly, I think also it depends on the whole information on the map that you have. I mean, sometimes you on this map you just have to take a gamble. Because let's say there's a smoke here and then it starts fading and now you're like sneaking out. Like there is a lot of angles like this and also up here and up here, and even people are playing like sometimes here and then just peeking on timing and stuff like that. So it is difficult, but I think it's difficult for the A player, but it's also difficult for the B player to push, and especially in middle, like it's also very difficult to push like here because
do you think that's why we have more of a T-sided affair here on Anubis, is the fact that CTs don't get as much space to get aggressive and take info?
I think the biggest problem is that there's no good places to push as CT. Like there is not one position like pushing banana, whatever we call it here. It's not really nice to push, but also for mid, it's not really nice because you have angle here, angles here, angles playing down here, holding your feet. Like a lot of people also like as an A-lurk, if they execute B, they just sit and watch the feet like this. They're just like watching, oh, one guy coming behind, guys. They don't even take the shot, they just take the information. So it's never really nice to push anywhere. And also out here, like people can hide here, they can hide over here. They potentially even could be over here, and like there's so many angles that you need to clear, so it's like it's not really a good map for CTs to push. And the meta right now in general is that you need information for the CTs to actually be able to play like heavy on the bomb side that people are coming. So that what makes this map very difficult for the CTs, that it's just very difficult getting information on the map.
Well, if you've been struggling at home with CT sides on Anubis, hopefully Magisk has just shown you a few ways to get better. And thank you very much for sharing your wisdom here on this map. This has been CT Lock at IEM Dallas, and we've had Magisk on it. Thank you very much.
We know French players to love Dust 2. It's been our favorite map forever. We also have the best player on Dust 2 ever, on stat-wise, Zyro. I'm just so happy to have that map back, even though I love Overpass. Just having Dust 2 is just so much fun. I have so much joy to play in practice Dust 2 again. I don't know, I just feel like doing my old moves and finding new tricks and finding new things.
I mean, I really like Dust 2, so I'm happy they brought it in. I mean, I would have wished if they brought in Train, just because that's my favorite map, but I mean, Dust 2 is fun. I think everyone knows how to play it. It's really easy to play, and I think it's good for the lower level players to get used to it. I didn't really like Overpass, so changing it for Dust 2 is fine by me.
I think it is so different now than in CSGO because of the breaks of the smokes, and also some smokes you used to have to cover with 2 smokes. Now you only need 1 to cross different places. For what I've seen and what I understood, the mates are still the same, but we always know that over the past next few weeks, mates is gonna change how fast you play on the map.
It feels really hard for me first time because it's the map which one I hated the most, I think, because I played on the B side on academy team, so I was trying through doors and everyone just killed me with through doors. They have eco and they both scout and just killed me. My round finishing on 1 minute 47. I didn't play this map at all.
I think it has a certain level of simplicity in terms of the tactical depth. That's also fine sometimes. I think, you know, you can talk about a map like Overpass. There's a simple way of approaching it, but there's also a very in-depth way of playing the map, where Dust 2, it is kind of this, are you rushing long, are you faking the long rush? If you don't, then it's the short control and kind of deciding if you're splitting A or B. But I think with the new skyboxes, there's some new possibilities with grenades that's going to make for some fun set strats.
I still think, and it has always been a random map, maybe besides for Big, that was always consistent, but you can always lose to Dust 2, I feel, compared to if you're the best team in the world on Nuke, on Overpass. I think Dust 2 is not a specialty map where everybody can in theory play it.
I was part of Big also, and Dust 2 was the home map. It's the German ground, I would say. Like, we had a really good idea on how to play on it. That's why I also like it now, because I think we had a good understanding of the map in general. Now I just took the ideas, kind of what my impression was, what I think made us strong, and like just combined it with the new CS2 era, I would say.
Obviously, I think Big are really happy to get back to Dust 2. I think they've always been a good team on the map. We always had really good fights. I was checking last time how many times we played each other on Dust 2 and many times we beat each other. I think it's like a really good 50-50. But I think they're really happy to get back because they've never been a good Overpass team. So for them, it's just a really good pleasure to play on the map.
I still think it's so irritating that you can just do a long rush and it's 50-50, especially when you play like, let's say, an underdog. But as a caller, I don't like to do the rushes, but you have to do it sometimes to change the pace. So that's the only thing that I hate about the map is that you can do the long rush and there's always a 50-50 if you actually win the duel or not. But besides that, I always like the map. I think it's a very interesting map when it comes to mid-round with A fakes, dropping down CT, split B, or double fake it and go out long.
It's funny with Zaru is I think it's the map that he plays the most with Hope than any others. He loves to play with the map because it's a really open map as well. You can see like in practice that it got back to it really easily, like doing his old tricks, doing new stuff, just picking angles, clutches. I've seen so many Zaru clutches on Dust 2. On B side, for example. I remember against FaZe, against Liquid, so many good ones against a lot of teams. So I have one of the worst. First of all, against Fnatic in 15 in Cologne, when you win 14-7 or 15-8 and you lose the map in a major final, that's never fun. But in general, just I think we played it so many times in so many finals and we won it so many times. Stat-wise, at the percentage of the map I won the most, I think it has to be Dust 2, I guess. I don't think I have one really good memory on the map, just a lot of good ones.
But I always think players like Kenyes and Nico, like back in the days, and also think Tapson, the way he called on the map was like specific on Dust 2. But I'm just looking forward to see the new players, and especially interesting to see what Dunk is gonna do, running up catwalk every round, maybe and just killing the AWP.
It's a classic map, but with the new features, I would say. For me, even the nade feature feels a bit new, like dropping nades, even though it's like been a really long time since it's been in the game. But like on this map, it feels like a new map in a way, but it's still the same old, if I'm being honest. Also, you only need now only one smoke to cross, so this is kind of interesting.
These new smokes, it's really hard to play against them on CT side. But I think I can handle it, become really good on this map.
I don't think any team stand out. What I could see when we played 2 times the same team, you can see every team is developing every day. They're playing Dust 2, right? And everybody's testing out what works, what doesn't. So I think everybody's still trying to figure out what style they want to play, what makes them good on the map. And I guess we will see a lot more now after this Dallas event, who is actually picking Dust 2 and trying to show them that they're the best team in the world on Dust 2.
I remember a few simple situations on Dust 2, both good and bad. I remember he had some insane rounds around the car area on short with the AWP, where it's like he's terrorist and the CTs are retaking and he's making some crazy kills. But there's also the knife incident against Liquid where he kind of threw that game for them. If you're really old school, you also remember the Kenyes situation where Nip was chasing him in CT spawn, bomb was planted, and he was just trying to save, and they threw a 1-on-4 or something where he was absolutely insane as well.
I'm just excited to play the map in official again. I remember we also used to pick Dust 2 a lot. It's gonna help us, I think, in the map pool if you get good again. I think we have also really good Dust 2 player. I think Flamesy is a really good Dust 2 player as always. I think I'm probably my favorite map ever as well. So I think we have some good players on the map, so it's gonna be fun to play it.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time check, game time we. Game time check, game time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Check, hang time we. Game time check, hang time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey, it's the beginning, we just got started.
This is the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, and this is the final day of the group stage. Well, I guess yesterday was technically the last day for 4 teams. I'm talking Falcons, M80, FlyQuest, but the big shocker to everybody, MOUZ. Despite being ranked world number ones, despite attending every single S-tier playoff so far this year, and despite lifting trophies back-to-back prior to this event, the Dallas stage is one they won't be gracing. And at the hands of G2 with a stand-in, James? How on earth did that happen?
It's all smoke and mirrors, Freya. Smoke and mirrors as the smoke Liquid in trying to get this playoff spot, which this team also, Liquid, could be Cadian's X at the same time if the rumors are true. We'll have to wait and see how it goes for them. And we'll have to see which team can book their playoff spot, both hoping to hit that dream of getting to the arena with some NA blood within the teams. Now, on the other side of things, these teams, they've got to play 2 games each if they want to try and grab that playoff spot. We've got Heroic going up against Na'Vi, and the major champions, well, they're not looking like champions right now, but Heroic with a stand-in, that should be quite an easy game for them. They should be able to handle that, we think, but we'll have to wait and see. After that, it's VP going up against BIG, and while BIG have had their struggles, VP have looked dominant, almost taking down FaZe Clan. Let's see how it can go, but it's a long road for both of these teams to see who can get that final playoff spots.
Final day of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas group stage. We've already got some teams joining up. We had 9Z with that miraculous qualification on day 1. Now yesterday, they are joined by FaZe, who took down Virtus.Pro last night. That new Virtus.Pro lineup still struggling, but FaZe looking good with Frozen having a lovely series.
Yeah, Frozen having a good series, but Spirit, again, having a good tournament here. It looks like they're coming back in great form. We didn't get to see them in Intel Extreme Masters since Katowice, so it's great to have them back, and they're firing all cylinders. In fact, they look even better, so that's exciting. We'll get to see Donk in Dallas in the arena.
Yeah, looking better if it's even possible. And they obviously have that championship accomplishment already for the Intel Grand Slam, so looking to add another one here at Dallas. Going to be exciting. A lot of the teams who want to do well are playing well, and that bodes well for the playoffs. Back to the desk to get the game started.
Oh yes, and with that arena inching ever closer and only 2 spots remaining, we're going to be wrapping up the group stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. My name is Ferris Spitz, joined by YNK and Steel. So far, gentlemen, how have you been liking Dallas? I mean, you're a North American representative, so you're liking it here, Steel?
Yeah, but he's Canadian.
Yeah,
it's
but...
like the worst.
He's a North American representative.
Yeah, but
okay?
it's the worst out of the 2 options.
I'm not even going to go at where you're from, okay? So...
Why not?
because it doesn't belong here. This is a family show.
Janko, I feel like I know you very well now. I feel like, our friendship and relationship has grown. And I know you love Texas. I heard you're even at the Stampede this morning. You enjoyed a little bit of Texas barbecue.
Yes.
So I would love to offer you this. I think it would look fabulous. I think pink is very much your color. And you can wear this out and about. Maybe if we get you a bigger size. Lovely. I think that is excellent. And I think the headset will go perfectly. Let me just help you there. There we go. We'll improvise. We'll adapt. Maybe we'll overcome and add the headset to it. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're talking about.
This is like how the cool kids wear it.
And now I've realized how I can just mute you forever. Oh, all I have to do is just press this when I've had enough of Janko. This is amazing. I'm loving this look, and I'm loving the Counter-Strike.
You wish you could hold your finger on one spot for that long.
I don't even know what that means. Let's just move on. Yesterday, we said goodbye to our fair share of teams. Still, I think we were all surprised to see Mouse being eliminated yesterday.
That was a big shocker for everyone, I think. I don't know if they were really expecting it either. It seems like there's something else going on, kind of underneath everything, because coming in and losing to 9Z, having a struggle against Complexity, that just does not look like peak performance Mouse.
No, not at all. That looks like, what's the opposite of a peak?
A trough.
A dip,
a trough. That's trough performance Mouse right there. They managed somehow to lose to G2, the team that put them on the #1 spot in the world, because they were beating them all along these tournaments. And yeah, that's a shocker, Freya.
I saw that Torzi was saying it was a mistake for us to take a break before this tournament, but I feel like they didn't even really take a break, because they were literally obviously lifting the trophy EPL, and they go to Bet Boom, they lift the trophy there. So I don't know what break he was.
I think he's saying like the in-between Bet Boom and here they didn't practice. They just gave the players time off, right, so they could come in here fresh, but they forgot that they're dealing with a team full of young players who don't need no breaks, Freya. They just want to grind. They just need to play.
Energy.
Exactly.
I think it's cope anyways, because like when we're talking to them in the exit interview last night, it's just like, yeah, you didn't play for 5 days, but that's not like, if you're looking at what's happening in the game, that's not even why you're losing. You're losing because of like bad decisions, not because of a lack of practice. And when you're in the second or third day of an event and you've played already, this is your third BO3, or I guess BO1, BO3, it's your third game, you should be warmed up.
Josh,
it shouldn't be anything about like not playing in 5 days.
It's the TikTok generation, right? Like their attention span is so short. If they don't make decisions for 5 days, they'll forget how to make the good ones.
Okay, well, there you go then.
There you go.
Instant gratification. That's obviously what Mouse won. Let's see how that shaped up the Group A bracket, because obviously with Mouse losing out, that leaves a couple of other teams obviously inching ever closer to that spot in the playoffs. That team is G2. Janko, could they take down Team Liquid?
Listen, Freya, we're trying our best here. We're in Dallas, Texas, right? We want the NA teams to be in the arena. We gave Liquid 9Z. Wasn't good enough, right? So we gave them Falcons. They managed to somehow dispatch of them after Twist had 100 kills in the best of 3, and now we're giving them G2 with a Stewie 2K. So if this is not enough for them to get into that playoffs, I don't know what is.
We're guaranteed a North American in the arena, though. Either way, at least one. Which one would you prefer, Josh?
I think it would be cool to see Liquid there with, I know that...
Your countryman?
Yeah, my countryman. We got Twist, who's apparently just on fire and maybe regretting slightly leaving FaZe Clan a little bit, but I think it's one of those things where it's like you didn't really expect G2 to even come this far with a stand-in for their IGL, and then now they're like taking out Mao's best team in the world. So what's going to happen with that going against Liquid, who's had some shaky things and question marks around Cadian? What's going on with that? Yeah.
And what's happening with that lower bracket, YNK? Obviously, as James prefaced, any of these two teams that win in that second set of games, they will have to play another game later on today. So it's a long day for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you look over there and you're thinking Navi and VP are the two favorites to meet in that final game of the day and play for a playoff spot. But as we've seen in this tournament, nothing's given, Freya. So who knows? We'll see. I think it absolutely would have to be Navi for their... for the team, because, okay, the major happened, as we said, great, awesome, good for you guys, congratulations. Then
Pro League, you get one tournament off, right? But here is where they need to show us that they're in that contender status, right? Otherwise, it was nice while it lasted, but you probably have to make some changes.
What would be your take then if Na'Vi don't make it to playoffs?
I think, if Na'Vi doesn't make it to playoffs, not good things are happening. I just think that like they can't go in underestimating Heroic, because Heroic is very skilled individually and anything can happen. They just play with their emotions. They could be on fire one day and Na'Vi needs to come in prepared.
And just to wrap up about the teams that were eliminated, obviously from Group B yesterday, there was M80, FlyQuest. I don't think anybody's too shocked. Maybe I'm left a little bit disappointed in the M80 form just because of what we saw at EPL. Maybe I was just gaslit. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we expected a little bit more. I mean, sure, they had to play FaZe, but then yesterday we were hoping they could put up a fight against Heroic. And then you look at FlyQuest, they had a string of good results, almost made the playoffs in Chengdu, actually made the playoffs and beat Bad Boom in Pro League. And just the fashion in which they lost. In the second map, they were up 12-5. They give up a comeback, to Big there. And a little bit of, not necessarily back to the drawing board, but still need to work on some things.
Okay, so 2 spots in the playoffs left, 6 teams that want to be taking it. How much are we panicking for G2, let's just say? Because they've obviously not got to play 2 games today. It's just Liquid they've got to take down. Let's move over to this. Where would you place G2 on this scale?
We're missing something for them here. I feel like G2 is very hard to describe. But yeah, in this situation, I don't know, they're cruising. They just beat Maus, who they lost to last couple of times that they played. #1 team in the world, 2-1. What else can you say?
I would say they're also cruising because they probably came in with not much expectations. They're just like, we're just going to show up, kind of play the game and just see what happens. And they've kind of beat expectations already. So I feel like they're cruising.
That's fair. Okay. Big. Where's Big playing?
They're still in this tournament. Jesus.
I mean,
unexpected. That's unexpected. I thought they would be out by now, Freya.
You agree, Josh?
I do have to agree. I wonder if that's going under cruising because, again, you don't have the expectations that they're going to be this far. They're like, we're still here.
Them being in this tournament is almost as unexpected as Gob felt when they gave him the axe.
Fair.
Ouch. VP,
everyone's surprised. I don't know. Everyone's surprised on that team that he was removed. I don't know whose decision it was.
Which one of y'all was it? Because it was one of you.
Yeah,
it was the majority of you.
Someone initiated this. Like, you can't keep going like this. But yeah, who's next?
VP, because they're going to be playing Big. And if they beat Big, then they play the winner of Heroic Na'Vi.
VP.
I think they're in an okay place. Maybe like an everything's fine. Maybe like a cruising. I don't think we're seeing them at unexpected. They're definitely not stumbling. Yeah, probably everything's fine.
I think it's just about with Electronic, obviously, still need a little bit of time. Yeah. They were close in that series against FaZe yesterday. They kind of dropped the ball on Ancient. They had a big lead. So yeah, I think the game against Na'Vi will be very telling. I think VP will benefit a lot from just going back and having some time to practice and put the work in, but we'll see for this tournament, they can still make the playoffs.
Na'Vi stumbling right now, do you think? Is that fair?
No, I mean, I don't know.
I think it's fair.
Yeah? All right.
It's fair to say they're stumbling. Like, they won the major not too long ago, and the big question mark is, was this... I mean, you guys were talking about it yesterday, the F word. Was it a fluke? Yes or no? Like, where are they situated? Well, you could still argue that they're a top 5 team, but that the teams in front of them are like Spirit, FaZe, Maus, and Vitality. Is it a stumble?
They're just major merchants.
Yeah, major merchants.
The best type of merchant to be. Heroic. What is your take on them, considering they're not even here with the roster we know they're going forward with?
Where I don't see an I don't care.
I think it's an everything's fine kind of like.
Yeah, I think they don't.
Put them up in the corner there.
Yeah, like hopefully people don't even see this. Yeah, I think it just of course Dexter couldn't get a visa, so they have to go. Hey, Nikodos, we don't think you're good enough to be on the team, but can you play this one tournament with us? Just help us out. Yeah, do us a solid. And yeah, I expect them to lose in the lower bracket.
Liquid taking on G2 in the Group A qualification. Elimination.
Where's the house is on fire one? Because I think
you've got some fire in there, haven't you?
Yeah, it was all the way here. Wait,
it's got to be somewhere between like everything's fine and unexpected though, because They did make it this far. We didn't expect them to upset Complexity in the opening round. They're still like in contention for playoffs, but then they also have the whole Cadian situation going on. And look, when we're comparing and contrasting Heroic and Liquid right now, it's like, yeah, Heroic's bringing in their X or whatever, and they're, you know, I saw them at breakfast. They're, you know, cordial. They're passing things around. You got the teamwork out of game as well. Liquid, can't really say the same for them.
Nothing's being passed around. Yeah, this is the last time. This is the last tournament we see these 5 guys on the same team.
I think this is an absolute masterpiece. Well, this has been the Kadir Playbook, and it is time to head to a break, because on the other side of things, we have got what is going to be a marathon day of Counter-Strike for one of these two squads. It's going to be Na'Vi taking on Heroic here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024.
CSL Pro League title, it's back! Get right down! And Fallen finishes the job! Party won't stop!
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
That's Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Virtus.Pro have a very big day ahead of them, and BIG is their first opponent in this one. Norbert, you guys looked really good yesterday, but I want to just touch about how things are feeling for you with the team right now and your own individual performance. I'm not touching on numbers because we can see the impact you have right now, but just where's your confidence level at? Because it's going to be needed to be high today.
I would say that we're stronger right now than before, like on Pro League and Bad Boom Leche.
Yes.
We had 5 or 6 days of practice, finally. So we can fix some stuff, and even the match against FaZe, it was, I would say, in our control, but we lost some crucial rounds and we couldn't finish the game. So we feel comfortable after yesterday's, and I think we will keep doing the same today.
What about your individual level, though? How are you feeling?
I don't know. Sometimes I play good, sometimes bad. But if I play like individually bad, I keep my energy. I'm talking to my teammates. I'm helping them with the info.
Yeah.
Like if I can't do anything in game, like kill and some other stuff, I will help them with the info, and they will do this thing instead of me.
And you mentioned the FaZe game. This was really great game looking from you guys. You didn't win a single pistol, but yet you could have won every single map, right? Like, it went the distance, it went that way. So how does the team view it? Is it frustrating? Is it positive because it's FaZe and you did this? Like, what do you say?
I think we're thinking in positive ways. Like, it's FaZe. I would say they're top 1 team in the world, number 1. And it was close game, but I don't know, this pistols round, they're so random.
Yeah.
And we lost every pistol round, but we played all rounds, like all 26 or 24 rounds we played. So anyway, without pistol rounds, we showed good CS.
Yeah, definitely some positives. I want to just ask lastly about Electronic. I hear him being so vocal, talking so much through all of this. What is he adding to the team outside of just killing and doing good numbers as well? Like, how much of a voice does he have in this team?
I don't think that he's putting some effort outside the game. Me and him just 2 fun guys that going around and laughing, and I think it's giving energy to the team. And in the game we are also screaming with him.
Yeah,
and
I see this now.
Yes, and it's giving the energy to other guys, but they are still not screaming. We will try to fix it. But he's in good form now, I think, and I hope he will keep doing the same.
Definitely, you want him to keep doing the same, and I'm agreeing with Norbert here. I want to see the rest of your team shouting some Super Saiyan power-ups, some craziness going through. James should have some anime power-ups coming in there, but I can't imagine his face doing it. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but let's get ourselves back with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Norbert, and welcome everybody to day 3 of the IEM Dallas B stream. We've got BIG, we've got VP, and we've got a Norbert that seems pretty calm and collected considering that we have right now the uptick of Virtus.Pro. Mohan, we've got Electronic just playing lights out Counter-Strike, something that we all definitely were waiting for and hoping for as soon as possible. Looks like Dallas is his runway.
Yeah, it's fair to say we've only got 2 matches, but we've casted a lot of VP already this year. Since they made their roster move, this is the best VP that we've seen so far, by far. And I think for me and you, we commentated their first game on day 1, and we saw how good they were, but the opponent wasn't that good. We go to day 2, they play against FaZe. They damn near won that game. They were as good as FaZe.
Almost.
They were as good as FaZe, we can say. And FaZe also showed up really as one of the only teams that were really good on day 1 as well. So I think that this smoke, you can see how tight this scoreline was. This spoke volumes. Obviously, Electronic on your screen was the star of the show. Amazing performance out of him overall. And that it wasn't just Electronic playing well. James was playing well. The scoreboard looked right. The rounds looked right. The map control was good. This is definitely a VP that are going to make that deep run now.
Yeah, you're anticipating this is the kind of the door open to the playoffs game. You don't think that when we look over and see BIG and we look at obviously JDC's astronomical numbers right now, it's an inflated win over FlyQuest that have kind of pumped up his stats. But I mean, JDC's second highest rated player at the moment, and honestly, all 5 players, because of the FlyQuest victory, rated higher than everybody on VP, barring Electronic. But then again, it's just a level of opponent. We haven't seen BIG really go up against anything too impressive yet.
But what I'll do, Connor, since we're doing the analysis desk now and then casting, is I'm going to say what I think now, and then when we start casting, I'll be really nice. But right now, VP will win this game. VP will make a deep run, and the fact that JDC is playing well is a great sign. But I don't think 3 series in a row is very likely, whereas I think 3 series in a row for Electronic, when he's playing well, is way more likely. So I think that what I would predict if I was on the desk today, I would say that this is a stepping stone for VP. They should crush based on what we saw yesterday and the day before. And this is leading into the Dark Horse sort of storyline that we thought maybe VP could be kind of finally figuring it out after their 5 days of practice, as Norbert said in the interview earlier.
Yeah, it turns out practice, 5 days does make a difference. For MOUZ, they claim that 5 days off, no practice, is what costs them Dallas. For Virtus.Pro's claiming 5 days finally of practice,
that lines up
can turn things around. Yeah, it kind of does, right? 5 days makes a world of difference in the zany realm of Counter-Strike, it seems.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that MOUZ, obviously, that's funny because it adds up. Again, 5 days of practice, good results. 5 days no practice, bad results. But for MOUZ, they were so tired of Baboon Dacha. They didn't have any break after Pro League. You could say that they got a little extra practice by having 2 very deep runs. In fact, winning back-to-back events. So they should have taken 5 days off for sure. Maybe there's always a trick to it though, right? Like teams will always say, well, it's good to have a break, but it's also good to start playing a little bit early before your break's over. Like when you get off the player break, you don't fly home from Cancun on the last day and then go to the major right after, right? You have to play a little bit of Face It before you start your pracs, and then you kind of lead into it. Unfortunately, that's the deal in a performance-based job. 5 days straight off, straight into your first official. Maybe that's what they did, and maybe it was just too much of a break.
Well, I'll go ahead and, even as a MOUZ fan myself, I'll go ahead and mirror what Steele was saying on the pre-show and just say that, to be honest, it didn't seem like it was a lack of practice that kind of undermined MOUZ for me. There was a few critical decision-making errors that went down throughout their game that ultimately cost them their elimination versus G2, and then just individual pop-off too, right? So... big talking point, MOUZ, obviously, but what about Searson? What about BIG? What about JDC? We want to talk about MOUZ? Well, we've got MOUZ living on, don't we, in this JDC performance so far?
Well, what's actually interesting about this head-to-head is I think this is the one that all of a sudden started happening. Like they played twice in 2024. And before that, they didn't play a single time since 2022. These two teams did not play each other a single time in 2023, which is so crazy to think about. So now that they played 2 series against each other, VP have won both of them. VP have, in fact, stomped them both times. In fact, there was only 1 map out of the 4 where BIG even got 10 rounds. And now that VP have made their sort of upgrade from Mir, and they've also become a lot more comfortable, I don't see that getting any closer.
Interesting Ancient pick coming out from BIG. Ancient being the map that we saw Virtus.Pro begin their endeavor in Dallas on, and the way that they absolutely trounced Heroic on it. Huge individual level coming out of Electronic throughout the Ancient showings we've had so far. So very curious to me to see where that goes. And what do you know? BIG and Virtus.Pro playing Dust 2?
Oh, hell yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah, and it's pretty much the only place their veto should end. But yeah, what's crazy is, again, the last time they played on Dust 2 was in 2022 when it was Outsiders. And, VP or Outsiders at the time won both times that they played Dust 2. But that is the map that makes this series interesting. I guess what also makes it interesting for BIG is that Searson's also playing well. And at least they've got some recent head-to-head. Eventually that turns, you would assume, unless it's going to be some kind of Astralis Liquid head-to-head. I don't really see it though, Connor. I'm not going to lie. I don't really see the upset happening today, even though it could. I just can't see it.
It's okay, Mo. The analysis portion of our desk segment's done, so now we can be casters and jolliness can kick in, and we don't, now we can sugarcoat all performances. So how about we have some fun?
Yeah.
VP and BIG kick off on Inferno. High expectations for Virtus.Pro because Electronic is clicking, trying to inspire the teammates around him. Meanwhile, sure, BIG exceeding expectations. We'll celebrate that. But a defeat over FlyQuest, that's all they've got in their back pocket. Their trophy cabinet, not nearly as impressive, even though VP lost to FaZe. Mere rounds between them and a playoff booking already. So let's get into it. VP, they've got the apps control. BIG going heavy on this brackets crossfire. No eyes on Balk, however. Interesting. They're going 4 players top mid. Very adamant that VP come their way. First contacts B site where Tabson solo holds.
Norbert's about to see a lot of people. Oh, he's ready for Crimbo.
Hangs on for it. Another set of eyes prized down middle. Norbert can't manage the second. There's JDC's impact. Ooh, a little sloppy from Electronic. No trade frag. JDC, hello. 3 kills deep. You can only beat the teams that are in front of you. So we could sit here and criticize that FlyQuest win as not being too impressive, but damn it, JDC. 3 frags inside of the boiler like it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, now that I'm off the desk, I got to say, I always knew JDC was going to show us 3 great series in a row. And John doing clutches, as they say. Wow, I mean, what a great round out of him. He did dodge a few bullets right there, so not a great sign for Electronic to look a little sloppy. And there is a quote from him in a recent article where he says he's trying to like unlock a part of him that we haven't seen before. So that's the thing that he kind of has to prove to us is real and is not just, you know, the brisket is treating him well here in Dallas, and we'll have to see if that continues on.
Kind of spiritual, man. Unlocking new parts of yourself. Maybe a little...
He's just on his self-help arc right now.
Little Louisiana voodoo. Quick trip from Texas, I hear. Oh, okay. Norbert.
Sometimes playing good, sometimes playing bad, said Norbert.
You know, it's a simple mantra, but there's a little truth to it. And honestly, we see Norbert take over maps individually. We see Norbert fall behind all. So hot and cold. And right now, cold. 2 kills back from Big. Nice dink out of Electronic. A little bit sharper than what we saw in the boiler round pistol attempt. But his exit from balcony will do no good for VP. And we've got James trudging along top middle. So Big, looking to bank in on some strong CT sides. I think that, you know, Searson to come alive on that AWP could definitely bolster some of their defensive rounds. You know, if you're going to take away Inferno in this series, I'm looking to Searson, and my eyes are cautiously optimistic for JDC as well, but it's consistency upon both, right? That is kind of Searson's talking point.
This is also Big trying to prove that they are more than God B, and because, you know, they've cut him from the roster, and he kind of explicitly said in his replies that it was initiated by the majority of the players. So I think that he didn't want to leave the team as a coach. I also think, you know, for us watching, I couldn't imagine Big without him as a coach, personally. But obviously they know more about him and their relationships to him and, you know, what works and what doesn't for their roster than we do. Unfortunately, that's always going to be somewhat 70% of mystery, I would say.
For sure. I mean, even, you know, assistant coach Kakafu coming out and saying, like, he wasn't prepared for it either. So if it's majority of the team initiated the kick and the assistant coach was still kind of in the dark, just goes to say maybe this really did catch more than just got B off guard.
German shuffle is dark and full of secrets.
Oh, just like their dungeons. Absent. Looking to set up Process from the corner. They still don't know about him. Split jumps over to the cross, and that Tech 9 gets a little closer, but Process is low health, right? There was an exchange of grenades at the start of this round that softened up one of these pieces. Gun round for VP as well needs to be added. That Tech 9 upgraded because Fame's weapon gets picked up, but a little slow ramp hold still. We hit the 40-second mark, and half these players still barely out of spawn. No hyper-aggression from Big on the A side of the map, and there's that element of surprise from Process, but he loses support. Norbert taking one with him is key. Process, come on! 3 frags off the SMG, swings with the USP, and with this missed smoke, we wonder, inside of it, are those the hopes of VP? Because James is already off to the save, and that is just a massive MP9 moment. The value of the element of surprise, right, goes unchecked in the corner, walks away with 3 frags and a huge recovery for Big.
Yeah, that's nice. All right, that is really nice. Now we have Inferno coming in as VP. This is the map where people have been crashing on at the major, obviously. James crashed in a very important round, so I think this is it's a map that because of the this is part of the reason Dallas is playing on the update, because it's fixed some of the game crashes, and I think it's restored confidence. Yeah, because at Bet Boom when we were casting, Inferno wasn't played a single time.
True, correct. Yep. See, Counter-Strike, man, we're so resilient. We'll find solutions. just don't play it. 6-map pool. Agent skins? Don't know about them. If only we could find a fix to Vertigo, you know what I'm saying?
And your Gamma Doppler.
Ah, dude, they put it back for a day.
They did?
Well, I mean...
Oh, before.
The update that quote-unquote broke it, and in my eyes made it better. But then they quote-unquote fixed it.
They fixed it by $4,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Trimming the hedges. Pistols back from VP, so we get a little halve buy. Also, on the first day we saw VP, we weren't working with the new economy. Oops. So now we will have to keep a close eye on it all. Because Virtus.Pro crunch numbers. The Jame economy meter soon to be implemented across the scene. And again, we're going to get this deep control from Process. Now, you see, he's tricked them though, Mo. He changed sides on the banana push. They'll never see this coming.
Is he Bell? Is he Logs? Can never catch this guy.
Fame. See, it works. Another 30K. Out from the corner. Nice time flash there as well. You can see the third player stumbling because of it. So really good support going on between Process and Tabson. And, well, hold on. Electronics up to some wild antics. The bomb carrier is looking to cross while the smoke is just about to fade. There's a slight chance that they could overwhelm the A site and at the very least plant. But you want to risk the M4? You know you've got Jame in your ear probably calling for the save. They're going to double up. Electronic taking it closer towards Arch. Ooh, timing peek from JDC. Missed shots. Electronic gets to the next piece of cover, still layering up upon one another, and it's working out. That's a second gun picked up. Nope, never mind. Norbert doesn't stretch out for it. There goes Electronic, but they enable the bomb plant at the very least. So, yes, sir, he'll get away with it. No additional kill, but hell, you'll take the money and the bit of damage you do by dropping JDC on top of it.
Yeah, definitely good amount of money right there. But still a fourth round here for Big, and not very close rounds. Lots of good kills. Players are looking good. JDC's continuing on. And obviously, I would predict if Electronic and JDC have 2 good series in a row, Electronic will be the one to have 3. JDC most likely will, return to the mean, if you will. But it's a very new situation over at Big, going, full German. They've just released GOB. There may be some new stories emerging. So if JDC says it's one thing, if we see it, that's another. And we are starting to see it.
Process looking sharp again. Insta-kills Electronic. Flit and Fame still not on the board. And Process gonna keep it that way. Looking for his 3rd consecutive banana 3K. And Virtus.Pro kind of adamant about taking this part of the map, but every time they've tried, they've just been completely struck down. So Process doing an excellent job to kick off this best of 3. Smoke grenade from Tabson, incendiary right in front of it. If Fame thinks his chances are better, well, he's at least got Process stunned and behind sandbags, but they fall back through the fire, and that baits Process into the peak. Great coverage out of Jame to at least put one down on the big camp.
Don't give him chances like that. You just had another really good start to the rounds. Jame waited for the opportunity. Still at a minute.
JDC tucked in. Oh, Fame just gives him the freebie by jumping over. Norbert will respond. Bomb to be picked up soon. Pit player just keeping his head down. This is going to be Crimbo.
Oh, they
Big Crimbo from the pit.
He can nade
his line of sight. He could, but he chooses not to. Trying to play by surprise. Now the jig is up. Ooh. I believe he saw the foot. There's the nade. Better use for the frag. Jame trying to get away. Will have to fire off against Searson at 23 HP. Will he take the gamble of hitting sight? Tabson's going to take the choice away. 5-0 the start. And Big looking fresh.
Yeah, Jame kind of overcooked it. They're going Arch through. He smoked Moto, went Arch. Obviously 2-on-4 or whatever it was. So he has to find another creative way to get a kill before they plant. but they could have used some extra help to get into pit side. So clean game so far. Half buy comes in for Virtus.Pro. And they've got a very fast alt play, it looks like, coming up. I don't know if they're going to stage up at the end of falls and pop out, or if they're going to split. No, it looks like they are just going to go for a lane take. This is like the phase lane take.
The 1 CT, Searson forced off the angle, so Arch very much compromised.
Ooh.
Great grenade over the building. Just bounced that bad boy for 50 damage. Crimbo tucking tail and trying to keep himself alive inside the pit. Will cover the cross, doing a great job of keeping Searson alive a little longer, long enough for JDC to slip out. Just through the smoke, he pushes, takes the risk, delivers the 2K, and forces this 4v2 upon VP. They're feeling scrambled in the bomb site. Op covers pit. Crimbo's dead. Guns come out. Tech 9. No! Jane gets the team kill, and Tabson clears the board.
Damn, okay, wow, they actually pulled off an arch wrap and nearly got some extra kills. James, if he didn't get that Tech 9 frag, do they actually make that even uglier? That's the question. Did we get a bomb down at the end? I didn't even...
Don't think so.
Oh,
No, sir.
Pull that off. Stray bullet. Well, that's quite unfortunate. They got into the site. That's actually pretty hard to do. And they went that most ambitious route via arch. But they didn't end up getting a plant.
Quick opening kills and a missed chance for Searson to take the man advantage. It's going to leave Crimbo up in the apartments where there has been room for Electronic to work pretty easily. Oh, the re-aggression from Crimbo clips his wings. And Big, do they show any sign of stopping? The 7-0 queued up as Tabson's going to get aggressive in Banana. Fame sticks on the angle, but Process is there to trade frag back. Flit looking to catch him, but doesn't peek while the hands were busy. Norbert will find Searson. Back and forth we go, but bomb is in T-spawn at the minute mark. So VP, they got some time to cook.
And Crimbo, does he have a timing? Oh man, because Norbert's running to go and get the bomb, I mean... He might give away the audio right here. Oh, more than that. Could just literally be both kills. We'll see how Crimbo plays it. Oh! Norbert wise enough to even go and check that, just in case.
Bomb will be grabbed by Flit. Knows he's got a duel at the B site isolated. Can Process stop him, or at the very least, soften him up and slow him down? It's a slow start from Flit, who just throws caution to the wind, not even suspecting the second player to be the anchor, which is odd. Process, hard dedicated B-site player this entire time, sat behind New Box and takes the clutch for free.
Well, this is definitely not the game that I expected. Everything I said today was completely wrong. Bigger are playing extremely well. They're destroying VP, who I thought were going to be amazing. I said VP were going to do a lane take. They ended up going arch. Like nothing I'm saying is actually true or real in any sense. So I'll just have to see how this half plays out, because this Big is actually alarmingly good right now. I really thought yesterday that it was just such a close game that I thought VP were going to win yesterday at some point when watching that phase game. And you know, it could be phase down here, but I thought VP would just be equally strong and have no trouble in this matchup. But this is quite the opposite. It's big trouble.
I was right there with you, Mo. Just, I mean, 3 rounds the difference, and Virtus.Pro take away the game to phase. They're in playoffs already. So Big coming out, you know, I thought promising things versus FlyQuest, right? Individual level looked good, but FlyQuest, you know? FlyQuest.
Learn a lot from that, yeah.
Right? Or what you think you can learn, you're kind of a skeptic just because of the namesake. And yet, alas, here we are, 7 rounds up over top of VP. And I mean, the Riflers are feeling a little muted, right? Electronic's not having the lights out games that he had in the previous 2 versus Heroic nor FaZe. We've got Flit and Fame both on a frag apiece. It's Norbert and James trying to keep this boat afloat, but Process popping holes in it every step of the way. Again, he's going to take his Impact down Banana. Not a multi-frag this time, but a perfect setup as Tabson just keeps himself crouched in the corner. Little jiggle on the walls, not enough to stop him. Tabson's going to go multi-frag, and Norbert's going to go away for the save because this is Big up by 8.
There's even a quote from Dexter after that game where he's like, "We were unprepared," which is just such a crazy thing to read because, like, what were you doing then? But you know, that game even drew a little bit less confidence for me out of the result that Big had, where they did really well in that game. But if Dexter also says we were unprepared, it's like, well, how good were they then? It's just like, was it just easy? But no, this is peak right now for Big. 8-0, and definitely VP. We can say what's wrong. Like, Electronic is not having a good game. They're not fragging that well. But Big are awesome across both sites. Between Process and JDC on the A site, it's a shutdown.
Oh, nice slide out from Norbert. That one will catch you off guard. A little underhand from Crimbo gets them to turn, but he's also got short side to worry about. We've seen good things from JDC when he just comes flying out from Library. And it's looking like he could do it again. Fame clipped off the side of Arch, and that bomb stagnates, but look at the B site, free and clear for the taking. But they lose numbers before everybody can go and join Flit, who wasted no time getting deep on this site. And the depth of his push is going to catch Process off. No chance there. Free M4 upgrade, Tabson posted, no trade frag. Flit gets his, and finally a little impact from Flit. Couldn't come at a better time. VP looking to get 4 rounds max on this T side, and it was the quick lack of hesitation from Flit to just go so deep on B that guarantees this one.
Ironically, he's the guy in the VP game, the one guy who really was having a bad day on the last map, and he's the only guy who has a little bit of impact here on Inferno. So nice one from Flit, sneaking in. It's not often you see VP make a rotate like that on this site. They look like they were definitely well committed towards A or B split of some sort, which I guess is what could have been taking place. But the rotations were very strong for Big, and they still could have won. They still could have won the retake 4v3 if Flit didn't get those extra 2 kills in Strata Construction.
Just that too, right? That sliver of a gap through the smoke. Trying to keep it alive. But all those numbers is what so committed Big to the A rotation and opened the door to B. They've done it. First one's the hardest. See how many they can recover here. It's right back to the banana antics. Process trying to get himself down to the corner. Flit is right on the other side of smoke, but Process slots in. Searson's going to find the opening kill. That's going down towards middle. His counterpart in James is just a couple steps behind, but no trade frag. Pretty consistent opening kills coming out from Big today. This time Process will have to throw down the smoke. They're going to nade him out of it. So nicely done by the utility of Virtus.Pro to peel a player off B. And with that deep player, they're thinking maybe there's banana control to be had. They're not wrong. Tabson scrambles back to site.
It's a great find. There was time pressure to get out of Bell, or out of logs, but it was not enough time for him to do that. So Tabson, he's got no smoke for himself. He's got to swing.
Ooh. Tried. Fame with the crisp headshot. JDC spams away. Can't quite clear the planter. Utility for the retake's not the best. Crimbo's nade, smoke on Searson, and with this CT side starting to come towards its end, it looks like the save call's made. They'll allow the second to slip by, and VP starting to make enough of a T side to keep the conversation once the switch goes down. Big gonna write off their losses in round number 10.
That's true. I mean, they have met their quota here. 8 is solid, but yeah, Big can still keep the game alive. Comes to playing quad, I mean, if he got, you know, any kind of kills, maybe JDC pushes through and doubles down on the aggression as they were on that rotate back to Arch in the last round. But overall, that looks like such an easy fight for VP. They actually use utility alone, basically, to get the kill bottom banana. After Searson gets his opener, they use the spam to keep him in there, too. That was very clever. And this frag is just way too easy. tabseN definitely needed some support flashes, at least if he was going to take a fight.
Neutralizing Process before he gets a chance to go for the multi-frag. Key piece to take in Banana, otherwise he has been the king of that half of the map. You know, we said we want utility for tabseN, but he's been the guy throwing all that supportive util. Been a key piece to Process's success. Unfortunately, that dries up in the round prior. But they keep the purchase healthy. Utility primed. This time we get tabseN looking to stack up inside of middle. So apartments control being contested. Crimbo just laying down utility, but big double nade up into the boiler with the Molotov. If anybody was there, they were done for. Luckily for Big, it's not the case. They'll boost Crimbo top porch, leave balcony open for the time being, and just bank that Electronic doesn't creep out, because he has at time tested that balc peak. For now, he tucks back. Molotov on Banana, players stale behind wall and no challenge. Searson, how much of a risk do you run? Lucky he doesn't get caught in the cross towards sight. Fame will come around it with the flashbang. No contact made just yet. We see tabseN starting to come over here, and VP very much preparing themselves for this B commitment. It's a sea of smoke grenades, a Molotov in the execute out of Norbert in just a moment. We'll see if that takes Process off oranges. He's taken to the top rope. All is good for the positioning. What about the shots? Process falls down, but still alive. There's nothing. Both players in the site fall empty-handed, and the closest rotate dropped. VP with clinical execution.
Yeah, I mean, they got B control, and then that site hit was so strong. The site defense was so weak, though. They need to... obviously, there's a very small window where you can try to get the fight, you know, as your smoke plumes on the choke point of Banana at the top of car, and you try to fight, try to get one kill that way. From second oranges, you can get 2 frags if you dodge the flashes correctly, but they weren't dodged correctly, and then Searson could not track a bullet. So that was, yeah, obviously not ideal. For Big, we are still in the conversation that they've met their quota, but we do have VP wiping the crust out of their eyes now.
Crimbo hanging on for dear life. We saw the 2 saves last round. Oh, and he gets away with it. So that'll help as the money starts to dry up for Big at the tail end of this CT side. Final round of the defense. Excellent start off of the back of Process and JDC with some pretty important timings out from the library peaks. But now this B site's getting targeted and it's starting to fall. It feels like without that deep control of Banana, without those 3Ks coming out of Process from the corners, when it comes down to the bomb site itself, that's where Virtus.Pro have an edge. And an edge that at the very least gives them 3. So Searson, a wider angle. And the Banana fight unfolds again. Flit first, connects. tabseN takes him back. That op is in the mix of it all. And Searson, waiting for his target on the fire, holds the line. JDC, do you peek? No. Safer approach. Drops smoke. Crimbo's right behind him with an additional piece of util. So they start to burn down that clock.
They're fighting for it, which I think is correct. VP, they can't let VP have both Banana and come back to mid. I like the way that JDC played it, not to swing, but to make sure that they don't come back to try to get this information. Lets them know they have brackets at the same time. Even though he doesn't want them to fight, he wants to make sure they don't even want to think about it.
tabseN knows about to get overwhelmed. He is done. They're going to catch him on the side of the smoke. I'd say he's lucky to be alive. If he still is. 15. Down he goes. Electronic hones in on him. And they thought there was a timing there with the JDC smoke down that they had to move Searson out of sight. VP just a bit of pep in their step, right? A faster pace than maybe you come to expect from James. They barrel at Banana. Oh, he holds off on the flank, getting his 5th kill of the half, and this is a forced retake and a 2v4. An excellent recovery coming out of VP with 4 rounds straight by the looks of it. Searson keeps eyes back box. Crimbo looks to push past. Only a decoy here to work with, and it's a missed shot out of James, so an open door for Crimbo still. Nice wall bang to finish off James. We've got that dark player occupied, but it's the porch that holds electronic. He's got it in, and Fame there to close. So 4 indeed at the tail end. They left the door ajar, and VP break it off its hinges. Adaptation, the name of the game. It was a daunting task to get past this man at the start of the half. Prosus, multiple 3Ks down Banana, and it felt like that portion of the map was closed, but you wait until the tail end of the half, you wait for Prosus to give you a little wiggle room out from those deep corners, and suddenly VP string 4 rounds a row in order to try and get back that momentum that they had versus FaZe that led most of us to believe today was their day and that all was good in the VP camp. So a CT side between them and BIG with a tantalizingly close victory on map 1. If they could secure the pistol, which we know has been a pain point for VP, no pistol wins versus FaZe. This is the one. This is the one to take.
It's like they watched Play with Simple when they got those 4 rounds back because, you know, it's one person who knows how to beat BIG, it's him. But James is working on his own course right now. Flit alone here at Coffins, which essentially means they're either going to retake mid or hard rotate, and hopefully he gets, 1 or 2 taps in. But this is a position you'd like to be in if you were big.
Defense banks entirely on Flit. Now he's got the smoke, he's got the incendiary, so if he sees the buzz of this approach, for sure he's dropping util. Oh, weird. Is that enough to deter them? Is that enough to make them scramble? No. CT's starting to get antsy on the A side, so they're going to use that Molotov and smoke timing to go for an aggressive bottom mid push. They are confident now that it's an all-in B, and Flit will concede. So giving up the site and banking on the retake, Norbert playing with a kit. Tabson tries to come back to Banana, but they've found themselves already corralled. Look at them scramble, try to get off of that site. Going for the plant now, surely. Process delaying it, stuck behind the column of the fountain now. They've got the wrap back. The CT peak from Searson's huge, and Crypto's gonna close it.
The wrap back is what they needed, absolutely. Sneaking by to construction, that was the hard part. It looked like VP nearly in time to stop them from doing that. It was a really cool use of utility there, I would say, from Flit, that almost bought enough time for that to be a simple, like an easy retake. But instead, Big, they expand on the site quickly enough. They get past the utility. They also respect the molly, don't overstep, don't take any extra damage. And of course, no kills come down. So looked like it was scary if they'd get the plant in the end, but they had a really good positions to get the frags.
The UMPs spread across the board, MP9s with it all, but Big with the edge. And an open runway to a map 1 win. So long as they convert this. Pretty quiet map from Searson considering his event, but that wrap through construction to the CT cross was instrumental in winning Pistol. And an additional smoke dropped at the front of B site will keep Big at bay. Crimbo operating on his own. Gotta be cautious on the A approach. And the nades negligible at best. Fame taken to 91. Excuse me, 91.
It's trying to scare the Medis close, I guess. So, yeah, it'll keep the attention of the CTs. It opens the window here perfectly for Big. This is a nice move. They get their timing again. 1 on B, 4 on A.
Smoke comes over Flit, his nade hoping to do tons of damage here. No teammates to support. It's a replay of the pistol, but with better weapons for Big. He does indeed just kind of skirt his way back to the CT cross, forgoing all control of coffins and of the round. Queue up the save. This is a 10th for Big and literally 0 contest out of Virtus.Pro.
Yeah. Just that 1 HE, and that's it. They fall back. They were really, again, hoping that it was going to be an A-site finish, and it wasn't. So game plan extraordinary here for Big as we switch over sides. And yeah, it was a comeback for VP in the first half, but Big have 2 halves of their game plan. And yeah, the calling's been solid so far. So what can you say? These rounds are gambling on CT side, what you think is going to happen. VP just happen to be wrong when maybe they need to be right. Because their pistols and their eco rounds thereafter haven't been very helpful for them in the last 2 days.
Silver lining is everything is saved, not a single player taken down for that one, so it's a freebie for Big, 1 step closer to the finish line. A little cautious as they creep through the bushes and see nothing in that B site, so it was nothing but a smoke. That's all the resistance they had in the round prior. Knowing, of course, that there's going to be a bolstered buy this time around. We get a few trimmings added to the mix, a few more smoke grenades, a frag for Flit, and this time bodies. Or no, just a cache of utility. So they're going to run it back. You know what they say, 3rd time's the charm.
This time we've got VP a little bit more curious on the A side of things.
Smoke's down again, nading open the CT cross. Flit almost dead already, starting to draw a player back, but Bomb's also down on T-ramp, so doesn't look to me like Big are ready to just pounce as of yet. It gives time for Virtus.Pro to reallocate the numbers if they want. Crimbo's sizing up the bracket hold. And if they see, confirm, this 4-player A stack, then all of a sudden, you know Process is ready to go pummeling into the B play, especially as that smoke's about to come up. Flit has another one to go down, but they may just test the timing. They've grouped themselves up. The smoke is ahead of them.
But this is the G2 setup, right? So if they, or the Heroic, if they go down mid, then they're at least here in brackets now instead of back on the site, so they can do that way faster. So Flit's got that last smoke again. They want to respect it. Now they're terrified because I think they know exactly what the setup is. But Flit's actually just leaving. Man, they really don't think it's going to be B at this point of the round. No one's here on brackets. They don't have any info on halls, admittedly, but the exact same strat is happening.
So they'll go for the fast flank and hope that that flank is fast enough. In the pistol, we saw it catch players off guard with how quick they were inside Banana. Crimbo's going to hear it coming at him, and he offers nothing of a hold. We get this deep CT position over towards Tree. That's Searson on the Mac 10, but you've given an AK to Norbert, a slightly better tool for the job. No utility for the retake, though. So to get out from Banana, this crossfire is going to go huge. Mac 10 gets 2, and Searson collects. Just like that, the SMGs topple what's left of VP. Electronics hoping to move that AK into the next one, but it's 3 rounds flat from Virtus.Pro and only 2 away from a map 1 win for BIG.
It's like they remedied their last 2 rounds because the same thing happened again, except they took the entire magic out of it, right? And that was having Flit stay on the B site. If he's not there to hold on to construction and stop the wrap, then how are they going to know that Searson's sitting there in CT holding the best crossfire ever? Either if he dies, then at least they know that early, and they don't have to commit 5 guys to trying to attack the site. So this is a very strange idea for me with VP, and they're very strange. So I hate criticizing them sometimes because they make it work. But in this situation, it's like 3 times in a row you basically let BIG do the exact same thing, and this was sort of your worst try on the defense.
Finally, Virtus.Pro going to be stepping forward with a solid purchase. But it's not just the guns, it's putting them in place. So we'll see if they run it back again. Not likely. Already, more numbers, strong towards Banana, but Process thriving in between all the utility. TCT side doesn't matter. A double Mac 10 entry. And Fame finally puts him down, but now the trade potential's there. Norbert picks one up on the A site, but screw it. B belongs to BIG. It's the bomb that's problematic, soon to be scooped up, and VP about to go down to a 7-round deficit.
No kidding. I don't even think they want this anymore.
8.
Yeah, 8 in just a few seconds. They already know there's no retake coming. That was a handed defeat on the B site. 2 players without head armor who could have had it from the last round. Again, if they just saved again, right? They didn't need to go for that with no utility, especially after Flit left to the B site or to the A site, and they literally actually would have had some players with head armor. And this one, a Mac 10, just man, you don't see VP get embarrassed like this too often, and especially versus BIG, who they never lose to. So this is really, really surprising. Again, no recent results, no head-to-head, nothing really points to this being possible. But the fashion of which VP have just atrophied to looking like how they were playing before Bet Boom is sort of pretty incredible, to be honest.
I mean, this was the best version of BIG we had seen with Electronic in the last 48 hours in Dallas. It looked like touching down in Texas had done them some good. And they revert back to the shortcomings out of nowhere. Process, man of the match, undeniably so far. TCT side doesn't matter. Absolute impact almost every round towards that B site. Hasn't taken a step on A, and it doesn't matter. Topping the charts, 18-9. Crimbo not far off behind him. Love it when your closer's also performing. When those A tests were coming his way, Crimbo stood up to it. But now with 8 chances to close out Inferno and to leave VP nothing shy of embarrassed in this best of 3. They'll go for a more stacked B bomb site, leaving Flit ahead of it. JDC, oh, he's ready. Prepared for the Norbert peek inside of Boiler. That's a huge pickup and a lot of pressure on James to do more than just that one. JDC gets out. James right down beneath him. He missed the timing. Oh, JDC just almost could have had that flip flash stuck behind Wood. Searson's going to get him. And there's a little bit left here for the B hit, but it's low HP on Searson and Tabson and still 2 defenders in sight. A smoke soon to be popped by the frag if needed, but it looks like Electronic's going to finish this off on his own. Searson dead to fame, and VP will collect at the very least 1 CT round win with guns.
At least they stay alive, and because if it ended on some kind of force-up loss because they lost that MAC-10 round, then we really didn't get to see a CT side at all. But yeah, here's at least 1 good round for the memory books here for VP on Inferno. But BIG are just so far in the lead. It's such
so far in the lead that a Virtus.Pro comeback is impossible? Is that what you're inferring, Launders?
I mean, I'm the guy who said that BIG winning this was impossible, so I feel like it'd be crazy to not say that it's possible.
Yeah, but that was analyst Launders, not caster Launders. 2 different people.
Yeah. So
2 different roles.
All right, so 7 rounds, they can come back.
It's Virtus.Pro after all. All you have to do is give them that one. Like you said, they don't get embarrassed like this often. They don't get blown out of maps. And so to expect this to finish now seems foolish, but all it's going to take is another Process 2K with that MAC-10. We're getting heavier numbers towards Banana. Ooh, opening kill. This will not help VP's endeavor, especially with everybody ready to overwhelm. Norbert swapping out to the op and no support coming over. If they just follow through with this A commit and trade, what is Norbert's multi-kill potential? With an op of all things. He's getting chased down into the bomb site. His teammates scrambling over. Norbert swapping to the M4. Maybe he can hang. No, sir. Both A players down with nothing. 3v5 or 13-5.
And they move fast. They get out of there as well. They're also watching the arch rotations. Everyone's coming in from CT spawn. No way are they going to be able to 13-5 VP.
Bomb down, Searson posted. Easy pickup for him. Gun barrel betrays fame, who has had a very rough map at 6 and 14. Electronic body bagged alongside him. And believe your eyes, it is not just the FlyQuest victory. BIG looking at the map 1 win against VP to boot. And a hot-handed Virtus.Pro in Dallas has suddenly hit a cold streak. 13-5, map 1, and Ancient coming up next. This is a BIG that's turning heads in Dallas.
Yeah, let me put this into context. Again, in the 8 maps that they played against each other, VP have won every single time. And the last 4 times, BIG have only got 10 rounds once. All the other maps, they got completely stomped. So this is literally the first time that these teams with these cores have ever played against each other and BIG have won.
Well, it's a welcome sight, I'd say. It's JDC, it's Process, and a cautionary tale of what was come. Process with those multi-kill spray downs down Banana to kick this off, and the momentum from BIG never stopped. Pistols for VP are a problem, and if they don't fix that for Ancient, they're done.
Yeah, man, this is a well-prepared BIG, and it always is a well-prepared BIG. Like, they know what they're getting into no matter who they play against. It's always ever been a matter of, like, do they have the skill? Do they have the confidence? But I don't know. It looks like they do, for sure.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Good. I wanted to steal you, but
Oh, yeah?
finish your thing.
No, I'm just talking through the different booths, what the different pictures are. So,
Okay. What have we got? Name them.
So this is the Fnatic booth. So essentially, they're one of 2 teams to win the World Championship 3 times. So just different roster pictures from the teams that won it, basically.
So that was the Fnatic booth. This is just like the IEM booth. You can see all the branding in the back is some various stages. This one is Cologne on the left with that beautiful catwalk and like the little V, the little legs. It looked like a human being inside the arena. It was cool. This is, I think, Katowice in 2013. I could be wrong. Dallas here on the end. But yeah, various IEM stages that we've gone through over the years in celebration of Dallas 2024 being the 100th Intel Extreme Masters event ran. The other team other than Fnatic to win, how many was it? 3? 3 world championships. So those would be like the Katowices and the Colognes. And I think early on it was something different. Yeah, all the different Navi liners. Got Flamey in there. That's pretty sweet. It's been a minute. Boomich on the end. This is the old school 1.6 Navi roster. Boomich lifted another trophy. Another old school Navi roster. Simple right in the middle. We love that. Yeah, plenty of memories here in the Navi booth. And then over here, we're going to be a little bit more quiet because someone's recording content. It's the Vitality guys. And this is looking like the Astralis booth, the greatest team of all time, lifting their plethora of trophies as we go. Big Dupree up in front, looking happy as ever. The whole team grabbing the trophy here on the end. Yeah, this is a beautiful little booth.
The first IEM major.
The first IEM major. Ooh, just as if they needed one more accolade to add to the resume.
No, that's what this booth was the first IEM major.
Gotcha. Okay. And here's the other 4 that we have. Are these all themed as well?
Okay, you have Oliveira over here. He won StarCraft World Finals 2022 or 2023, one of the 2. Huge underdog story, basically the equivalent of like Party Astronauts winning Cologne. So came out basically on groups, did barely made it through groups, and then just won the whole thing. It was sick, very emotional. Right here, this is Rafa. He was a Quake player. Yeah. He won back-to-back World Finals, just like Navi actually. The same 2 years that Navi won their first 2, he won back-to-back as well for Quake. You have Orange Marmalade right there. He won an insane 1v2 in World of Warcraft, and at the time it was kind of never done before. So, huge moment, insane moment in esports. They beat SK Gaming in the finals with his 1v2. This is Xpeke, biggest IEM clip in the.
Yeah, is this the back door?
Yeah, that's the back door. That's the back door man himself. So, yep. Yeah, just cool different IEM moments. That's not Counter-Strike actually.
Yeah, it's weird. Like we always, StarCraft is such a cool game to be in the IEM circuit. I love watching top level StarCraft. It's cool as hell. So we got Ents. I'm assuming this is from Dallas last year. Rio Major. This would be, yep, it actually says it right there. This one's cool. I like this. Like Monosy just like worshiping the trophy as well. Just like goal accomplished, settle down, let the adrenaline kick in, enjoy the moment, breathe it in. You also had, that was like the iconic Nico, like really staring at the trophy like a little newborn baby.
Yep. This was the EG from back in the day.
Yep, there's Danny Montana. There's our good friend Lurpus that we all love on Twitter. Storm, he's a North American legend.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a cool history. Yeah, it's crazy how far back this goes. Neo, there's the old Polish guys, Neo, Taz.
Yeah, I think that was the first ever IEM winning moment picture, I'm pretty sure. So
okay.
With Team Pentagram winning, so.
That's sweet. Yep. Look how young Get Right. And Forrest looks.
I know.
No beard Forrest. Karn's up there as well. Yeah, it's crazy. I love it. I love the history of IEM. This is the Dallas booth of all the different IEM Dallases we've done, which is basically 24s this year, so none of these, but 23, 22. Before the online era, these were all DreamHack events out of Dallas. So these are the IEM ones of just shots of the fans and the crowds, cowboy hats over here, having a good time. These dudes are cheering about something. The crowd in Dallas, it's like I'm not going to say a small arena, but it's smaller. But these guys pack it out and get loud, so it's cool as hell in there.
The 100th IEM is IEM Dallas 2024, and you're watching day 3 of the B stream, Big and VP, and all expectations out the window. Just when we thought that Virtus.Pro were going to be banking on an electronic top carry, just when it felt like things were coming together for the first time, a step in the right direction for VP, and an incredibly close affair where you could have argued they almost won. Well, welcome to the Big clan. Big have taken over the server off of the back of a Process top carry. Crimbo anchoring that A site was looking superb, and the Inferno pick for VP doesn't work. You said it. The first time that these two organizations meet and that Big walk away with a map win.
Yeah, even a single map win, like let alone a series. So there's something where it's like, oh, they masterminded a game plan that was perfect for VP. I mean, they had a good game plan. But they kind of just looked like better on every level, and it didn't even look like we had to see like their sickest round ever. We didn't have to get incredibly complicated strats being called. They just had really solid rotations, really good chemistry. Their individual fraggers in Process and JDC on either side of the map locked it down, the entire CT side. So they didn't really have to talk about complicated late round situations and really hard mid rounding. This was just a team that was working very well and reaching a level versus a team that they've never beat before, that we've never seen, and they're doing it with their all German lineup, which is obviously the most exciting part of all, right? They took a risk in trying to go for a purely German team, and it looks like that it's maybe paying off. This is a VP again yesterday who virtually beat FaZe. Like they were that close. There was a couple of key rounds. They didn't win any pistols. Like, this is tough competition, not only for Big in their history versus VP, but the VP that showed up to this tournament.
And I would say on top of that, right, this is an all-German lineup that doesn't include Gob B in any way, shape, or form, which just doesn't feel right in some way, right? Gob B synonymous with German Counter-Strike, and so for them to kind of hit the ground running in Dallas and to this fashion, shocking. But you said it, no pistols versus FaZe, and again, 0 pistols here versus Big. It feels like this could end up being one of those elements of the VP shortcomings that costs them a run in Dallas if they're not careful. They do have Ancient up next. This is where Big wanted to take the series, and it's a bit, head scratching just because we saw great things from VP in the last 48 hours on Ancient, notably off of the back of some electronic performances. So if he's able to bring that to the table like he wasn't on Inferno, maybe Big will still have their hands full. In reality, this is a Big that could genuinely be walking away with a 2-0 because we're not getting the same VP that we did just 24 hours ago. And on top of that, like you said, they look like the better team, right? The calls were more fluid. The setups looked more sustainable. And VP, for example, on that CT side, running back the Flit solo B 3 times in a row, it just never looked like it was going to work. And maybe that's because we have the full vision of the site. But I don't know. They just looked like 2 steps behind. One, because of pistols never going their way. And secondly, just some setups that Big simply had exposed.
Agreed. I mean, they had some plays that just didn't look good. And again, because it's VP, they're literally the only team in the world where if they make a bad setup, I always give them the benefit of the doubt because they find some weird way to win it. I mean, they literally are so unique in that sense. But if we looked at the rounds, that was 3 B attacks in a row out of Big. And then the way that VP stopped them slowly got worse and worse in the setup phase. And then the outcome became more and more obvious, and Big ended up winning all 3. It was very clear that they were not making smart decisions as a team. I don't know exactly why. I don't really see, for example, what the addition of electronic could have done to that to, for them to choose to make those setups work. But if we want to be specific, it was sort of like, well, they play for no information on the A site. So that's fine as long as you go get information back on a certain timing. But each of those 3 rounds, they did it really late. And then the last round, they didn't hold any B information, even when there was no reason to believe it was going to be an A attack. Bracket control at 30 seconds, and they don't see anybody, and they still rotate 5 over. So I'm not exactly sure, essentially, what VP were thinking that game. Hopefully we get a better map out of them in this next one. But Big are looking to make history for their organization right now.
Yeah, a road to playoffs in Dallas as well. A playoffs that already features the likes of 9Z. That was the upset that went down up in Group A. So we're looking at Group B for maybe some wild antics too. FaZe and Spirit locking it in, and this third spot very much open for the taking by the looks of it. Expectations out the window, notes in hand, and Searson contributing quite aptly. I'd say like we didn't kind of put him in the highlight just because we had the likes of Prosus and Crimbo, but weren't looking at any glaringly obvious shortcomings on the op. Felt like his presence in the server was felt multiple rounds. Counterpicked Jame a couple of times as well. So I would say even in the op head-to-head, Searson contributing to this, what is succeeding big clan.
Yeah, he had some good pick plays. He had hit some good shots. That's definitely the Searson that we know. He has always sort of been a soldier to us. I think casting him straight out of 2020, it was like a guy who has so much skill for sure, but unless he's pushed, he's not going to make aggressive moves. He was basically absent at most of the early T sides in his career, and on CT side, he is like a sort of like a wonderful, where like you can send him out to do something, and he's going to hit a fabulous shot, but he's not going to do it if nobody asks. So maybe they have done a good job of sort of instructing or creating a game plan around him being more aggressive and being more prosperous in that way. But no questions about his movements. And the team for that matter. And for what it's worth, JDC looking good 3 days in a row. Every move that he made looked strong. His rotations were very fast. And people said Mouse are dead, but they forgot about JDC.
Yeah, he took down Dexter as well, right? You want to talk about X-Mouse. This is X-Mouse living on in the big run. See a FlyQuest and maybe perhaps see a VP. Because this was a strong big across the board, right? We're talking about Crimbo, Prosus. We're talking about JDC, 3 games in a row. If he's able to keep it up here, normally when I feel like talked about big success in the last year and a half or so, it's like you still needed Tabson to kind of go above and beyond. And I'm talking about, the big that still had a couple more academy players in the mix prior to the JDC Searson moves. That was a big that they were banking on younger German talent, and it just didn't kind of come to fruition. Now they took another young German player that didn't come through the big academy camp in JDC, a ton of experience with Mao's NXT and what has now gone on to the main Mao's roster, right? This is a player that was shaped by Shuhei very early on in his career. And I would argue, based on that last map, we get this uptick in Prosus, who of all the younger German players did sort of seem like the best prospect. So it's a formula that works thanks to Searson coming back, taking this opportunity seriously after being on the sidelines and not quite making waves as he would hope. It's a coming back together of a big clan that seems to work, and it's not Tabson at the top of the board, but still calling the shots without God B behind him. Map 2, can VP win a damn pistol?
Man, that would be actually insane if they just didn't win any pistols in 2 days. Is it possible?
Whoa.
Oh, bomb spotted. I don't think that information was exchanged either. Tabson back turned. Oh, wow. Never mind. He went to check just in case.
Searson gets the second one, and it's looking like the dry spell of pistol losses continues. Or Norbert, a little X factor, sends a bullet through the smoke and connects. If the bomb is planted, we've got a Molotov on Prosus. Ooh, disruptive molly for the back lane. That flushes them into the corners of lane, but that's when they decide to take their fights, and Norbert's going to deliver 2 more kills. Norbert coming out with a 3K, and it all falls to JDC. Taps away the first. Flit, Jame, they've been spotted, but he's still worried that James coming in from short, and that smoke grenade's going to block off his line of sight. It's going to be desperate for him to push out. Flit sticking this with the kit. Oh, and James gets the second. It's VP with a pistol that looked like they had lost.
They can win a pistol. Oh my God. Dude, that molly was so funny because it was so dastardly. They were like, we throw this molly simply so they can't leave, not so that they can't come in. Like, we're going to fight so hard, kill all the guys that are still here, and there's no way that they can exit out of the fight. They don't want to fight too bad, they have to. And then Norbert just kills them both when they come in. It was literally like such an interesting idea, but fell on its face when it came to like actually shooting.
Like, I would love to see it 10 more times to see how that's supposed to work out. But Norbert had other ideas. Not to mention, of course, he kicks that off with the headshot through the smoke on Tabson, I believe. So just some quick work of Big in otherwise promising pistol. With the bomb plant, they opt to go 3 Desert Eagles, no utility. And they've already got a player up on green. This could be a compromised site if Fame gets overwhelmed. Deep CT control going to be trying to help out. Crimbo will connect at that distance. Fame will hold off long enough. Crimbo comes through with a second kill. And we know that Crimbo can clutch. But he loses bomb in the process. So unfortunately for him, it's going to be a very dire conversion from this point on.
He's also
ETs take over the site. Yeah. It's going to take some real zingers to save the day.
He's just hoping that they didn't go and re-clear this because he didn't let them know that he left, but they heard him from Donut, so.
They're cautious about him. Norbert's on the angle. Ooh, a chance. He can reach out for a better weapon if he wants it. That's both players confirmed. 20 seconds, and he's got him locked in. They're going to try to double up on the same angle. Surely that's enough to kill Crimbo, and it is. They'll close down on him. It's a valiant effort with just 3 Deegs, but no bomb plant for the follow-up. Still tons of money, and Big's first buy in round 3.
Yeah, he made it marginally scary right there, and they get 2 kills, I think, in total. For what it's worth. But still, yeah, it comes down to basically Fame holding the mouth of Donut, and he does a great job with his FAMAS. 3 frags. Here comes the buy.
Fame dodges it, but the jump out's good. JDC off lane, dink down. Fast move from Process, just charging up the lane. We're going to get the ramp push from Norbert, and that's enough to recover. Process, another big round early on in this series. Flash for the ramp peak. He's got another fight, and he wins that too. Process doing everything he wants right now.
That's the map MVP from Inferno, coming through even hotter on Ancient. That is amazing out of Process. Not only does he run through his own smoke to help out in mid at the perfect time, come back through the smoke and hold for a lurk, but even is aware enough to think about the double layer attack on Banana with no one around to tell him. The only guy defaulting B in that situation. That's such an amazing round.
Just a round-winning individual moment from Process. I say round-winning, but hold on. Oh my god, he missed it. Okay, Crimbo still turns. They're going to make sure Electronic can't get into any wild antics. Electronic's been, he's been playing around in smokes lately, Mohan. Have you noticed this?
Yeah.
He's been getting real
what he does
weird.
is he like sticks to a wall, walks really fast, stands right behind a smoke, waits. Sometimes he dies, sometimes you get a kill. Usually nothing that special happens, but he's always either inside the smoke, scaling up to be right beside a smoke, or ready to pop through a smoke. Those are his 3 emotional states right now.
Okay, early shortcomings for VP. It's the USPs into A main. Crimbo coming out. Sees them all. He's got cover as well from the teammates, so this should be good. It's mincemeat of VP and tied game early. Big 2-all.
I guess that's what happens when you actually do lose a few players on a eco round. So the Crimbo and JDC pistol kills from that previous one result in the save. And actually, money just switches hands entirely now. Big have saved all their guns on that one, so, well, nice recovery already. And, man, just like that, look at the buy, you know? 1 eco with 3 kills into 1 full pistol save, and you're coming up with 2 MP9s and a FAMAS.
It ain't pretty.
Yeah.
Process again to his own devices.
They are so low on grenades, they cannot even fight for middle here. So this is a massive problem for VP. They have to try. I think they had to try to artificially scare him out of fighting in mid, but now they've just got to duel their way out. This is such a big advantage for Big Clan.
It's been a lot. I feel like there's been an uptick in Red Room and CT wraps going on in Dallas. Saw a lot of it out of FaZe, particularly versus VP as well. And
it's like old school Ancient coming back.
Yeah, always nice to see a little meta shift. So VP, because of that, have kind of been through the ringer. Ooh, fire feet from Norbert forced in. James now going to have to turn and fall back, but he will make sure he takes Process out before forfeiting total control of this site. The Red Room push holds off.
This is a matter of decision making. JDC doesn't necessarily need to get in this. Oh, but he will. Alive. Game trapped.
Forced back, the fire at his feet. His teammates trying to come bail him out of problems. And Tabson, does he decide to push all the way? Because James' back's so exposed. He starts to walk forward between both. James tries to play the risk assessment. Instead, it is a slow squeeze into B. And Big thriving early on again.
Man, they look amazing. They look amazing. FlyQuest are like, look, see?
It's not just us, guys. But a very promising Virtus.Pro getting beat up by Big early. Four alive on top of it.
And I mean, kills like that from Process are such round changers too. It's just the first one in cave by himself, like just before smoke comes up. But like, look at the space that comes from that. Look at the timing on the sight hit that comes from that. So he's again, he was stellar on Inferno, is already really impactful in this game. Oh, they're disrespecting the smoke entirely. CTs are late here. They're not scared of VP at all.
Process has no reason to be. He's been having a field day with him. Even when he's on his own, so feeling bolstered by his teammates as we get the majority, the entirety of Big on the ramp. Dodged flash, not going to work out. Yes, it's a stacked site, but the Molotov's going to burn one out from the corner. USP, not meant for much. And even with the zany smoke here, plus, okay, boys, hold on. These nades are getting a little crazy.
It's falling out of their eyes.
They're still going to walk away. VP forego it with nothing to be proud of.
Practice shots.
You're just warming up.
Don't even need to. Don't even need to.
You know, you just got to get through the blanks.
JDC was second highest rated player at the event, is what you said?
Yep, after 3 maps of play. Second highest rated player.
Could be coming for #1 now, but what, he had to beat Monacy? Or...
Oh, damn, I don't remember #1.
Let me check.
I just remember checking the 10 players in this match and being bewildered that JDC was that high.
Zontix.
Ah, yes, that's it.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1.43 for JDC after 3 maps. And then back on Inferno.
Thing is, like,
posts a 1.24. So yeah, he's still up there, man. If they blow him out of this second map, they're up in the conversation still.
JDC could be #1.
John De Castro.
We used to call them streamer lights back in the Mouse Academy League.
Ooh, fast play, disrespect.
Wow. Crimbo, the entry frag.
Right there at the front of it. Crimbo given the good cover. And there's a wallbang potential for Flit as he pelts this bomb site with utility damage. They're concerned about the cave. That does force Jame into the fight, and Searson just got shredded. Like that flash! JDC goes deep. Missed shot from Jame at the man disadvantage. He jumps for the spot, sees it a second time, tries to swing. Flit starts to come out from cave, but he's smoked off now. It's such little health for Big to hang on with, but what is this disrespect?
Crazy. I mean, you can call it disrespect, but that flash was there. You know, he didn't just swing. It was really beautifully timed and everything. 3 players all blind when they were setting up back there. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, Bigger showing us different tempos and everything. That was fierce. So it was Process up front, but Crimbo obviously stole the kill behind him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes sense. There's no way Crimbo could be in the front, right?
No, it just wouldn't be right. Right behind him, tethering nicely off of the spawn. They go flying in. Sure, tabs and dies to the bomb, but a cost well invested. This is a big winning early yet again.
My goodness.
Look at that little smirk on Process. Not one to show his emotion, but if he can keep this up, there's no way he's not grinning at the dinner table tonight. Got to get Jace.
Hey, they're secretly communicating.
While the referee is turned.
What was that? Yeah. Well, what the hell can you say about VP, man? They're just so hard to understand right now.
I really thought that Electronic was kind of bringing it to the table, and the moment he has a slowdown in Dallas, VP are nowhere to be found. Bring in the reinforcements. Rough series from his fellow riflers. Flit and Fame, kind of the stars of the show when it comes to the Colts in recent months, and the cool-off has been real. But how does one go from being that close to beating FaZe to getting bodied by BIG?
I mean, I would even like to speculate, but I literally can't understand it. I can't understand how they could keep up with FaZe yesterday and then not show anything today. I actually have no idea what I just want more insight from them to understand, but obviously it's harder to get.
Yeah, I mean, well, unfortunately, too, we've been trying to pry the Virtus.Pro camp for just interviews from other people, but they just keep sending Norbert. And more Norbert, and more Norbert, and more Norbert.
There's only so much poor Norbert can say.
And then when he says, well, some days I'm good, some days I'm bad, it's like, yeah, but what's going on in the camp, brother? You feed me the information. You don't understand. You are such an anomaly at the moment. The people want to know what the hell is going on behind these VP doors, but sealed shut.
Oh my God, what are they doing with the bomb here?
Oh, just hanging out.
Just gonna walk into the A site. They'll go and get the bomb, and VP don't actually push. They're wounded right now. I think, does James just die or what?
No, he's gonna be smoked out.
And they left the A site. It's a perfect call again.
But without the bomb, the window's open and VP could crawl through it.
Look how far ahead they are. Crimbo knows they wouldn't be readying for
guy
this.
Dead. Yeah, Electronic's done for it. There's that red peak. VP just scrambles. JDC catches the kill in the back. Searson covers down to Donut, and this one falls apart. Even when BIG seemed to leave some slack, that bomb left behind the pack, it is still a round that BIG would have to throw. VP are getting outclassed.
They're getting outplayed. They're not the better team today. This is crazy. This is crazy good play out of BIG. From game plan now all the way down to the rifling and JDC's consistency in this event. This is shocking. It's amazing.
It's a good day to be a BIG fan. And a rough time cheering for VP We thought maybe winning the pistol would kind of turn things around, right? The curse of Dallas had been lifted. Potentially all for naught. Flit's going to try to charge out. Great cover from Prosis. Norbert's down ramp. Will collect the kill Flit wanted on Tabson, but he is done for. Prosis is a machine.
He is. 6 kills of pure impact in this game, literally.
That's the SMGs in the dirt. Electronic tries to reach out and find it, but it's lost inside of this plume of smoke. Crimbo takes up the lane with bomb, and they're still wary of the flank because there's 0 A control. So there's this little disconnect between Crimbo and Searson that maybe Electronic slips into, but it looks to me like the T's are still so wary. If Crimbo dies, bomb drops, and the AK given over, things could go south. Meanwhile, cave control is getting taken. Electronic, he's got to be the guy. First and second, reaches for the op, and that's the end of him. JDC will not let more than 2 slip. Can Fame do the same? From inside sight, Prosis on cave. His teammate in Jame is nowhere to be found, but Big slow this one down a bit.
Yeah, they just need to wait for JDC to get up the ramp. There's actually no reason for him to go out too quickly. So yeah, they do that perfectly. I mean, they do everything perfectly right now. It took 2 crazy 5-7 kills to make this close.
James sliding through on the flank, good for a clutch. Connects the first one, swaps into the AK. But we have JDC at 13 frags now, burned out by the Molotov. He's going to dive into the cave. The bomb is planted on the left side of the stack. Molly's still burning. He could go for the wall banger. Does he run back for the peak? James off the defuse, clean reposition, and called out.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, actually. The Molly is the reason that he jumps back. That was his safest option. But unless he was going to rely on the spam through the wood wall, James could fully bait him out. I mean, who would cross to the left right there? That was actually amazing from James. So, well, it's Electronics' 2 amazing 5-7 kills, but an even better clutch in the end to close this out.
Nice control on the 5-7.
Yeah. I won't say JDC misplayed it or anything. I think he got completely outplayed there. That was really nice.
Well, it's a lifeline for VP's defense. Big clutch from Jame in round 9. But how will they solve the cause of their problems? That is early deaths for VP all too often. Norbert going to be set up here. Smoke is soon to fade. Flash comes out from the site. Enemy's blind, but Norbert doesn't full commit. Oh, and he gets stuck on the ramp. Luckily, he's gotten away with it. Tabson not that hot on the chase. Ooh.
Oof.
Mid control forfeited here. Flit on the retreat, and JDC is going to brave it through the smoke.
Again, he gets it. He got the timing. He's through the smoke already.
Crimbo's going to have his hands full. 2 players pushing in. Crimbo good for the 1. It's a fast trade frag from Electronic, but JDC could test this backline. It's just the FAMAS on Norbert. They both cross. The op is posted. JDC can keep going. Norbert's going to call that mid's compromised, but I think JDC's ahead of this. Yes, sir. Electronic blindsided. Op shot connects, and JDC can't clear out the A site on his own. Still, B soon to have teeth in it. Searson finds Jame deep, and B is now clear for the taking.
Literally perfect. JDC lurking is one thing, but Searson posted on the angle well before as he leaves with a plan for JDC to scale, and then they have a option to either go A or B depending on where the kill comes from. They can follow Searson and his lead. And Flit's now too far away, you'd think, to do anything else. Prosis gets that frag. Wow, what a round from Big. That might be the most impressive of all.
When the pressure's on, to still go for the red peak, right? An adaptation, it's a different player to step forward. It's not just Prosis saving the day outside of B. JDC will not stop. Earning the rating that he has collected thus far in Dallas. Tethering so nicely with Searson, who just patiently sits on that angle, gets 2 kills in the round, critically kind of clears out the back line of the B site so the bomb can be planted and the round win guaranteed. As much as JDC's making space, Searson's making the most of it.
Yeah, he is. And you can see JDC talking a lot, and for some personal context, as a guy who would do interviews in We Play, he's obviously a great presence and energy and everything like that. but also just super well spoken. And I think somebody who I would assume is adding a lot to rounds and communication. Also, when they go to Brazil, he can speak Portuguese, so they have an advantage there.
We saw the Rio crowd cheering his name.
Yeah.
When Maus defeated Cloud9. Rio Major was a great high point for JDC's career prior to his removal from Maus. Felt like changes had to make it on that team, and he has found his home at BIG. He has been so impactful for them in recent months. And that doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon in Dallas. One M4 here for Fame. It is in the middle of what looks like this A split. It's falling back to CT, a compromised position where majority of BIG are looking to flex their way through. Flit coming in from B, smoked off for now. 2 players in spawn. This could set up Jame for a nice swing, but he's also being held in by Tabson, who now has to look away for the trade, the chase. It's a great response out of the defense. The op of Searson goes down with nothing, and they're making the most with so little. 1 rifle in the perfect spot, and VP a little more to stand on.
This is pretty funny. I mean, they game planned for that alert only just because this happened twice in this game, 2-3 times, and they've had 3 players waiting for it. One fully committed 5-7 on the right. Another player outside A rotator coming in. They were ready for this one specific play. They put everyone in place for it. All the resources said, this is it. We're not letting this happen again, guys, no matter what. I don't care if they walk into the B site. They are not lurking mid. I respect that.
It's an adamant solution to what was a real problem. And now they can net themselves the reward. A 4th posted on this CT side. You know, there's a question still as to whether it's too little, too late. We saw them kind of reclaim rounds back on Inferno and all for naught. Pistol, still problematic for VP. Can't forget about that one. Single save here for BIG, but their money's so good. Final round of the half, they can buy everything they want tenfold.
Fair enough, right? How are you supposed to get through that? You can't.
I think what's funny there is Searson still trying to come out and clear to the left after we get the pistol kill out of Jame. Like, you knew both sides are occupied. Yeah, exactly, right. Come on, guys. I got one.
Yeah, like, he heard the 5-7. He was definitely going to die.
But, like you said, he's a soldier. Oof. But he's got an arm on him. Nade just dunked on Norbert. Searson finds 50 damage before the fight goes down. And they're eyeing up this cave control by the looks of it.
Cave is vacant, and so is mid control. Why is this such a passive hold across the map for VP? Weird. They're literally just trying to punish Big for lurking again, but I don't think they're doing this from a position of power. We'll see if Big walk into it, but it looks like they're just going to take cave control, which is free in theirs. Oh, no punish either.
Damn.
Yikes. But that's what they get for walking in late.
Pros is tucked while Searson awaits the next challenge. It's going to be Norbert. Oh, he's stepping in. Missed shot from Searson. Fame's thinking about the peak. Flash is coming at him. There's support. And Searson's going to take a 2nd kill in the round. Prosis not able to get his just yet. There's still fights to be had. That Molotov, it doesn't quite spread. Norbert finds Sanctuary, pelted by a 2nd nade. His teammates tearing him up. And Norbert's looking to still finish this job. 2 frag grenades drop Norbert to 18 health. And still he fights on. Finally dropped. Jame looking for his, but instead it is an 8th round for the T side of BIG. No one can stop JDC. Searson, JDC, Prosis, Crimbo, Tabson, baby. Name of the stars at the moment. BIG are absolutely having a field day with VP in this best of 3. Who would have thought that Electronics' hot-handed play in Dallas would come to a close in the most important match yet? They're not able to stop them on the T side. Let's see if VP's offense has anything to write home about. This was a map that they had started their Dallas endeavors on, and it is one that we had high hopes for. So the full-blown execute set for the A site. They've struggled with the pistols. They finally won their first at the start of this very ancient map. Can they do the unthinkable and take 2 pistols in a row? Crimbo sees it coming. Takes a little off James, just a little off the top. Little pepper damage. Flit's hanging on to a frag grenade. If they decide to pop it open or just hand for the post plant. His hands are busy and the bomb goes down. So a 5v5 retake queued up. There is no kit on BIG, despite playing 1 player A. Norbert, that was something. The push out from Searson's lane is not going to net them any kind of a retake frag. This is looking locked in for VP. You'd think Norbert comes out with another 2 frags, 3 frags for BIG. JDC still kicking, but it's on top of green. The Flit will end things, and it's a 5th round to VP.
It's the 5th round and 2 pistol wins. Was it 8 straight that they lost essentially until this map here so far at Dallas? So yeah, that can definitely change things around, you would think, except they won a pistol and got 4 rounds and a half. So they'll take anything that they can get to stage this comeback. But to add on to how unlikely this game is, they get Electronic into the team, right? So if there's one way you want to like improve your odds at beating a team you always beat, you're taking a team from Navi who also never lose to BIG. They literally always crushed BIG as well. So in some sense, they got the perfect rifle upgrade, never had any problem before. One more match, right? And they think, and yet suddenly this is going to be an aberration on the record. But hopefully the trend sort of continues because it is about time that BIG got better.
Make it make sense. Crimbo. Yeah, sorry, buddy. You're found out. James not falling for your games. And then they'll see that big pack of players getting dismantled. James going to have his hands full. Good chance for him to collect a little HLTV rating. And Flit's going to help him out. So the Red Room push dismantles that back lane stack. They don't get the B fight they'd hoped for. And BIG's buy inbound.
Yeah, let's see if they can swing CT side. Now, I think if I'm BIG, I go right for the game plan of controlling middle and forcing VP to play their slow rounds. As they come into this round, they should have the money and utility and everything. 1 MP9 is no big deal, but small tech issue, I'm assuming.
Fix it.
Yeah. That's quite a wider waterfall that Searson has going on.
Eventually, it'll join up with his beard.
It's like the, ramen noodles before you cook them.
And here we were thinking Steel had the best zoomer cut.
Yeah, he does still have the TikTok haircut. We shan't take that away from Steel.
No, sir. Nice to have Steel back as an analyst. Haven't had him at a CS event since Katowice, where I think he did an okay job, He brought him back to do greater things.
Yeah. That's true. Now he gets home crowd advantage too, so he's going to think he's so good.
Yeah, it's true, right? Steel in a Dallas stadium. He's going to get everybody riled up with a North American representative. Has to be said, there will be an NA representative in the playoffs, whether that's the Canadians of Team Liquid or Jake Stewie 2K. Yep.
Balls. Stew balls.
Did you see Stewie's 3K yesterday versus Maus on B-Site Ancient?
Hell yeah. I stayed up in bed watching that, screaming. That was insane. And genuinely, Stu didn't have good stats or anything, but he actually was fine. He had really clutch rounds at the end of 2 important games.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah.
It's just about the impact, Major champion, by the way.
Yeah. He is an impact player. He is somebody where no matter how much people come at his ego and stuff like that, he has never in the server ever shown that he does anything except play to win. Like, he's only ever entried in his life. He's only ever played support.
Sure.
So, yeah.
JDC doesn't know what planets he's on. Absolutely flashed into the nether realm. He still manages to climb up the boxes. Here with Tabson, they're going to take the pressure.
Fraudulent. Yeah, they can't really take B like this. They're going to get destroyed by grenades, destroyed by pressure.
Pro's just trying to pepper the smoke.
Look how many CTs are rotating over. This is feeling like all wrong here for BP. They need to frag their way out now.
JDC's falling back. He's a little concerned about elbow because why would there be 5 players on the lane? But he finds the timing versus Flit.
Ooh.
Clean double kill from Norbert. Electronic clears out middle, but there's still legs to stand on for Searson. And we get that still hard dedicated A play. That's 3 deaths near this B bomb site. And still Searson, he's going down.
Wait, the bomb is staying outside B.
Can't manage to hold off any longer. Electronic will get his 2nd kill of the round. That'll activate Fame to bring the bomb in, who was just cautious on the approach. And so with all the numbers there, Big still don't manage to hang on. And VP, you called it fraudulent, and I understand why. That was looking very sketchy for a second.
Yeah, we missed something because there was so much action happening at the same time, but it was Norbert got a 2K with his Galil on the ramp. Man, I don't know if that was tucked in the corner, but we see 2 people right at the mouth of Banana ready to walk down, I think. So that spray down made all the difference. Big could have obviously stayed in the site if they wanted to. They had 3 players there, plus JDC holding on to Heaven. And I think the only thing that Big were thinking was, are they really taking B control without any mid at all? No one coming late elbow? And I think that VP just tried to do something gimmicky here to score a round, to do something tricky, which I guess I understand, since Big are just sort of like standing up to the challenge of their regular rounds. But it starts off with a 5v4 for JDC with mid control, and then Norbert gets that spray down.
JDC really just couldn't believe that there was nobody coming at him from the other end of mid, but we'll get wind of it. Just keeping that ADR above 100 regardless. It's pistols back for Big. Searson on the full save, essentially. Hoping to get that op back in hand sooner than later. VP, it's a great chance to tie this game up at 8. JDC right here. Crimbo's 1 M4 trying to pepper down lane, but nobody on the receiving end of the damage. It's him that takes the nade to the chest. Molly goes a little far. JDC gets further into elbow. Electronics barrel's going to be spotted by JDC.
He's going to sneak through, isn't he? Oh, no.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I can't believe he couldn't see that. I would love to know what that looked like. I mean, obviously,
maybe he was
screen, but
thought the only reason he sees that is because there's a 2nd player there, or I don't know, but felt like a freebie.
Sticking out.
Ends up being nothing. Virtus.Pro will grind you to a halt if you give them the time to do it. Right now, they're doing exactly that. We're going to get Searson's solo USP inside of A site. They're hoping that they come to Crimbo, but not the case at the moment. 8 rounds all.
Last time Connor said that at Dallas. Okay.
8 rounds all.
Only because they're not even going to try it, even though they could technically win this round. I mean, the one round we see VP lose on a rifle now, I wouldn't say they get tricked. They definitely had really good players in great spots. They got out-fragged, so there's that. But I still am not seeing Big sort of like look nervous or shaky yet. On Inferno, at the end of the first half when VP got their 4 rounds back. That's when they started to look a lot better. It looked like they were just like completely warm. They got their B-side attacks going on. They figured out banana control. They even baited some re-aggressions that they punished. But since then, into the second half of that map, into the first half of this one, and so far now, I'm really not seeing Big just look really weak or anything like that. We basically got a pistol, 2 pistols in this map for VP, and conversions, and I think that's the reason that the score is tied up.
Turns out pistols make a hell of a difference, huh?
Yeah.
If only VP could have won any of the 6 versus FaZe, there's a chance they wouldn't even be in this head-to-head at the moment. But it's an improvement. Ancient features 2. Big held off for the buy so that Searson could get the op back. So let's see what this changes off of the pause to boot. I agree. Not looking flustered just yet. Still confident in their mid takes. Still getting up onto the lane, climbing up towards outside a cave. Back into the mid emphasis again. But it hasn't really been heavy mid play. They're going straight for the B charge, right up the ramp. They sense the opening. They're not wrong. We've got a player stuck behind pillar. It is with conviction that VP take this B site hit. What a perfect time for a change of pace. This one screams electronic.
Okay, man. Yeah, nice one from electronic. Up front, that's a little bit of big on what they pulled off. Whoa, that shot's bad somehow. And electronic gets another.
Ooh, now VP is starting to seize the opportunity. This is kind of flashbacks of the electronic we'd had in the last 72 hours. Oof, yeah. James gonna knock one down. I feel like I've been seeing James with an AK more than ever.
Okay, I'd like to look at the stats on that, but yeah, he's been definitely rifling.
I mean, this guy switched to an AK in a 1v1 clutch just earlier this map.
Yeah.
Is James blossoming, Launders, into a new player? Has he understood the advantages of aggression? Has electronic unlocked something in him?
My suspicion is he's so talented, he's actually good at all playstyles, but he's also so intelligent that he knows the optimal one, and that's the only reason we see him op and save. So when there's the circumstance that he needs to change it up, he can do it seamlessly. And you just see him pull off something great with something he's never done before.
Split right now.
I'm not even joking. That's how I feel.
I believe you. The same way I always believe James, without question.
So we got Aura.
What a total turnaround, right? Into the A site they'll go. Trade frag out from Tabson. Pistol swarming. Ooh, the bomb plant's covered by smoke. Crimbo catches James and then the plant.
Uh-oh.
And Flit is late from A main with eyes honed in on him already. It is a 10-second stick going down. Crimbo's got the coverage. Flit gonna have to concede it. He'll walk forward. Nothing he can do to stop this one. And so, as fast as they took that A site, they lose it. Flit hangs on to the gun, but it's a round win for Big and one step closer to the 2-0 as they start to recover thanks to Tabson's double MP9.
What's this call, Connor? When is the last time that VP have rushed 2 rounds in a row? Has the well been poisoned? This one's a little bit suspicious, I won't lie.
It's the electronic sickness.
Maybe. See, so we go B site, then we go A site. B site worked. The round before that, they try to do the B aggression without taking mid control properly. So we're seeing 3 sort of like pocket strats come out in succession. One's half a default and 2 are rushes. I think when you're winning like that, you know, you're at the roulette table, you're betting black, it's black, you're making so much money. Okay, I think at that last round, you want to cut your losses. If they won again, maybe the easiest route to winning this map and getting it over with. But it suddenly doesn't feel like VP that much, and they also lose. So that, I think they just, what they're gambling is the confidence that Big get back after VP stage a 5-round T-side come back and take the lead finally.
Hans a util down mid again. We get Flit ahead of everybody else, taken down to 60 health. He's going to lock into the cave wall. The scaffold is a sanctuary for him at the moment. JDC tries to keep the pressure up. It's been a few rounds where JDC hasn't had his impact. Flit knows exactly where he is, and we get all of VP outside of the B site. Little shadow for Prosis. He can't get this kill. Searson trade, but Fane double frag on the ramp. Norbert locks in. JDC takes his peek, and the trade is so key from Electronic through the wall. Searson will fall victim to this Norbert crouch, surely. Done. It is numbers inside of the B site to the strength of Virtus.Pro yet again.
Okay, back at it. This was like a rewind to 4 rounds ago. Really good on the trades. No chance for the retake. Op gets tricked. VP back in the lead. And now I want to know, what comes up next. I want to see something, I want to say similar, but I want to see something to do with mid control, man. I want to see them playing like they are the better team who can default better than Big. I'll say it. I don't want to see VP rush anymore.
Even if it's working?
Well, it isn't, so.
Even if it worked once?
Even if it works, no. Because I learned that from Josh, never be outcome oriented.
Smart.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Three away from the win, and map 3 in the wings. Dust 2 between Big and VP. Come on, we deserve it.
Yes, we do.
A classic map for both these cores. And a throwback to when they last met inside the server. It is simply meant to be. Oof, James gets a smidge of vision on Prosis, clips him over top of the boxes, and that is man advantage. Virtus.Pro with an 11th on the line and all of the money invested here for Big. This is a tough place for them to be in, looking like Tabson feels the urge to go for the fight. And it's just so passive in contrast to the rounds prior where there were always players on this lane from VP that it's going to cause Big to scramble back from their forward setup.
Yeah. This is much better, but actually we see Big just in time to get information back. So, I mean, I love the round out of VP, and they get their 1 kill. A minute left over, and they can still do everything they want. And they come back for mid-control late. Crimbo in an interesting spot. No other flashes are going to come here.
Oh,
but he still dies.
Yep, had his chance and whiffed it. Tabson. Oh, and Searson. It's the re-aggression off lane that kind of sidelines the elbow play. Fits late lurk. Could it happen? It could be key, because once they see this contact at the A site, CT start to run away. Tabson just turned his back, and Flit plays the timing to perfection. Virtus.Pro, even with the loss of the 2 players' elbow, looking to walk away with the round. Searson just wants to save it. And it has been a total cooldown of Prosis from Inferno to Ancient. He had a moment early on towards that B site at the very beginning of map 2, but it has been a dry streak ever since.
Now here's where I stand. This is the round that we want to see out of VP. A well-called default that's tricky, that's more on brand. They cut the rush short, or they cut the rush entirely, and they go for basically that same sort of start on B control. But we see a great adjustment out of Big to get info really fast. They keep mid early on. They still have a way back into this round. Electronic, if he doesn't get that kill, like they probably get crushed inside of middle, right? No kills at all to go to BP, to go back to VP, because they've got the push up on top of Heaven as well. So Big were playing with information despite VP having a really good default and getting that kill and falling back. I don't think this game is done, but at least it's VP looking a lot stronger for the first time in the series.
Yeah, I think, changing up just the approach to the round, right? Going back into the VP Classic. You could see it when Big wanted their fights outside of the B site. They clearly wanted to lock in and duel early on, but the fights just weren't there. And they just kind of get left in that no man's land. pulled apart in the later portion. VP showing a nice bit of depth, Mohan. Just when you said you didn't want to see rushes any longer, they divert from that attack, show us a little VP classic, and it works out wonderfully for them to set themselves up to run away with map 2. Desperate buy coming out of Big. They're going to keep some money in the back pockets and come through with 3 pistols in the mix of it all. VP gunning for that 12th and sprinting towards the A site, met by the 5-7.
Oh.
Searson coming in clutch. Molotov bounces off his forehead. The utility pressure's here, but he's got support from Crimbo in a moment. Norbert tries to chase him down, ready for the repeak. Bomb hits the dirt, and Crimbo gets out.
Uh-oh. And Crimbo's got a nade back there on default. Not throwing it just yet as they walk out. Beautiful find at Electronic. Surely that nade comes soaring. I don't know.
Yeah, he's here with JDC. They will clean up that third player in A main. Oh. Down goes the last. It is Searson from the bottom of the board alongside Process to set Big up with the X Factor.
God damn. They just try to set up in A main for control. No plans to go out onto the site. Unfortunate team kill, of course, makes that a lot more dubious as to who is going to come out ahead with the better guns coming in, but a great 5-7 shot nonetheless. A gift to Big, who needed a little bit of X factor as they let control go of this game. And now we'll find out what really is going to take place. 10-11. They know each other now. They're faking A. The CTs actually can't even hear this, really. They're going to see this now, and they're actually rushing because they don't have any vision in the site. But what's the timing that VP have created? Are they going to take advantage of this?
JDC comes through the elbow smoke. Just blindly on his own tries to take an initiative. Nearly catches Jame off timing. Process, now's your chance. Oh, and he gets deleted by Norbert. Instant headshot. That A fake gets Big wrapped up. They were so ready for the fast B, thinking VP would revert back to what they threw at them since the start of the T side, and they could not be more wrong.
Dude, that is a crazy call to make, and you see it comes down to one smoke on Flit after that exec comes out. So they don't even have the chance to go forward with another full exec, obviously. 4 smokes used in that round. They needed to get something off the default, and they watched all the right angles. That's also something a little different here for VP that we don't see that often. A fake that fast, and it's justified by the fact that they've had rushes in this game, so Big believed it.
My God, Launders, we're watching VP evolve in Dallas.
Yeah.
And who's to say that this fusion that Virtus.Pro have been kind of putting forth won't be better than they've ever been. Oh, Searson, you're done. Fame glocks him down, and that is Big with a tough spot in the money in the next, and Virtus.Pro locking in their 12th. Map 3, Dust 2 awaits.
And it's not just 2 pistols, I mean, 2 pistols keeps VP alive. They probably, they don't win this game without those 2 pistols. But now looking at this T side, if this T side continued, who knows how much they would win by if he went back to CSGO regulation or even further. They're growing in strength by the round. How many more ideas do they have? Wow.
Tronic gets away with it, but there's a player right behind him. Flick comes in with the cover. This one's falling apart at the seams. VP have taken it upon themselves to adapt throughout this T side. An aggression outside of B will cost Norbert, but that opens the door for A once bomb gets scooped up. Slightly delayed here in the process, but smoke down makes this way too easy for Flit. They're going to feed him the frags. Talk about desperation. Process's 46 HP will not nearly be enough. Flit knows he has him pinned against the wall. And we see a mixed bag of tricks from Virtus.Pro across this ancient T side that just paints the way to map 3. Process lights out on Inferno, looking to end this map with only 8 frags and 15 deaths, a contrast to what he brought to the table. Excellently called by Jame, and Virtus.Pro show us a multitude of colors.
Absolutely. Love the different ways they approach the T side. At first, I was suspicious. They got Little Rush coming in there, not looking like themselves, but now they were looking a little bit more difficult to deal with like they were yesterday. Took about a map and a half to warm up. Got to say that for VP. but suddenly it's unclear, who's going to be better on map 3, even though BIG still look strong enough.
Man, with Dust 2 again as our final decider map. These two teams who do not meet often. For years we've awaited the rematch, and they last played when Dust 2 was in the pool. So it's about damn time. It feels like the perfect time to get a VP BIG Dust 2 decider. Adaptation, name of the game. We'll see you after the break.
Smokes. You see a couple smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Try to stab me with the saving grace. Fool me once, never twice. Now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bring me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway. No, 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 but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Snap the sea on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with the saving grace. Fool me once, never twice.
All roads lead to Dust 2 nowadays, and after that 13-10 victory on Ancient, there's higher hopes for Virtus.Pro. Yes, they got absolutely smashed to kick off this series. Sure, Prosus was the very best player in the opening map, but now we head to map 3, and it looks like things have stabilized. Not just the individual level of the VP camp, but also some of the calls there, Mohan. We had a very nice adaptation on their T side, you know, kind of making these empty pockets of control that they roped Big into taking. Really felt like Jame was manhandling Big intellectually throughout that last map.
And that shouldn't be like, oh, he was able to do it. Based on history, he should be doing that easily every map, and that was supposed to be the story of the game. So it's sort of just relieving to see that he pulled it off. But yeah, that was a good T side for sure. Like lots of great plays happened, and the T side looked unique to this Virtus.Pro with electronic as well. There seemed to be some influence there with some of the faster plays and even the fast fake. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
You can't condition a team to do a fast fake if you don't do 2 fast rounds and a half, and VP genuinely might only do 1 1/2, and so it's hard for them to ever reach that point. So that was cool to watch. I think what was good is just that now we're seeing both teams play well. I don't think Big got worse. I think VP were just better. So this sets up Dust 2 to be very exciting. And because it's the first time Big have ever won a map in a series versus Virtus.Pro, this means that this is also the first time we're seeing map 3. And for it to be Dust 2 is perfect.
I co-sign all of this. I think that we could really take our gloves off and maybe we get, you know, a tap back into the electronic hard carry, because even with Virtus.Pro's close series versus FaZe yesterday, statistically, mathematically, it was electronic who has just been, you know, toppling everybody and really performing in a hard carry performance to a degree that made us think, you know, oh, okay, the arrival of Virtus.Pro electronic is now. I would love to see that kind of come forward on Dust 2. I think it's a map where he can get unchained. We saw him, you know, back on the CT side of Virtus.Pro versus Heroic, CT side of Ancient, excuse me. Like the way Electronic was playing CT halves everywhere, right? Like he was the player that just bolstered all portions of the map. He was the support in a way, just in his presence, but with heavy hands and knockout blows. I would love to see that go down on Dust 2 and just see him a part of all of the action, because he has now in Dallas most certainly been the best piece of this Virtus.Pro so far.
Yes, that is true, but it's also true that Big love Dust 2. They have been one of the most innovative teams on the map in the past. I think this is a huge map for Searson in particular. So it's just very promising signs that we get an amazing sort of finish to this series. And what's new is like CS2 mechanics. What's new is like wherever Dust 2's sort of meta has developed into, that's what we're going to see. And also, you know, who knows? I mean, you can fall in love and out of love with certain maps depending on what players you get and how your luck has been with the teams that you play in recent memory. So I don't know how much they're looking forward to playing the map, because they left it in, but they didn't pick it.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, I think it's kind of in the middle of the water right now alongside, it's kind of like a weird one, right? It's because not only do we have this changing map pool, but then we get significant changes to Vertigo. So if people were looking to kind of avoid Dust 2, but now there's a reason to kind of dodge Vertigo at the same time. And we know VP, they were a team that lost their overpass at times, kind of the best in the world at that map. So to me, it feels like Virtus.Pro have to now start banking on Dust 2 as being a replacement to overpass. And I would hope that in this matchup, we get, you know, a promising look from them at the very least versus Big. Will they win it? Time will tell, but we got a knife for the sides. So Shanks out, sharpen your tools. Your karambits, your spears, whatever you'd like. I still think that we should have a blunt object as a melee weapon for Counter-Strike. You know, I should be able to come into this with a, let's say, rock or maybe a mace.
I like a 10-year coin.
What am I watching here? Why is this knife round not over yet?
This is like a fully face-it knife round now. I mean, they're actually, they look kind of confused, like they started long, and then they just waited outside long. They think that they're playing games with... Oh my god. Because, like, typically, in Dust 2, normally you're supposed to start long for the knife round. You know, you don't go mid. So it was kind of weird that Big just stood out at the back of it. But, all right, here we go.
Shall we? Shall we chop each other up into little pieces already? And here we have it, Big with the big advantage. It's low health for the two remaining Virtus.Pro players, but a backstab comes out to Process. Flit's going to put him in the bag, soften him up, and Crimbo on the ledge. Drop kick him down to the pit, I say. Left click or right click, who's going to get it? It's a whiff ×2. Crimbo, third time, fourth time's the charm. Let's get it on.
Step right up. That was a nice continental accent right there. Beautiful stuff. It was a close knife round. For what it's worth, not a map that it usually matters at all. But winning is important no matter what round it is. If you don't have that attitude, you'll never be great.
Winning is additionally important when you're paid to win. So let's hope that both teams put a good foot forward.
Yeah, but, you know, VP are kind of like a lawyer because they don't need you to be good or bad. They just need more cases. And in VP's case, they just need more rounds. They're paid by the round.
Okay. It's going to be a long, drawn-out affair then.
Yeah.
With hitting costs and closing fees.
Mm-hmm.
And a shady secretary that never makes eye contact when she signs away your checks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've never been in a lawyer's office, but that's my assumption. I have watched Better Call Saul, you know?
Yeah, that's good enough. Did you finish it?
I finished a couple seasons.
And what's now your opinion about lawyers? All dodgy.
They ain't cheap.
They ain't cheap, that's for sure.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Big without Gob B. It just doesn't feel right. But this is the new big formula, so we have to get used to it whether we like it or not. I know you're out there, Gob. I know you're watching. You can't help it.
I feel like you should still stand there, at least.
Just let him stand on the side, man. Just
please.
Nobody's making eye contact. You know, he's trying to fist bump him after the game.
Objectively, you can't say he didn't look good.
What are they going to do without his hype? You know, that's what I'm thinking, dude. The Gob B hype was so real. I'm sorry, Kakafu. I just don't think you got it. You ain't got them Gob pipes. JDC opens up. First kill is Biggs. Can VP win a third pistol in a series? History would tell you no chance. But they've been turning the tide with the 2 pistol wins back on Ancient. I think it would be only fair that we split pistols here on map 3. Keep it close. Let the rifles decide. Process gonna get flashed around the corner and find the jump up. Flit keeps his head tucked. Fame's right there with him. Long control being taken here by Norbert. He's kind of throwing caution to the wind. But there's going to be a repeat from JDC through middle. Seeing nothing despite 2 players right there on Xbox.
This is nuts. Ooh. And now, this is the only clue that you get if it's going to be the A site. And now they have to drop off. Uh-oh, awkward.
Not ideal. You got 3 players kind of sitting here in the crocodile pit.
Uh-oh.
Norbert comes gunning down long. Oh, look at that kill feed. Flit fills it up. And Crimbo failing the Xbox jump. Why'd we have to show it? Poor guy. Come on, Chev. You're throwing him under the bus.
Yeah, that might have been CS2, to be honest.
Yeah. Excuses. All right.
Nice looking Glock, though.
The old fade.
Yep.
It's a Counter-Strike classic. Crimbo hoping that somebody comes exiting catwalk. Not the case. He's going to find nothing except for the top mid fight versus Norbert, who, crazily enough, didn't get any of the kills as he attacked them from long. I thought for sure, with so many players looking the wrong direction, he was about to feast. But it was the cat killer that comes through clutch instead.
Had them hunched over, so maybe it was...
The cat killer. That sounds like a neighborhood menace. Excuse me, I meant the catwalk entry fragger.
Yeah, you said something like, shush eats babies yesterday, now you're saying the cat killer today. What's next?
Who knows? Who knows? I'm just getting started. Actually, we're done after today here at Dallas, so we got to get our good content out now. We're running out of runway. Quick, take off. Smoke in Crimbo's hands. Will it be enough? I don't know. They're already ahead of it. Fame. Oh, he loses vision. Oh, like a mulcher. Crimbo just shreds the HP of the entire pack. The Deagle comes through from JDC. That ain't what VP wanted.
Yikes, they had to run through that. Full smoke, I mean, and it's in a tunnel that small. It goes all the way to the end, right? With the new volumetric smoke. So they were just totally smoke blind. Had to peel away from that. I mean, it's obvious that there was so many more players in that tunnel between the sound to confirm kills that they just got. And look at the HP bars looking like a Winamp equalizer at the moment, but here between the T's that are left. At this point in the round, they're saving. Well, okay.
Why do you sound surprised?
Well, it was almost a full minute.
I rest my case.
And it's an anti-eco.
I bet you these rounds just drive Electronic insane.
Yeah. He's like, you guys do this?
By choice? It's the same effect, though, when we see like 3 rush rounds in a row and back on Ancient. You know, James' eyes are twitching. It's the duality of
player,
VP.
Though. People want to play with him. Like, Device looks up to him. Electronic wanted to come over for some time. He's got aura.
I wonder what he's like to hang out with, you know?
He's funny. I mean, I watch all of his game time videos. He's just a funny guy.
I had a hunch.
Yeah.
Can only imagine what James gets up to on the road, living in hotels, just watching VODs and anime. Never seen James at a party, I have to say.
That's true.
Not once.
I've never thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even for me back in the day. Huh.
I've seen Norbert get down. Okay, but never James. Oh, nice shot, JDC. Is JDC going to be God mode inside the mid section of the map today? Because we've had a good showing from him back on Ancient. He's being kind of pesky for these mid setups for Virtus.Pro, pretty continuously pulling players off of it. So shout out JDC, 3 kills already, 3 rounds in. And it was Electronic's head who he popped all the way at top mid. So Norbert's going to be going in for the door control. They have the utility to smoke off CT and engage into the B split, which would put pressure on JDC and Crimbo. Kind of going back into that like Inferno A defense. The same 2 players trying to tether Crimbo. It's a tough job with the MP9 to peek down mid, but Tabson off the CT smoke. Just gets a glimpse. James tries to run, and Tabson chews through everything. That is 3 kills off of Big's IGL. Make it a 4th. Tabson comes in key.
Damn, they were really nice. They've been making really great connections between, you know, the player who attacks first, player who has to trade in the series. They've been just close enough. Like, if Tabson takes any more time, he lets that bomb escape. Here he fights perfectly, where he's like, okay, I've got them under max pressure. He knows how to keep it going without overdoing it. And I feel like Big have just been looking out for each other in a way that we haven't seen in the last year or so.
Again, trying to pressure the mid presence early, this time with the nades back to back. Hey! Electronic gets to live a little bit longer this round, but man, he's been muted out of the gate so far on Dust 2. They're going to try to just move these pistols, stampede through mid doors perhaps. You know, getting to catwalk is one thing. Doing anything from that point forward is the next task, and JDC continues to dish out the fresh fades. It's a 0-2-2, I tell you. Line up on the door well. All done for. Pistols will get nothing going. Clean up on middle.
And we haven't even seen Searson yet. We got Searson CT side coming up. Oh, there's his first kill on this op. And I think that this is basically the map, CT side, where he can go lights out. There's probably not much prep here for this Dust 2 with these two teams. I feel like they both be very confident in themselves and not think too much about like how much anti-strat do we need to bring to Dust 2. Who knows what people are changing on the fly right now, this map coming back in.
Ooh, top mid aggression. We haven't seen this, right? It's been CT's fighting from the other side of doors this entire time. Oh, and JDC wants out.
That's a good time to escape, actually, even though there's no one in lower tunnels. Oh my God! Wow, what a shot to find.
That's nuts. JDC's not stopping. And you said we hadn't seen Searson yet, but that AWP is on B site, so it's going to be the rifles coming back out of the spawn. Electronic heard one burning. He gets all the way to the bomb site. Tabson's hands are busy. Norbert, Electronic, and Jame. It's a kill a pop. And it is all of A-site under wraps. VP just chewed right through them. Guns make a world of difference. How many times have we seen them get to catwalk only to stagnate? This time, it is a waterfall of aggression that overflows the A-site.
No kidding. That is 100% frags. That is 100% frags. Big had them in a pretty good spot right there, and they fragged their way out. That was how Electronic likes to scale. He got up so fast to the site that they thought they were shooting guys in the back. He was very quick about that. That was cool and very uniquely Electronic. And then beyond that, it was essentially just better aim. Good kills from Norbert, good kills from Electronic. They dominated. Weaving through those grenades. After this, too.
Yeah, that frag's kind of stupid, huh? In all the best ways. Just...
If he wasn't finding so many of them.
Yeah, right? Yeah, very, very tuned in with the mid play at the moment, JDC. Double up immediately coming out from Big. And every once in a while, it's a nice treat, this Crimbo. Oh, okay, I love the angle. It almost clips the lower peak, but JDC gets away with all his health. I'd say lucky to be alive. Damn, Crimbo, really? The secondary op and he posts inside tunnels. It could work. Oh, nicely done to dismantle that one. Fame gets the op back, and that's going to leave Big without much information. Another flash to get out long. Process, perfect position, using the edge of the wooden blue box to dodge the flashbang and push VP back into the 3v5. Wonderfully positioned.
Yeah, and so there's some... Ooh, nice one there for Searson, waiting for that. So there is some... the flash can land right at the opening of the door, and he would have eaten it. If it goes a little farther, it obviously blinds you more towards pit as well as the corner. So it could stylistically just be a choice as to how much farther it goes out. It could have also just been offhanded and missed slightly. So moments like that, it can be a matter of option coverage. Process knows if it goes a little too far, I've got it covered. If it's a perfect pop flash, maybe he's screwed. But in that situation, it wouldn't cover enough of long to be a good idea.
Time expires. VP survive with 2. That could have gone so differently if the Crimbo kill towards tunnels comes out for Virtus.Pro. But even with the flash perfectly placed on that half of the map, You know, maybe they don't go for long control if Tunnels dies and they can just hit B instead, but instead it forces them to walk out and meet their maker. Process, clean double kill.
God, I could really go for a Monster Energy right now.
Crack a cold one. Don't even drink it, just rub it on your skin.
I like doing that.
Mm-hmm. I hear the fizziness is good for your pores.
With us. Yeah, that and just the condensation and cold feel is great for a summer day. Just rub it all over your body before you drink it. I hope they're okay with us giving you that visual about...
Oh, we missed the Crimbo kill because...
Oh my goodness.
Jame is fast to the fight. JDC, oh, he wanted Tunnels. Ow. 1 round to go. Just dodged the op shot of Jame. And this time, he gets down into the tunnels, gets dirty, and finds damage. They know what they can transition into though, right? Fast B control off of the back of this. He spotted 2 players and they don't seem wary of this. Nobody's looking at B site.
Dude, he pulled this off again. I mean, they could come in here. The only problem they could do now is if they don't think he could have crossed, that'd be the biggest mistake they could make. If they come up into the window, JDC might just simply die. Oh, he does. Electronic found something.
JDC really thinking that the timing just wasn't there, but he could not be more wrong. Electronic, no! Had a nade out. Switches back to the Tech 9, will find an upgrade. Tunnel shot, rings out. Process missing the chance to drop the opper.
Did he even know?
I don't know. He may not have noticed, right?
I
he
guess
may not have noticed that 1 bullet ring out. He goes for the peek.
Got the shot. Wait a second.
He's on the smoke. Whoa! Process just barrel stuffs him. Jame didn't notice the 1 bullet ring out, kills the player doors. There are so many moments of timing, so many devilish details to break down in that round. I can't believe it.
I thought Electronic getting into the site was enough. Crossing with his Tech 9 so quickly he caught JDC in the window. After this start, what a kill from Jame, what a double kill from JDC, what a sneak from Electronic, and then Searson walked into the door, got his kill before dying. How?
Nonsense.
Jame misses a bullet going into tunnels. The bullet hits the wall beside him, but he can't hear it because it's silenced. Insane. And another opener for Jame.
Back-to-back 4v5s.
Another lower push for JDC.
It's Groundhog Day. Okay. Oh, JDC does it again. This time holding off middle as well. Fame tries to get him back, but the Molotov's going to prevent him. Norbert will kill Crimbo. No support for JDC. Doesn't give a damn.
Last bullets. What? And a B sneak again from Electronic.
What are we watching? Now we just need that T-spawn bullet whiff. Rinse and repeat. They will try to get themselves up into the site again. Utility soon to fade. Electronic is just stuck close on the window. Oh, this smoke on the doorway is going to cause a problem. Can they get any trade going? Both teams just press up against it. They flood out forward. Electronic can't get anything done. Fame's going to try to sneak through doors, and Process just shoots him in the face.
Oh. And they get the defuse, and it is, I feel like Bill Murray. It is Groundhog Day once again. This time versus an easier round, quote unquote, but what the hell? This kill into the 2K in tunnels, into Electronic sneaking into the B side, dude. What? It was crazy enough that it happened once. Baby rage here for Norbert.
Yikes, he's burning. Searson not quite as successful as JDC has been down in the tunnels. Tabson scouring the climb up. There it is. Ooh, but he disengages. There's more than one up on that catwalk. Electronic gets pelted by the frag grenade. You know, VP have had success with the cat crunch, and it's looking like it's going to go smoothly unless Process can go massive yet again. Him and Tabson, all that remains of the A defense, and luckily Tabson's util gets him back into the site, but this can just redirect VP into the solo B-hold of Crimbo. Tabson's trying to help out all over the place. He was just on ramp. Now he's coming back at CT. Perfect jump up. Slick movement. Spots more players.
Yeah.
Process is primed, and if they go towards window, he still has a gap on that smoke, I think. Yes, he attacks him from behind. Electronic gets clipped. His vision over top of the smoke is fantastic. And Crimbo's getting queued up to come peek down here with this. Process tries to go through it, dives the offer. Jame gives cover. Big get a little too crazy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too crazy. They didn't even get in the sight right there. They were just trying to beat him up inside of middle like it worked so well before when Tabson got that 4K. I guess they were in a decent spot to try to do it, but with the smoke down in CT, maybe Crimbo shouldn't have been swinging out. There's clearly a plan to go out for this attack, but they probably needed to pause at this point. Like, this was actually free as long as the smoke was up in CT spawn. Another shot from Jame on this cross.
Man, he's not making it any easier for the B defense, and the buy won't either. Limitations for Big. They're going for the long control. We haven't really seen them attack the back of middle by taking over doors. Maybe this would be the round to do it. They're trying to bait somebody to peek into Searson, making tons of sound here as Process. And Norbert's not biting just yet. Mid-fight again. Whoa, there's the crossback. Searson, all that patience for naught. Electronic sees a route around the smoke. Look at that little CT Molotov. Teensy weensy burning fire, not gonna hold him back. So cute. Electronic doesn't give a damn about your campfire. Damn, what a nerf, man.
I know.
Electronic, he's been weird in these smokes, and he could drop to CT off the flash. Oh, surely Tabson hears that. JDC has to turn. Tabson would have to come through the smoke to challenge, and he will. Backs turn. Jame again. Both kills. Deep CT. Crimbo keeps his head tucked towards the car. He's so outnumbered, but he's hanging on for dear life. Almost putting up another multi. Process hot on the flank of middle, but Jame just waits on the scaffold, and Jame is the key to these mid takes for VP.
Yeah, it's all ending on mid to B before the bomb's even getting planted. Like, it's so crazy how this half has been. And it's exactly, I guess, what I expected. Lots of confidence in both teams playing this map versus each other. Didn't expect it to end up like this with so many mid Bs and so many frags coming out of the CT spawn area, pushing out of the window to end almost every single round. But finally a save here for Big. Virtus.Pro have been through it in this half, and now they get a chance to just feast.
Good flash. Blinds one of the two. Norbert still has helping hands, or so he had. Electronic actually gets swept away. That's the bomb in the doors. Norbert's got a smoke, and the CT's still majority pistols. Tabson's trying to kill Norbert, but that's not going to get away. What? Get out of my way. James sticks around to help out with his P250. A man of class, James. Plays the P250, not the 5.7 or the Tech 9. Gotta respect it. JDC would love to keep adding to his CT stats as we get to the tail end of this one, but it's just the two deaths by the looks of it.
Yeah, Has just had a crazy tournament so far. He will be probably #1 after this, depending on how the rest of this map goes, but he's looking to take first place in the event. I mean, if it's Zontix, it's unlikely he stays up there just because Donk's on the team, but JDC has like been clearly the best player on Big right now. So yeah, the level that he's shown here in Dallas is pretty extraordinary. It would obviously be a little bit more bittersweet if they lose, because this is an elimination game, and that's definitely possible.
Ooh, they're going for the long control out of spawn. Oh, Fame trying to dive to blue. Tabson wasn't blind enough. There goes JDC climbing up with the fast cat straight into Electronic. Sidelines him for the last round of the half. JDC has had such impact, whether that's on his side of the doors, whether that's deep in the tunnels, and now off of the catwalk. Multiple approaches to mid-control, and he thrives in each and every one of them. We get him shuffling his way back through CT spawn just ahead of what could have been the commitment. Flit's going to get burned out from his position, even with the tiny incendiary. JDC
tiny,
knows that he was in there. Flit gets away, though.
So good on the smoke spams have been JDC. Can't find the timing this time around. Flit gets away, but on half.
Searson back on ramp. So Searson. Bit of a quiet half from him, but a chance to finish with a highlight perhaps on an M4. With support from Process on long, they've done enough to take the bomb site and plant for Catwalk. Oh, and Jame, that's cover from Cat. But do they lose Xbox in the meantime, right? Their post plant for Catwalk is compromised. Everybody's taking the site. James trying to help out from the top of ramp, but he dies out. Oh, it's Flit with the second headshot. So clean. He's got no clue where Crimbo's coming in from. He keeps his head down. He's wary of the Crimbo approach. It's a dink to 2 HP.
Oh, he's jumping.
Jumping desperation. Crimbo just wants this frag, but now he's low health. The Glock is out, and Crimbo just can't find it. He'll get it with the USP. Runs in with the kit to defuse.
It's so close, but he's got it.
Yeah, he's going to end this half with a 7th round for Big. Wild antics across Dust 2, but nothing as insane as the 17 kills from JDC. JDC, John De Castro, just dem clutches the man of Dust 2, I tell ya. He's got frustration across the faces of Virtus.Pro while he laughs his way to the bank. A phenomenal CT side coming out of the promising ex-Maus, now BIG German rifler.
Let's see if he can complete it. Basically, I think he's got to be very proud of what he's done so far, but nothing will really matter if they lose this map. It will all be sort of for naught. They'll have one big win so far here at Dallas and not much else, just stats. So let's see if this team can help them out.
Miss flash. They were thinking maybe Flit could come around the corner to blinded eyes, but instead it is a pack of big players ready to take it over. Pistol's the name of the game. And I don't mean positively for Virtus.Pro. So this one's looking dire.
Again, came in today ready to be extremely surprised if BIG were able to win the series, into seeing that first map and thinking, what the hell are we witnessing? They're winning their first map in franchise history versus a team they can never beat, who was so close to even beating FaZe yesterday. This would be such a disappointing exit for VP. It would be the same for BIG. And so in that sense, a lot's on the line. And the fact they had to do this battle all the way to 3 maps today is sort of a shame for everyone who didn't see it, because we saw some really great things coming out of both teams. But because there's only one victor, that's the only team that's really going to be talked about as this tournament moves forward.
You know, it felt like an anomaly too versus the FlyQuest matchup. JDC being that kind of above and beyond everybody else at the tournament. But goddamn, he's done it again so far. Pistols towards long. There's Prosis. 3 headshots. And Crimbo here to clean up shop. Done.
Done. Oof. Yeah, 5 straight. Or 5 alive, I mean. And they have so much money. They've got their T side ready. How far is too far gone?
Heavy numbers on long. Oh, trying to contain this door control, but Crimbo locks into the blue box. And JDC is so quick with the trade frag down middle that there is a glaring gap in mid towards B, but the B defender did push tunnels. If they split up, then maybe he gets a fight. James climbing the box, but it's covered. Tabson knows. It was Tabson himself that used those sorts of plays to stop the B splits. And now, with eyes on it, the 2 VP players coming in from middle, they're wary of the tunnels push, sure enough, but that tunnels push has turned into the 2-player mid-wrap. And now Flit and Fame will have a tough job of getting the retake in. Now they've got the molly, they've got the smoke. Molly goes out to Carr. Oh, but that just fools Tabson. Fire at his feet and fire at his fingertips. A double kill to close it.
Massive round from sort of the oldest player here on Big Clan. Watching the smoke for the jump up, as you mentioned, you know, making sure not to fall for his own tricks on CT side. Really good coverage. Leads to Big to 10 so quickly. VP potentially on their last 3 rounds of the event. It's got to be even more confusing for them. There's something about linear progression that even if you start off slow, at least you're getting better and better. But when we see what they can do into today, where they're suddenly falling apart again, you wonder... You have to wonder, like, why? And I don't know if you'll have the answers. Ancient T-side was a good sign, but if 2 of the 3 of the maps are not good, don't know what else there is to say.
Tabson, he'll open up. Oh, and while Blindy just
noise.
Shuts down Fame, so... Hot damn. Crimbo trying to op. His teammate sits right in front of him. Searson wants his op back. There we go. Just get your dirty hands off my op. And that 1M4 of Flitz not looking to do all too much. Smoked off. They will cut their losses. They will forfeit this 11th. And the Big are on the fast track to victory today. Now, it is a long day for either of these teams as we need to get our playoff rosters locked in. So another best of 3 later today versus Heroic. That doesn't feel like a somewhat winnable game for Big at this point, you know. Big in playoffs? Question mark?
Yeah. I mean, Heroic 2-0 Na'Vi. I don't even know what is going on here at Dallas.
But like, you know, what are Na'Vi? Like major champions or something?
Dude. Yeah, this is it's not been a good look for them.
But it's Dallas, baby. Weird things happen. Cloud9 2 years ago. Ents picked up their trophy hoist 1 year ago.
You mean Falcons?
Yeah.
Super team down.
Yeah. And now Big are going to win it in 2024. Can I get a hell yeah?
Of all the teams, random teams that sort of like picked up lands, like the Cloud9 roster, Heroic finally they won Washington at one point, and then there was like, you know, Outsiders won Rio and stuff. Like Big never got their land win in the last few years, even being the #1 team online 2020. It is time, actually. We are due. Winner of this match wins Dallas. That makes so much sense to me.
Okay. The prophecy has been foretold. James posted up on the lower angle. Should be a good opening kill. And he'll get away because there's no real trade potential there for Big. Smoke up in front of Prosis. Couldn't really take much of a risk. Also had to preoccupy, himself with long. I have hiccups because I'm getting nervous about Big winning the event. He's going to walk out long doors and Norbert. Oh, Norbert's right there. Nice off angle from Norberto for the 5v3. So off-putting to see the rest of Virtus.Pro just kind of walk into this decider as a shell of themselves. Jame trying his absolute damnedest to keep it alive. How many times on that T side was Jame just zinging those shots through the mid doors, either kills or tags on Crimbo almost every single time?
Yeah, every round.
Now the defense is going to be a chance for VP to kind of lock in off the rifles, but here we go. B-test to come out. Fame posted, perched up above. Crimbo, and Tabson, they cleared it. That's unbelievable. The flash assist from Tabson to take man advantage. Crimbo comes out low health and still gets 2. And with that, the bomb is down at a difficult retake demanded of Jame and Norbert. What a way this would be for Big to take a 12th. They will burn Crimbo out of the corner. He is not long for this world. Norbert waiting for his chance to come out window, but this is Searson locking him in, so the flash has to be fantastic. Goes in. Norbert's burned. Dropped to 44. Tabson his 17th frag. And believe your eyes, Big take that B site by storm.
Man, maybe a contender for best round that Big have played so far in this series. After one of their amazing ancient calls, that is crazy to get a map point. I mean, they come forward with this sort of stringy, here are some nades coming in to make sure things are clean, but full focused on who could be top boxes as they exit, on top of the second player in, perfectly ready for the window. The clear is incredible. Oh, the second kill from Crimbo is disgusting too. And they needed all 3 to get in. That is such a ridiculous 3v5 to pull off versus Virtus.Pro, and the best sign that we've seen for Big.
Norbert dodges the op shot. Crimbo trying the entry again off his spawn. Searson will take the op back.
Turn on the Xbox.
I only have 3 lives left. I could do it. Fails. but they get up to the catwalk uncontested. Searson posted in case there's an aggression. Grenade, JDC won't be too concerned about that. Lurk smoke for the catwalk. Flash for the corner. Second nade comes JDC's way. Very much indicative that VP read the progression Big have had at taking this catwalk, but it is also flustering the 3 players stuck on A. You can see it starting to draw the B defenders closer towards middle as well, but this is indeed the split from Big. They're going to get out long. Norbert trying to time his peak. Now has to fall back. The chase is right there, but the flash comes out from the defense, and they're trying their damnedest to hold them back. Process in the open. Oh, just clips Jame over the box. Searson clears electronic, and Big on the brink of eliminating VP in demanding fashion. The 2B defenders trying to get into the mix. Flash to take Flit out of it. He is relegated to the corner as Fame comes up catwalk. There is very few seconds left over. No utility to stop this plant, and so Flit has to get into the action with the rifle. Another molly. The Cat player confirms there's no flank. Long members of Big can just hold for the post, and Crimbo wants to dance with Fame, but he keeps his head down as the commitment comes out. Flit, shattered on the approach. And as Crimbo continues to just toy with Fame, it's a 1v3 demanded of him. Health is low, and down he goes. Big will shut down VP.
What a statement, man. What a statement. I mean, this is a game going over on the B stream, and some people might be wondering, you know, is this the match to watch? But it really was. That was an awesome showing from Big. They made VP look weak. Again, first time in their franchise history, they've been able to take a map off of VP, and they make it too. They damn near won Ancient as well, right? They had a massive lead on that map as well. JDC, star player throughout, and he continues on and sort of beats the trend of not receding to the mean. He gets 3 great series back to back to back and puts Electronic down, who looked like he was about to recover.
And try their damnedest on map 3, man. This formula for Virtus.Pro that was banking on an Electronic top carry, looking like one of the best players in Dallas. It dried up when they needed him, and unfortunately nobody else steps forth other than Jame in this deciding map. The op impact was undeniably felt on the Big side. The rifles, not nearly so much.
Man, the look of confusion on their faces, I think, is absolutely warranted. They got to watch the demo. They got to go back and figure out what happened. They're definitely going to be impressed with Big. From our perspective, we saw them playing amazing CS today, so it's absolutely earned. But of course, they have expectations, not just about winning this match, but how deep they can go at this tournament, especially after the game we saw yesterday versus FaZe. They were probably pretty excited. Oh, we lost to FaZe. It was close. We have lots to be proud of. Oh, we'll get to play against Big tomorrow. That's actually not that bad. That's a matchup we usually dominate, honestly. So they were probably feeling great coming into today, and that's what makes this particularly tragic for them.
Crazy as well that JDC retains the stats he's been putting forward, coming in as the second highest rated player with a 1.43, finishes in the 1.3s. I mean, it's not stopping for JDC, and to say that he wasn't a force to be reckoned with on map 3, it's just a straight up lie. I mean, you felt it from start to finish on that CT side. It began with the passive angle holds, just denying cat control, that push into tunnels multiple times, and then just towards the tail end of it, he starts to alter it with fast cats too. VP could find no space to work when it came to this T side on Dust 2, because JDC was the kingpin of this best of 3 today.
Yes, and I mean, he's young. We have yet to see what he can do in his career. He's playing for a team where they're communicating in German. It's kind of new for all of them. They've played with players from Xantares to Smuya, over the course of the last 5-6 years at this point. So who knows what that can help with when it comes to their roster. Of course, they're doing this without God B, which is an alarming thing to come and happen coming into Dallas. But they're proving that they can fly from the coop, and they're ready to go off on their own. And it's honestly, results are going to show more than anything else. And a 13-5 victory on Dust 2 of all maps versus a team they've never beat before. I mean, that speaks volumes.
Insanity that BIG were going to take this so one-sided. I mean, again, we said mere rounds away from FaZe yesterday. Virtus.Pro almost locking in playoffs when it felt like they kind of need it, right? This electronic inclusion that doesn't hit the ground running as so many would hope. Finally, we see the best of electronic on an individual level, and unfortunately, it just dries up when they need him most to avoid the elimination. But it's not going to be too much celebration, I think, from BIG just yet. Huge result, great form from multiple players, and that is the formula that they need to make sure they hold on to, because it's a long day of Counter-Strike for them. They will have that best of 3 versus Heroic later today in the last spot of matches to decide whether we get BIG in a playoffs at an IEM in 2024. And to do that, JDC, after again kind of getting cut from Mouse and watching his team go on to the very top of the rankings, it's a tough place for JDC, but he's got a real professional aura about him. I think that's what really slots him into the BIG formula so well, right? Professional camp. And JDC, John De Castro, posting massive numbers. It's a 1.37 rating on the series, 50 and 34, Mohan.
Yeah,
I mean, can we say anything bad about this guy?
Not at all. I mean, the fact that he didn't have like one good map that sucked up all the kills, 2 good maps out of 3, he was just good front to back, just pure class. Like, great rotations on Inferno, great opening kills on Dust 2 and Ancient, and that's even T side to CT side. Like, pretty stunning, honestly. Like, and versus again a team that the rest of his teammates have been terrified of. That's VP, and that's one thing that they really haven't had too much experience with, is JDC as this Weapon X versus a team that they often, honestly, most of the time easily beat them. So I just want to know how much better it gets for BIG here. I'm really cheering for them now to like make something of this. Of course, Heroic is their next matchup, is one where they're playing against a team who has a stand-in. They don't expect to win the event, but it is a team that's obviously so good and knows how to play with Nikita, so they took down Na'Vi. So again, it's not going to be free, but they've taken out their nemesis from the group stage in Virtus.Pro, so they got to shoot for the stars now.
Definitely feels doable as well. I think especially off the back of like this JDC strong start to Dust 2, we end up getting these big impactful moments from Prosis, the Crimbo entry in that 3 versus 5 alongside tabseN, and tabseN undeniably had his impact felt too, right? And I think that's the beauty of tabseN as a player. We know he's still got it. All these years later, the in-game leadership kind of shackling him down, and still, if you give him a chance, tabseN will find his impact. We got a glimpse of it here on Dust 2. Very key in kind of closing out this game at times. So it just feels like a winning formula for BIG. But, you know, as a BIG fan, sometimes you get a little ahead of yourself, right? It's just when things feel like they're starting to click that BIG can end up dropping the ball. So I do think they need to still stay hyper-focused on this Heroic game, because if Heroic can drop Na'Vi, then I think on an individual level there, if you're still going to question Heroic's team play as technically a stand-in roster, the individual level we saw from TeSeS, for example, yesterday, it almost kind of outperforms the likes of JDC. So I do think, you know, the firepower is absolutely there for this last match of their day. But before that match goes live, we're going to have words from tabseN talking about this victory while they can still enjoy it.
BIG have managed to overcome Virtus.Pro, and this was a hell of a game, because on the maps you won, it was dominant and you looked fully in control. But I wanted to kind of understand, maybe you tried to figure out why they thought Inferno was the pick to go for against you guys?
To be fair, we haven't played Inferno for a while. We were choking against G2 in the last tournament as well, and our results were not the very best. Also, we practiced like a few weeks ago maybe against them, and they demolished us. But we were confident they would pick Inferno, and to be fair, I had a really good game plan against them.
And that worked out really well. But then I'm going to come on to Ancient, where it did look like you would have had that game, right? It started off so strong, you were 8-4 up, but then you just can't hold the lines on the CT side. What do you put that down to? Because we saw kind of a similar thing, right, against Na'Vi. It was 6-6 on the half of you guys there, but it's similar struggles.
Yeah, to be fair, they're a really good team, you know, like... we managed to have our control, like our philosophy worked out, but in the end we didn't really kill them. They were obviously prepared that we will be there. They managed to kill us, and props to them obviously, but we will look it up, and I'm really sure that we made individual mistakes, that we missed some timings here and there, but overall, of course, they are top 10 team in the world, so they can also play Counter-Strike.
They definitely can play some Counter-Strike, but you guys played some hell of a Counter-Strike, and Dust 2, we know it was always a big map in the past, but it still looks good now. I want to talk specifically around JDC though, because you seem to have brought the best out of him, because at one point we didn't really see what he was able to offer after he left the Mouse NXT thing. Have you been surprised with how well he's performing, or was it what you expected? Like, just talk me through it.
Definitely surprised. Like, to be fair, I didn't really talk to him before BIG.
Okay.
Like, I didn't really know him as well, so I'm really, really surprised what he's capable of achieving with the team. Like, he's a really huge part why we have a good mood, why we are succeeding right now, and definitely he's one of a big part where I can also put my pressure away. You know, like he's the guy who wants to have pressure, he wants to have responsibility, and he makes it also count. Sometimes, of course, it doesn't work out, but that's how it is, and we believe that he is our strong part, which makes it work.
That's really good. Now, lastly, and real quick, I want to ask you, you're going to be facing Heroic for the spot now. How confident do you feel with that? They're playing with a stand-in. Is this the time you go to playoffs again?
Hopefully, man. I'm looking forward to play against Heroic. We have always really nice games against them, and I'm just looking forward to be in the playoffs, hopefully. And I'm really confident that we can do it, and we're just working really hard, and we just deserve it, I think.
Yeah, I think you deserve it as well, because it's been a long while coming, and I see a smile on his face. He's got bubbling, he's got energy, so we'll let him get rested and ready for the next game. Thank you very much.
We know French players to love Dust 2. It's been our favorite map forever. We also have the best player on Dust 2 ever, and stat-wise, Zaiwu. I'm just so happy to have that map back, even though I love Overpass. Just having Dust 2 is just so much fun. I have so much joy to play in practice Dust 2 again. I don't know, I just feel like doing my old moves and finding new tricks and finding new things.
I mean, I really like Dust 2, so I'm happy they brought it in. I mean, I would have wished if they brought in Train, just because that's my favorite map, but I mean, Dust 2 is fun. I think everyone knows how to play it. It's really easy to play, and I think it's good for the lower level players to get used to it. I didn't really like Overpass, so changing it for Dust 2 is fine by me.
I think it is so different now than in CSGO because of the breaks of the smokes, and also some smokes you used to have to cover with 2 smokes. Now you only need 1 to cross different places. For what I've seen and what I understood, the mates are still the same, but we always know that over the past next few weeks, mates is gonna change how fast you play on the map.
It feels really hard for me first time, because it's the map which one I hated the most, I think, because I played on the B side on Academy team, so I've run through doors and everyone just killed me with through doors. They have eco, and they both scout and just killed me. My round finishing on 1 minute 47. I didn't play this map at all.
I think it has a certain level of simplicity in terms of the tactical depth. That's also fine sometimes. I think, you know, you can talk about a map like Overpass. There's a simple way of approaching it, but there's also a very in-depth way of playing the map, where Dust 2, it is kind of this, are you rushing long, are you faking the long rush? If you don't, then it's the short control and kind of deciding if you're splitting A or B. But I think with the new skyboxes, there's some new possibilities with grenades that's going to make for some fun set strats.
I still think, and it has always been a random map, maybe besides for BIG, that was always consistent, but you can always lose to Dust 2, I feel, compared to if you're the best team in the world on Nuke, on Overpass. I think Dust 2 is not a specialty map where everybody can in theory play it.
I was part of BIG also, and Dust 2 was the home map. It's the German ground, I would say. Like, we had a really good idea on how to play on it. That's why I also like it now, because I think we had a good understanding of the map in general. Now I just took the ideas, kind of what my impression was, what I think made us strong, and like just combined it with the new CS2 era, I would say.
Obviously, I think BIG are really happy to get back to Dust 2. I think we've always been a good team on the map. We always had really good fights. I was checking last time how many times we played each other on Dust 2 and many times we beat each other. I think it's like a really good 50-50. But I think they're really happy to get back, because they've never been a good Overpass team. So for them, it's just a really good pleasure to play on the map.
I still think it's so irritating that you can just do a long rush, and it's 50-50, especially when you play like, let's say, an underdog. But as a caller, I don't like to do the rushes, but you have to do it sometimes to change the pace. So that's the only thing that I hate about the map, is that you can do the long rush, and there's always a 50-50 if you actually win the duel or not. But besides that, I always like the map. I think it's a very interesting map when it comes to mid-round with A-fakes, dropping down CT, split B, or double fake it and go out long.
It's funny with Zayu is I think it's the map that he plays the most with Op than any others. He loves to play with the map because it's a really open map as well. You can see like in practice that it got back to it really easily, like doing his old tricks, doing new stuff, just picking angles, clutches. I've seen so many Zayu clutches on Dust 2. On B side, for example. I remember against FaZe, against Liquid, so many good ones against a lot of teams. So I have one of the worst. First of all, against Fnatic in 15 in Cologne, when you win 14-7 or 15-8 and you lose the map in a major final, that's never fun. But in general, just I think we played it so many times in so many finals and we won it so many times. Stat-wise, at the percentage of the map I won the most, I think it has to be Dust 2, I guess. I don't think I have one really good memory on the map, just a lot of good ones.
But I always think players like Kenyes, Nico, like back in the days, you know, and also think Tapson, the way he called on the map was like specific on Dust 2. But I'm just looking forward to see the new players, and especially interesting to see what Dunk is gonna do, running up catwalk every round maybe and just killing the AWP.
It's a classic map, but with the new features, I would say. For me, even the nade feature feels a bit new, like dropping nades, even though it's like been a really long time since it's been in the game. But like on this map, it feels like a new map in a way, but it's still the same old, if I'm being honest. Also, you only need now only one smoke to cross, so this is kind of interesting.
These new smokes, it's really hard to play against them on CT side. But I think I can handle it, become really good on this map.
I don't think any team stand out. What I could see when we played 2 times the same team, you can see every team is developing every day. They're playing Dust 2, right? And everybody's testing out what works, what doesn't. So I think everybody's still trying to figure out what style they want to play, what makes them good on the map. And I guess we will see a lot more now after this Dallas event, who is actually picking Dust 2 and trying to show them that they're the best team in the world on Dust 2.
I remember a few simple situations on Dust 2, both good and bad. I remember he had some insane rounds around the car area on short with the AWP, where it's like he's terrorist and the CTs are retaking and he's making some crazy kills. But there's also the knife incident against Liquid where he kind of threw that game for them. If you're really old school, you also remember the Kenyes situation where Nip was chasing him in CT spawn. Bomb was planted and he was just trying to save, and they threw a 1-on-4 or something where he was absolutely insane as well.
I'm just excited to play the map in official again. I remember we also used to pick Dust 2 a lot. It's gonna help us, I think, in the map pool if you get good again. I think we have also really good Dust 2 player. I think Flamesy is a really good Dust 2 player as always. I think I'm probably my favorite map ever as well. So I think we have some good players on the map, so it's gonna be fun to play it.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Nine-Z are looking oh so good right now in Dallas, and they want to keep that going. Max, I just want to talk about your celebration once you made it to playoffs, right? It was full of passion. It was everything I love about Counter-Strike. Just explain to me in words how much it meant to you guys to be able to achieve this.
Yeah, it means the world. You know, for us, for a South American team, it's history made, so we are very happy.
And in terms of making history, right, you going to an arena, you're facing some of the best teams in the world. Have you tried to calm down at all, or make sure you guys stay focused? What have you told the team to make sure that you can still be calm in a crazy situation?
Yeah, we talk about this. We need to focus and continue the tournament because we are in playoffs now, and I think if we are in a good mood, we can win the tournament.
Ooh, I like it, and I love that you're still saying that as well when it comes to it. In front of you now is Vitality, right? Now, this is a team that certainly is one of the best in the world, but what is your mindset like coming into this game? Do you treat them just like you did Liquid? Do you change anything of how you play, or do you just give them 9Z as it is?
Oh, I think the key for the match today it's the confidence. You know, no respect them, forgot about what they are and just play the better CS if we can.
And say, for example, it's some rounds not going your way, the teammate is like not as hyped, not as energy. Is it key for you guys to bring that back up and to bring that confidence level back up no matter what happens? Like, because you've already made playoffs, so you just want to be able to feel as good as possible. Because I've seen it before where some players will lose some rounds off the massive high and then drop down. So are you aware of what that could be?
Yeah. It doesn't matter if we start win 7-0 or we start losing 0-7. We are gonna keep in the same mode and try to win every round.
Win every round, get the job done and go further. Let's see what 9Z can do against Vitality.
It's a daunting task that sits ahead of them. 9Z versus Team Vitality. The job already feels somewhat done in the sense that both these rosters lock in playoffs. But now 9Z, of course, looking to shock the world with a victory over Vitality, Mohan. Imagine that. Semifinals guaranteed. That's what lies ahead of a team that we know performs out of nowhere at times. I was there in 2016 when Argentina at TWC shocked the world. I was there for the Miami Flamingos. I was there for Gale Force, okay? When 9Z made Antwerp, when they made it to the second stage. We remember a 9Z pop-off, and we know that the fan base is louder and prouder than ever because off of the back of a career-high LAN performance from Martinez, 9Z have already succeeded in Dallas, and today look to take that success one step further.
Yeah, I'm glad you covered the history right there, obviously. 9Z have shown us some big moments at big times, majors or event qualifiers and things like that. And this one at Dallas, there's something to it for sure. I mean, the fact of the matter is that they've taken out Team Liquid and Mouse on the way to get here. There's no like easy team of the two. These are both incredibly difficult compared to the teams that they play at home. And now they play up against Vitality. Not going to be easy competition once again, but there is actually, I think, something important about being able to win this game for their odds of going farther in the event. Quarterfinals could be a complete nightmare. You got FaZe Spirit, big clan. Who knows who's going to be there in quarterfinals that can be the person to stop you. They need every little advantage that they can get. The fact they make playoffs is already incredible, but they literally need to have their sights on actually winning this tournament if they're able to take out Mouse, Liquid, and Vitality in their first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, momentum and confidence are real things in Counter-Strike, and there's no denying that off of the back of their group stage play so far, they should have both those things established. A great interview with Max where I think he stays kind of fixated on what really matters, just taking this game for what it is, a chance to continue one step further to begin in the semifinals. The pop-off that we see here in sight, I mean, that's what it means to play for 9Z. That's what it means to make a big IEM playoffs for this team. Just qualifying for Dallas kind of turned heads back at the day, and that felt like a victory in and of itself to get a chance to represent your region. But now it feels like truly the sky is the limit.
And you think, oh, South American team, well, they're probably celebrating like that every time they won a round, right? Because they always have so much energy. But no, they're actually pretty calm throughout the games until the game is over. That was just a culmination of realizing that the game is actually over. We've just taken out Mouse, we've taken out Liquid, and they were ready to celebrate. I think they've got a very healthy attitude. And I think the fact is that when we casted the game and watched the Liquid match and saw that they played well, right? That's the thing. They played well. When they played the Mouse game on Nuke as well, they kept up with them on rotations, on frags, and it wasn't that Mouse were completely absent. They blamed not having practice. They were still definitely good enough to be able to take that game. It was very close. 9Z were just better. So I've seen Vitality in recent memory not have good days. On their best day, they should obviously be able to beat 9Z. But do I think that it's a given? Absolutely not.
I do think that there is a chance that we find out the result of this game kind of in the first 10 rounds, though. We talk about ZywOo just kind of feasting on players when it comes to the group stage of events. And if ahead of this event beginning, you were to tell me, Vitality versus 9Z, I immediately think, oh, ZywOo's going to have a field day. This is his chance to kind of shine right off of the gate. But he's not even the highest rated player for Vitality at the moment. That accolade belongs to Spinks. You can see it here. Him and ZywOo definitely kind of like the two-piece solution to Vitality. Vitality at the start of Dallas. It's good runway for Flamesy, who's got great numbers. Apex continues this upwards trend, and Mezzi's doing what he's doing just to make sure that, you know, Vitality haven't lost a match yet. Vitality made playoffs. When we look at the shortcomings of Maus, when we look at the shortcomings of Navi, Vitality are very much avoiding that conversation, and you'd think, based on the accolades they have in the last 12 months, should be able to put away 9Z with ease. I think that's what Vitality fans truly believe, that when they hear us speak about 9Z having chances, that just doesn't even seem plausible in their minds, because Vitality are so meant to be cut from a different cloth.
That's fair. And again, recent and your team's history and stature and the players that you have are obviously so just as relevant as recent results. I would say recent results are extremely heavily factored in, because like you could have an amazing organization that has nothing to do with it. Like, you know, Navi had the major and yet had no chance here at Dallas. So it's not as if your reputation is everything. But yeah, when you've got someone like ZywOo on the team, they can just win the game by themselves. It depends if they want to turn it on or not. But in this tournament, ZywOo started out, you know, that 3-9 nuke CT side versus Monty, and then had to pull it back all the way on T side, but definitely started slow. It looks like in this veto, Nuke's going to get banned from Vitality. This is actually pretty surprising, man. I feel like 9Z should have 100% picked Nuke and let Vitality think about whether or not they want to play Dust 2.
I do think a Dust 2 decider could have made more sense. I think that the Anubis pick from Vitality could end up being a punish. I think we saw 9Z's biggest shortcomings there exposed by Liquid. And so, yeah, maybe, you know, alternate these maps, but Mirage and Dust 2 in the mix, if 9Z are really just kind of swing for the headshots, I suppose those are the playgrounds to do it. There's a big question mark for Mimo around Martinez, right? Because this is so far his career highest LAN performance ever. And even though we talk about European imported talent, what we've seen from him so far at Dallas, we never got from him on his previous European rosters. And that's with a victory over Maus and a victory over Liquid. So he is playing some hot Counter-Strike at the moment. And much like back with kind of JDC on BIG, to draw a parallel to the game we just finished, there is this kind of question around, can he do it 3 games in a row?
Yeah, that's a very good question to ask, 100%. Yeah, also having a great tournament, as you said, hit some hard shots, good rotates and everything like that. I mean, for this team as a whole, they're exceeding expectations based on what they basically come from, which was, you know, losing to teams like Imperial, Legacy, and whoever else in their South American matches recently. So there's basically nothing that could have helped us precipitate how well they're doing now. And that's actually been a lot of the stories here at Dallas. So I guess we'll just have to see, you know, is this going to be a JDC or is this going to be an electronic?
Oof, damn. And, you know, if you didn't watch that last game, you don't want to be an electronic. Seems weird to say. But alas, eliminated from Dallas VP. Neither of these teams will be eliminated. They've both got Counter-Strike to play come our playoff stage. But which of the days do they begin that endeavor? That is what we're here to decide tonight. So, Vitality to choose the CT side to begin this. We've got 2 players locked into the B site, and we got 9Z across the map just going to take their time out the gate.
And we'll have to see why it is that they wanted to play Dust 2.
We'll see whether ZywOo, as this game goes on as well, can kind of get into the mixture and dominate with the op. We just saw the impact of the T-op and Jame last match, so no denying that that will be there for the taking come ZywOo's turn. And yet, oddly, there's still the question around whether ZywOo will even hit the ground running, or if this is going to be another one of those slower starts from the French phenom. Double smoke. That's a T lurk smoke out from the tunnels. CTs pop open the mid smoke. Oh, they get gushed in the process. Spinks not going to be able to stop them from getting out tunnels because of the T side smoke. It's just a great way to open the door. Mezzi's dead on car. Both the players in B fall, but ZywOo comes out with a double kill in mid quite critically. Bomb is planted. It's on the short stack. ZywOo just dives the bomb site. Flamesy's coming in to help. ZywOo's got his third. Seems like he's done enough. Can Apex close it out? DGT dancing with him on the big box. And as he goes for the swing, it's Apex to fall. 9Z taking pistol.
There was a lot of Zywoo, but they actually needed everything from him. That was 2 kills on the mid-B split, the fast rotation up to the window, and additional kills. He jumps in the site, and it's still not enough. Oh, man. I mean, Apex credit, there's his flash that allowed Zywoo to get those kills easily. He ends up in the 1v1, can't close it out. All that matters for 9Z is they pulled out the pistol.
So one question answered. Zywoo's sharp out of the gate. I do like that kind of outer tunnel smoke grenade just to get out and be able to swarm from so many angles. If there's a player back plat, you know how many times does a USP just get to shoot the, down the lane?
Yeah, right now, like, you throw that lurk smoke just to bait out grenades on a rifle round normally, like in CSGO. But now, because of the CS2 smokes, there's a bit more confidence when it comes, okay, hold on. This is an opportunity.
Zywoo's got his name on this round thanks to the flash assist that had those players pinned against the wall. It's a clean double kill from the MP9, and Zywoo quick to reposition into B. 9Z could have their hands full early here. They still have utility if they want to double back to long, go for the smoke cross, and take A site. I think that's the most natural transition.
It is, yeah. Sometimes it's annoying to think about doing that, but the fact is, Vitality don't have good guns, so it's very unlikely they're holding on long doors. I don't think 9Z are actually worried about that, even though they're walking here. So I assume they'll just try to get out by using low grenades, and in this way, with the walk peaks, they'll be able to at least sneak up close to long. Now the question is, will they throw cross utility right now? Because Vitality will be thinking about this, or if they're just going to try to run it. So CTs start to get organized in this direction.
Couple shots come out from Zywoo, not quite on the mark. Little overlap in the utility there, not ideal, but 9Z keep their heads down, and that molly opens the door because the smoke should block off Apex. Yes, he gets one. Bomb dropped, and that's no round win for 9Z now. Waso Peak, gotta be careful, doesn't die after time at the very least, but it is still the bounce back from Vitality off of Zywoo's mid presence.
Yes, that was a nice attack in mid. I'm sure organized here with Flamesy, and the flash is perfect from Zywoo, and they use their small guns to perfection in this round. So that's a really good start here for Vitality to steal that back after a very close pistol. Half buy-in for 9Z.
No further mid-fight at all here from the defense. For all they know, there's a collection of players coming up the catwalk, and they're going to bank on the 3A lean, but it's not the case. 9Z, how do you get back into this? Smoke grenades for the BX if you want it. Numbers are certainly indicative of this lean.
They're still thinking about it. It's definitely not a bad idea still. Mezzi's back here with an MP9.
And only the flash
that they're getting flanked.
He throws out that flash for the mid peak. Still no contact seen anywhere.
Setting up the mid B, but you see that Apex actually cheating to the left now, so he knows.
Molly down in the doorway, so that'll slow down any attack. Ooh, Spinks, nice shave shot towards Max, just clipping him as he tries to find the scout entry. Not going to happen by the looks of it. Apex's utility completely staves off that mid play, and they just come back in with the tunnel emphasis, but a missed jump from Mezzi. He wanted to be on top of Tallbox. He'll have to just handle it with Carr instead. Oh my god, it gets away from him, and they lose Spinks in the window. Apex got a player on flat.
Though.
No, they try to throw the bomb over, and this one's all done. Toast on the approach. Even though it's sloppy on the hold, it's enough.
Yeah, no, okay. They, yeah, a little bit of a messy spray. Of course, it is just an MP9 inside the B site for Mezzi. They don't have any plant to worry about. So it comes down to the final seconds once again here for 9Z as they try to get organized on this force up. But Vitality don't seem to have anything to be worried about for now.
Martinez trying. And he tags up Spinks for half. Missed shot on the cat aggression. Apex knows he's stuck between players here, but doing a good job of softening him up. The majority Glocks, of course. Can't be afraid of a buy like this, surely.
Yeah, you just can't. And I do like that we've got Vitality, faces pressed against the glass, all sides of mid at this moment, just to say, if someone's going to swing, we can all swing together, because it is just pistols. So you're right. Not only do you not want to be scared internally, but you want to show your opponents you're not scared of them.
Is he looking to make some money? Scout's been clipped.
Slowing down the round.
Yeah, that pressure is going to come through for Vitality and looking to keep all alive, but Max has still got a little something to offer up here. MP9 will slide through, and last man DGT hopes to maybe catch somebody off, but Vitality looking like majority alive, guaranteed. Oh, what could have been with the pistol round win.
Yep, we're a bit far off that now. We've also got 9Z creating something of a reputation for themselves, so it's no surprise that, you know, they're going to be taken extremely seriously. In fact, there's probably something they'll be learned from, you know, the way that they beat Mouse and how they handled Liquid yesterday. I think we saw that Vitality were one of the teams with the slow start of the event. 9Z weren't, and as much talent as they have and ability in terms of how good we know they can be, they didn't show us it, so... How likely would you say Vitality are, you know, on this like probably top 5 list of winning Dallas? Based on what we've, well, I don't want to say based on what we've seen so far, because it feels like they're going to get better.
Yeah, I would put them third.
Third behind FaZe Spirit?
Yes, sir.
Spirit FaZe? Okay.
Well, FaZe first, Spirit second, Vitality third.
Okay.
That's my expectation. Sorry, I mean Big first. Yeah. There you go. How could I forget? We've got Apex dead in this one, so Gun's looking to make a difference, right? That momentum that they could have had out of the gate, 9Z would love to reclaim right now in round 5, making up for lost time. Shoot. Yeah, not bad. Good pressure from Max to get this unraveled. Flamesy. Oh, it's a good dink. Wasso peek. Oh, and a follow-up dink. Huge impact, but not enough to keep it clean. Mezzi will connect deep from B. And with 16 health and an incendiary, he still has time to keep them flustered. That's the bomb dropped on Catwalk. Does Zywoo take a chance and come and try to hold this?
Yeah, you'd think he's got to do something. I mean, he can drop in a CT spawn if it's going to be a mid B, and Mezzi has eyes outside of B, so he's going to be the fluid one.
Ooh,
shot in.
Shot. Flash for the corner, goes for the long control.
Ooh, long pressure.
Missed
another shot.
Long player comes out. Zywoo leaves a lot on the table. And down goes Mezzi. The only chance to stop all that had to be Zywoo. 2 opportunities, 0 connection.
Yeah, so I guess they're like, yeah, he can miss. Let's go after him. This is not an opera these days. What can we say?
They're laughing at him, Launders.
They should. They should try to. Laugh all you can. That's always the rule with Zywoo. Before he gets angry. Okay.
Fast one. Looking to pressure that B site with the lesser buy, and by the looks of it, Vitality already cutting their losses. Caught out by the sheer B aggression. Folks, that's a tied game.
Just like that.
Blink and you miss it. Straight up B aggression. Careful, Buddha. Whoa! What's going on?
Those team mollies are still big, by the way.
And the frag grenade just for, you know, a little extra pressure. Now they're shooting him. Come on. Launders, they're having fun. They're toying with him.
They were having fun before the game started. They've been having fun this whole event, actually. They really do. Like, some people are just talking when they say, oh, we don't care what our opponents, whatever. Max is like, we're just going to come into this one round at a time. Let's go see what happens. that they actually do it. You know, we do see a lot of good 9Z moments, but like, how often do you get to see 9Z in playoffs?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's usually, you know, going back to say like Antwerp, right? That to me was kind of like where I really felt the beating heart of 9Z and their fans. It's just sort of at the first stage of the event per se, you know. Then they had this like weirder, you know, trialed period because the whole try in and out situation. NQZ coming through with the AWP presence. You know, there was like this rotating door of a lack of AWP for 9Z for a little while, and that was definitely playing into their identity crisis. Martinez has been a great addition. And again, to attract a European AWPer, how many South American teams can say they've done that?
Yeah, man, it's actually such a rare occurrence. I mean, even seeing like Sun Pius go to ENCE was like crazy, even that, you know?
Yeah, it's true. We don't usually get to kind of tap into the Spaniards. Seeing Alex go to Ninjas.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Won't count.
ZywOo not going to leave anything out there this time. Immediate connection on Buddha. Ooh, but a nice angle from DGT on the ledge. Takes the risk of standing up there, cautious. As somebody from CT could have stopped him. Flamesy, there it is. The long kills, and Apex comes up from spawn. A jumping MP9 to keep the pressure on Wasso Peak, who almost gets the kill back to Flamesy. Flamesy leaves 3 players charred on the top of that ramp. Total shutdown as they get to the site.
Yeah, I mean, Dust2's pure fireworks. Nicely done, handling them on the cross. A lot of long headshot angles, dangerous to deal with, but they make it happen.
Rumblings of a strong start. ZywOo luckily, you know, makes up for, I think, that double whiff in the round prior. You don't want to ever see a single ZywOo whiff, but, you know, he can cover his tracks quickly. We can forget about it soon if he posts another hold.
Yeah, man. I mean, as much as ZywOo has had some questionable things happening in this year, in this tournament, when they played Nuke and that map versus Monty, you know, it was all ZywOo on T side to, you know, make that possible, clutch after clutch. So he obviously can always do it at any moment.
Trying to find something through mid doors, but nobody's going to give him a string to pull on. Vitality freeing up ZywOo to fall back closer towards Car. And again, great spot for the AWPer as long as he's landing shots. 1 round a low light, 1 round a highlight, and another chance here in the 8th. First one's clean. No pressure with the flashbangs, no trade potential. Martinez is trying to post up. ZywOo comes back. Misses. 1-1 for hits and misses. But everybody else kind of vacuumed forward here on the cap play. So ZywOo just waiting for anybody to overextend. They're signing up for the retake here. There's going to be easy CT presence soon enough. ZywOo missing twice. Whiffs outnumbering the hits, and with a smoke grenade in front of it, that also freed up Martinez to get his. Wasso Peak denies Mezzi. Suddenly, it is back into the even 3v3. Sure, the T's still feel stranded, but they're pulling players off the retake. MP9 from Catwalk. Wasso Peak, the double kill, and ZywOo let the team down with a couple of whiffs that could have kept A under wraps.
Dude, it's literally been the story of the SAF for some reason, is the op whiffs. It's like, why? He gets like one important shot right on Gandalf on the cross. That's such an important thing to do when you're playing the op from Car. But to let the to let one go when Martinez peeks out with an op himself and shoots at his teammate, takes his teammate out. You got to get that refrag for sure. They had numbers in this situation. Martinez has no idea ZywOo's even covering this angle, still gets away with murder, no problem. Maybe he's not opping as much for a reason. I don't know.
Bad to worse, huh?
Yeah.
Martinez gonna find him. And count the Martinez impact with the op on mid doors, and we'll contrast it to ZywOo once he gets to his T side. Now B site looking a little prime for the taking. Buddha, he'll get softened up. Cat presence maybe could make Nunzi a little nervous, but feels to me like they're going for long this time around, and that's going to be Flamesy to be tested. DGT hoping that he gets the aggression.
Yeah, you got to be careful watching this because you can actually walk right under that.
Yeah, 9Z no strangers to it. That clip with skulls the other night.
Right.
Catches Flamesy off as he tries to get something going, looking for info, looking for impact. Now half of Vitality, the half that remains isolated from this bomb site. It's a quick climb over the catwalk. It's 4 players again, and you don't have ZywOo in place. So can Apex do this on his own? Long's going to get compromised. And if DGT is a part of this swing, then Apex is doomed. Not even considering it, he goes down with no impact, and not one player from that A defense posts a frag.
They're so good about making sure they go long almost at all times when they try to take their cat. Now they did it once where they avoided it, but most of the other rounds they've included it and caught off either ZywOo or somebody else with those splits. So again, Dust 2, it's still the same classic map that we remember. It's really all about who has info on middle on the cross and who's crossed to the left side or the right side of the door on CT side. That's, you got to juggle that rotation, then you got to make sure they can cross back, then you got to pick the site that's weaker, because crossing back and forth costs resources, time, and information. And it seems like a small thing, but that's what these teams are looking for when they're playing the map.
Terrorists win.
It's weird at the moment because you look at ZywOo's score and you think surely he's, contributing, but it's just what's been left. What more could have been?
To be honest, dude, the black pill take it. That's literally ZywOo's career from perspectives, unfortunately. The stats always look good.
Come on.
He would have like 15 kills right now.
Come on. You've got Spinks has held up his end of the bargain, gets the M4 kill on Long. This could have been a 5v3 in a round that they critically need. So let's see if the Pistols can get anything else going, but damn, the play was perfect. Flamesy getting aggressive. This should seal the deal towards middle. Nobody considering it right now. Flamesy, perfect timing. Lines him up, sprays through, and finds 2 kills. So luckily, ZywOo has teammates. Flamesy goes from boosting the op at the start of the round to grabbing the picked up M4 to looking to close it alongside Spinks top mid. Last player known to be the catwalk, even with the op width at the start. A very important Vitality round win, seemingly. Max, what can you do on your own? Bomb is not in his possession. CT's just dogpiling on top of it. And with Mezzi staring up with the USP, the smoke spam's about to start coming. Pistol's going to get the job done, and Vitality tie off it regardless. 1 M4, 1 op, an op that misses, but an M4 that hits gold.
And to be fair, that's his job, right? Spinks is here to be the second best player on the team. He should be hitting shots, so should Flamesy, and so should Mezzi. And I think a lot of focus is always on ZywOo, but at the end of the day, if they're an elite team because they're supposed to have elite players who are consistent beyond most of the other players in top 10. And since the Paris Major, we haven't really had that. So they're looking to get back to that level, but even Spinks himself is not the right-hand man that he was for ZywOo in the first half of 2023.
Some in-game leaders communicate with words, others act out their strats. Not sure what Apex wants, but he wants it. Spinks taking the op up mid. Double op setup here. One towards car. No, excuse me, both on the mid doors. Martinez looking twitchy. Locked in, but not given anything to shoot down. So ZywOo still here, still double ops on doors. Mezzi without utility either. ZywOo, that one landed, but for some reason 13 damage. What?
Rains and pours.
Now Counter-Strike's just out to get him.
Yeah, that's the lowest amount of damage an op can do, I think.
Oh, here he is back plat on B. Martinez looking for a pocket on the fire. Oh, slammed.
ZywOo shot as well.
Mezzi has to hide behind the bricks. Spinks is going to come running up with that second op, and they're going to just try to bombard this bomb site. Mezzi postured on top of the tall box. His teammates still behind him. Spinks burning. Nothing offered up. It is a double kill from Martinez, taking over B sites and giving 9Z a lead.
Oh my god. Yeah, they're fighting hard for it. It's not been the best half as well for Mezzi inside of B. One kill or nothing at most.
It's a double op setup that really wanted to fight top middle, but nobody really approached them for 9Z. Just that one shoulder peek top mid that we see 13 damage come through from. There's been some pretty heavy cat rounds from 9Z, and I feel like that's what Vitality were hoping for here in the 11th, but nothing given to them that they'd want. And so this one slips by, and 9Z 6 rounds of a T side at the very least.
A lot to be proud of. Again, we do see the shot come out. But Martinez is just simply better. He's not even aiming necessarily for that low peak, and ZywOo's shot just goes a little high. So I don't know. It's kind of like maybe they want him to op more, but at the same time, it's just not that comfortable with it. It's not going in today. Maybe not enough dust to experience since it's come back. Hard to say.
Yeah, but he's supposed to have that like phenom level talent that's just should never be
5 years
dependent.
At number 1 or 2. Yeah, he does seem to have it, but hey, no shame losing to 9Z. That's what I always say.
Spinks about to be surprised maybe by just how many players are in here. Apex, the first one to falter. He's going to swing wide. Ooh, the support from the door. It's a little late, but luckily for Max, it's covered. And now Mezzi in for a world of hurt at the moment. They could throw down another CT smoke if they choose to. Heavy amount of utility still to be played out for 9Z. Dwindling grenades for Vitality. And they're losing players left and right. That B site so compromised. Flamesy's going to go running in, and they don't anticipate another. Wasso Peak catches ZywOo in transition, and Flamesy right there behind scaffold. Oh, Wasso Peak! The flick to clear him his 7th and 8th. The team in disbelief, but believe your eyes. This is 9Z with a 2-round lead.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Deal with the money like David James. Save and save and save and save. Lock it in a box like David Blaine. Discipline thing, I ain't playing no games. Money for run, I got plans and aims. Man, I live by the old school sayings. Every mickle must make a muckle is true. Big up my granddaddy, showed me the way. More time stack notes and I act broke, cause I'm like Houdini, I'm trying to escape. Passport's gotta get another new stamp, so don't say a word if you see me on planes. Winter time, man can't see me again. Pop up in the country victory with a mad name. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk when I come for the money like Biggs and Wayne.
This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, my youth. We a technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic band. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic band. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor is real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my own. But it's a minor though, I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man, no I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Plug, you best try to know, I wanna yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. My youth, we a technophone. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. My youth, we a technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get
A team Vitality that we're hoping to cruise their way to semifinals versus the pluckish 9Z. Could they really do it 3 times, we asked ourselves, with a victory over Mouse in a best of 1, a BO3 v Liquid, and now 2 rounds the advantage on their map pick and kicking off their CT side. Martinez looking hot to the trot, Buddha to hold on long, a pistol would go perfectly with that 7-round T side, and it's looking like theirs.
That goes down easy. That's 8 rounds now for 9Z on map 1, and they fought like hard throughout that first half. That was actually so close on so many different rounds, but like they played as well as we watched and casted them play versus Mouse. As far as I'm concerned on that nuke game, they look just as comfortable, almost no weird moves. 2 rounds in the beginning come down to time, but they're actually force-ups. So it's no surprise that Vitality can pull those back, and they can't create any momentum. How come Vitality can't create momentum?
Because it's just Wasso Peak just pulling them apart. Everybody on 9Z contributing when needed, and DGT the Dominator. He fell first inside of the site, but these pistols get wrapped up. That long play coming through. P250 at a distance is deadly, but it's done for. Still 2 standing, and 9Z lead by 4.
They got semifinals on the line. That is so crazy. That is so crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. And then I watched 9Z play day after day and realized there's nothing crazy about it.
There's nothing crazy about it.
It's the real damn deal.
There's crazy, and there's 9Z.
That was tricky. I saw what you did there.
I mean,
I saw that Apex.
technically, yeah, Martinez technically saw none of it. He was just like, whoa, what the...
I do love the occasional Apex scout play. I don't know what it is. He's just got like that pizzazz about it. Like he plays it like he's a god opper.
Yeah. I know what you mean, like scoping, unscoping, running around.
Yeah, you got to have a little...
Every single thing.
You know, you can't just scout without swagger. And there's no denying Apex has that swagger.
Doesn't have a skin, though.
Well, life ain't cheap. Max gonna shave down the 2 players in middle. The AK still yet to get into the mix, and Zywoo just kind of pokes out. Didn't think they'd come come wide swinging for him. Both B defenders come into the action. Spinks, ooh, nice deeg to finish off Max. It was the one shot to the chest that got it done. Grenade is great, dude. That came from downtown. Oh. Now Spinks has been stuck into the corner with a measly 12 HP because Wasso Peak's breathing down his neck. He's got a player posted in the B site in front of him. No bomb possession, no opening, and no chance at stopping 9Z. Look at this. A calamity for Vitality in the midsection of the map. It is a 10-5 lead to 9Z.
No, they're getting destroyed. They're actually getting destroyed. Max pressure now on their T side. Did they miss too many opportunities? Too many op shots? Too many weak B holds? Was it really only Flamesy?
Zywoo burning, has to give up the angle. Max is hiding on the telephone pole like a chipmunk.
He's ready for this. He is so ready for this.
Talk about locked in. Does Apex see that?
I don't.
A little leg? A little leg, perhaps?
Wait, it seems like oh, the Shadow's too strong. I mean, they don't know about this part of the setup, even if they knew about him at top mid. Wow.
This is a gun round.
Oh, they didn't.
It's falling apart. Max comes out with the second. It's such a beautiful setup for 9Z in mid. Sure, you get stuff down in the tunnels. Zywoo, 2 kills deep. Is it too late for the Zywoo factor?
It's too late, man. I mean, on this round, bombs top mid.
Is it too late?
What's this angle right now that we're seeing from Max?
This is
where the hell is Max?
Max is playing angles we didn't know about.
Does Zywoo clear this? Oh! Oh, he does. Nice timing there for Max. Great round from Max overall. He's the guy at the top of mid, right? That was like a high-low setup on Mirage. Same sort of idea, and they use a shadow and lower to their advantage. There's so much to get out of that. And it feels like, oh, Apex is so frustrated. He was talking, to his team over at halftime. Didn't look very happy at all. I don't know exactly who, but...
Trying to get that fire started, but running out of kindling. Martinez has to give up the angle. Apex, I mean, still playing with the confidence, right? Wide swinging top mid, peppering the doors player. It's enough to push him into the CT spawn at least, but is that going to stop Martinez? I don't think so.
Yeah, plus this buy is just desperate as hell. Like, they're happy to see Vitality make any purchase whatsoever.
Man, they are desperate to get the game going.
Point. Yeah. Oh, Max confusing them, jumping back across the doors. Martinez still posted. They probably realized they were about to run into a 3-1-1.
Oh, man, they're going to creep in. Easy pickup for Martinez. Not even a flash, nothing at all, so...
I think he tricked them. Because Max's rotate.
Good setup from Max. Hook, line, and sinker for the first frag, but we do still have 2 players very committed towards long doors, so are they too far away? For the time being, it's numbers advantage for Vitality. Zywoo slides out with the entry on Buddha. Whoa, Martinez misses his chance to get it back. Another smoke to CT, but one that's big enough for the Opera to push around if he chooses to. Zywoo's getting shaved down by Max from the B site. With that smoke in front of the tunnels, they're going to try to run in. Oh, he clears them. A beautiful 1-2 from Max. 3 kills on the round. He's got a 4th one queued up. It is all Max for 12th round to 9Z.
Streets love Max, man. Another player who, as an IGL, it's like the perfect role for him. He plays so well, even though he's calling. So Vitality try to come in low telegraph. They're confused by the Max rotation towards B because they thought it was a 3-1-1. It actually ended up being a 2-1-2, and the op was still posted on the door. Having your cake and eat it at 2 or 9Z. Vitality getting decimated on this map.
Damn it, we were wondering, right? Would the Dust 2 pick work out? Could they have gone elsewhere to kick off this series? But it's looking perfect. We get a lot of damage through the smoke there. Apex will take it back. BGT picked up a kill by getting aggressive in top middle, so these 3 players for Vitality on long, that's one thing but they're so concerned about their flank because for all they know, they've lost total control. CTs give it up so that they can bolster the site. Martinez looking for it, but a great flashbang blinds him. Coverage from Spinks from down long. And it looks like Vitality moved fast enough into the A play to keep this game going.
Key spam from Apex as he jumps into the pit, and that timing when they try to fall back. And at least here it looks like maybe they'll keep 4 alive, maybe even take out Buddha if he's not careful. I think he was the match MVP versus Mouse, actually. And in that game, it was, Huaso Peak who, they won the map, so this is just looking at statistics. But Huaso Peak was the, lowest performer on the map. He's having a much better day here on Dust 2.
Ooh, careful with the costs here, folks.
Yeah, they can hunt, but if they lose one, they lost one more there, it would have been a little weird. Looks like enough money to go back in here for 9Z.
Long spawn, but 9Z have numbers in position. Ooh, it's a little delayed, but they will still contest it. Third player trying to come over. Smoke on the corner makes it weird. Pit comes up. Oh, and nothing. Max maybe a step too wide so that Mezzi had an angle. If he plays that a little tighter, he's just got Flamesy looking the wrong direction. Instead, 5v4 Vitality off of the spawn.
Let's see how far they... So this is specialist position for Spinks. He's going to be waiting. He knows they need to squeeze back for short control. Otherwise, they're going to lose the round. So he's fully aware they're going to look for this lurk. This is where he definitely comes up, right? This is where he makes his bread as a lurker.
Just looked away. The timing's rough. Oh! He turns back almost in time. Now all eyes towards long Vitality. They're going to have to send somebody back, or do they just charge in headstrong?
Man, they needed that. Look at the site now. Look at the site. They're all looking forward. They realized they caught the lurk and that it was going to be A.
Martinez, he's got a smoke to work around. Everybody playing around these smoke grenades. It's a boost from Apex to try and pull somebody off the play. Yes, great decision. Comes out over top. Huaso Peak in sight, loses his cover, dives behind box, and his teammates falling around him. He can only get the 1 kill. And so Vitality managed to get through. Buddha in with a clutch attempt. Beautiful Molotov, but it is indeed Mezzi to catch him in the head, and Vitality stabilize even without Spinks.
Okay, nice one. Apex with the boost. I thought this is I thought this is a done position after Spinks gets caught out. They know it's 4 on long. They're all looking this direction, but there is Martinez still watching the flank. So they didn't feel extremely confident for that second, and they definitely didn't think that anyone could boost over the smoke or thought that would be an option. So real creative from Apex to find that. Bails his team out again. Last round was on the long control. And now 9Z have just USPs.
Just USPs, meaning no chance, right? Yes, all's good. Apex Mezzi.
What? Wait, that's through
the glass of the car, through the windshield.
Yeah, well, through both. The front and back windshield.
Got to get that bulletproof glass. Wouldn't catch me driving around Dust 2 without the thickest of windows.
Yeah.
Owned.
That's great.
Broke through it like a Cybertruck.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, dude. Like a baseball through a Cybertruck.
Unbreakable. All right, 9Z. Been a great showing, but you have allowed Vitality to come alive. We've seen good mid-rounds from Vitality when they're down a man. You know, losing Spinks like that could have spelt disaster, but Apex bails them out with a nice individual move.
This is a good call too, huh? Look, no one in mid.
You can feel Vitality kind of getting into their groove, looking to push this to OT. The pressure's on in the sight. Max, not sure where to look. Flashbang finds him. Second player cleared, and it is a froth B defense. No chance at all. 9Z done, and on to the save as Vitality can start to taste this.
Yes, I'm sorry. I called this game a little early. I thought that long round was it, but now we're seeing some great calls come out from Apex. They're really making a meal of this. It's still 3 rounds to go to bring it to a double overtime, but I'm really loving this T side so far. You still got to respect the fragging here for 9Z, but at least they're finding gaps really easily. Jeez.
Yep. Spinks on for the ace if he can chase down Martinez. Ooh, why not hide in pit?
Yeah.
You know?
2 frames just disappeared.
You saving or are you saving?
Yeah, that's true. Save if you're gonna save. And you should have. He was right. Do it properly.
Ooh, they're powering up, dude. You let Apex start to fuel it. He's gonna reach for the chug jug.
Can they make the comeback versus the best team in the world?
They were once upon a time major champions.
But what did Tarek say, Connor?
This is anybody's version.
That's right.
9Z trying to embrace that to its fullest. It ain't a pretty buy. It would take a glaring mistake from Vitality to flub this round. And it just hasn't felt like this T-side's making mistakes. If anything, it's recovering anytime there's a slight edge to 9Z. They'll see that lower tunnels is clear. Apex cautious on the approach, but it's catwalk for 9Z if anything.
The one piece of advice I'll give to Vitality is don't lose a round like this.
Sound advice. DGT. Whoa, blindsides Flamesy.
Vitality, don't lose.
AK picked up. Surely this isn't the one. Oh, Apex almost dead trying to chase it.
Not this kind of round, Vitality. There's no long control and they're playing Goose.
And DGT's got the AK.
You do if some...
I mean, you know the AK's back here.
Oh, they're probably so worried about a B push now because the pistols. They need to calm down and go back and clear things out. They still have better guns.
But Apex is alone
Max here. But Apex is low.
14 health. And he tries
like
to
this.
DGT moves the AK down to CT spawn, and it's a 2v5 demanded of Mezzi and Zywoo. They'll pull one back, but you've got 30 seconds to make this work. 9Z already prepared to celebrate. At the turn of the half, it was high hopes. They have locked this in and slowly watch that lead dissipate. Mezzi gets blindsided. Zywoo's dead. And it's a Buddha anchor inside B to close it. 9Z take dust 2.
They're leaving them with the biggest smiles. Look at that. They're not even that celebratory right now. They're smiling. They're happy, but they knew they were going to win the round. They're actually focused on winning this whole series.
My God, man. Semi's on the line, right? Semi's on the line, and it almost feels even better that you take it away with this one. Sure, you let Vitality bring it back, but of course they would. It is Vitality after all. Deep runs for the French-Israeli mix, and that's in question. May have to begin the playoffs and quarterfinals if 9Z have it their way. We do have Anubis up next, and this is one of the weaker points of the 9Z camp that we've seen thus far in Dallas, but map up is map up. Nobody can take that from them.
Now, there's a lot of confidence going Dust too, but let's hope.
for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
For me, it's Gamescom. It has to be Gamescom, right? July 2015? August? Okay. Then it's the beginning of August because we had Cologne after and we won it. I'm Gamescom 2015, yeah, was envious. 8.
There's only 6 teams.
6 teams?
Yeah.
The fuck? I remember we lost only to Mouse, 16-12 I think on train I would say, but only 6. I remember TSM, us, was a Mouse probably, SK, maybe maybe Australians, Renegades, and the last I don't know, I don't remember. CLG, okay. Ah yeah, we played them as well, I remember. Mouse on train, I remember that. Famous talent. Magisk? Ah, talent. Ah, Sponge? I get then? Okay. Ah, talent, yeah, because okay. Carrigan?
Yeah.
So, Dupree? Killian? Okay. Ah, yeah, Nico? Ah, yeah, he was standing in. Yeah, that's true. He was standing in for SK. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Oh. Yeah, and it was the really beginning of Nico as well, so. Ah, it's easy. Kinyas, Kiyoshima, Happy, and NBK. Happy?
what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. Try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't remember but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have us, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the sea on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets that can keep us hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't remember but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade.
Who can stop them if they can be stopped? 9Z will not stop winning, I tell you. It is a map 1 over Vitality thanks to the Dust 2 endeavor. But now we take it to Anubis, Mr. Mohan. And on Anubis, we see a less impressive 9Z in Dallas so far.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's going to go to a third map. We have to be fair about that. You know, we are the official 9Z casters, the lucky talismans of 9Z here in Dallas, and they do have playoffs secured, but obviously Anubis is a sore spot for them. We're not expecting a team like them to have a fully sought after map pool that is amazing from beginning to end, but they do have enough in this veto to still be scary. I thought it was already kind of brave that they went for Dust 2, but they showed us why. They made Vitality look frail, to be honest, in both halves. And, you know, between, I think, Zaiwu missing op shots, Mezzi with the weaker B holds, like, there just wasn't that much to show. Some of the Apex calling towards the end and Spinks turning up felt like, oh, they might be back into it, but 9Z won on a half buy, basically almost nothing to work with. So I think they're going to be feeling pretty good. I guess they could definitely expect to see Anubis. And look, they're so chill about this whole situation. They don't even have to do any last minute preparation for Anubis. Maybe they're really ready.
Well, I mean, if there's anything that they'd done probably off of the back of the Liquid loss was definitely review why that one went down, right? That was an Anubis victory for Liquid. You know, it's hot, fresh game tape to go off of. Maybe it's just a matter of fixing a thing or two. I didn't get to see that map per se myself, so I'm not sure how, you know, what to dig into. But let's take a look at the head-to-head stats, because if we're talking about Anubis and we're talking about Vitality, it feels like we're talking about Flamesy as of late. Individually, looking like he's kind of slotting into his groove when it comes to Anubis, and he could end up being very instrumental for this second map, I'd say.
I agree, yeah. And the Flamesy, we saw what he did on the first map. It all ties together. He is very comfortable on Anubis. Love the way he moves around the map, to be honest. I think, I don't know, like I have general doubts about Vitality at the moment. That made me a little concerned. Not so much about Flamesy on Anubis, but like I didn't have doubts about Zaiwu on Dust 2. I didn't really have doubts about this team being able to make the map look close when it didn't really feel close. It was more of a cosmetic comeback. So there are other things at play right now, but for 9Z, even though their previous results haven't mattered that much, they are on a 7-map loss streak on Anubis.
Ugh.
So, but you know what? That's going to end eventually.
You'd hope, right? You truly would. You'd hope. Is there a world where you think maybe the pressure now starts to sink into 9Z, or do you think it's better off for them to just like, in my mind, I always think that it's these kinds of games when we play for a semifinal spot, but we're still playing in the studio where you do kind of get upsets occurring, right? Like even going back to, I think it was Cologne 2023, we see FaZe kind of walk into this matchup and then just drop to the underdog because it always does feel like the game that, you know, the favorites kind of let slip. I agree. It's not like they put as much attention into this regardless, because it feels like Vitality wants the playoffs, you know, playoffs secured, goal number one. Semis losing or starting quarters. Yeah, it feels like just losing to 9Z is something that they want to avoid more than securing quarters, semis. Yeah. It's not about the win so much as it's about not losing to this specific team.
I think the fact is, like, if it phases, it's different because they might feel like the best team at the tournament. Vitality, I think they're pretty insecure about their place in the scene right now at the top level. So they're like an outside tournament threat at the moment. I think they started off the year good and everything, but right now, not so much. So losing to 9Z for semis, that's a different story. Like, this is their freest route to being able to win the tournament. They want to avoid a round of semifinals because who knows who they're going to get drawn against. Whereas 9Z, like, and in matchups like this, it is underdogs who seem to be able to play better because the better team doesn't want to try that hard. But it's for a semifinal spot. Whoever wins this match could literally win the final just because they avoid an incredibly difficult quarterfinals match. It's a lot of good teams here that are ready. So I don't think 9Z are going to slow down at all. I think they're really good at keeping spirits high, and they kind of strike me like Mouse, you know, like I like that a lot. And I think they strike me like Mouse, and certain teams like, you know, Spirit strike me like Cloud9 did in a bad way when it comes to not being loose at all before a game starts. Sure. 9Z, I don't see them freaking out after every round they win. They're just pretty happy. They seem to be reacting to the situation as they should. They're here to play a fun game. They're here to take it seriously. They believe in themselves. They keep up even if they lose. They don't get too sad when they lose rounds, and they don't get too excited when they win rounds.
Feels like they're just here, you know, to kind of close out. They know the chance that sits ahead of them. They know that even if they lose this match, it's not the end of the world for them because securing playoffs is a guarantee. You know, but there's this reputation that's swirling around Vitality at the moment that I think is kind of definitely adding more pressure to this camp, the favorites, so to say. I will argue, though, Vitality definitely heated up as that game went on, so kind of ignoring the strong start that they were able to put forward in the first half, I definitely felt
lost on a half by Connor.
Everybody's allowed one. You know, It was the only half by they lost. It just happened to be the last round. Would it happen twice if, you know, they weren't on 12? Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I think so, actually. But we're going to get some revenge here probably from Vitality, at least on Anubis. 7 maps in a row lost for 9Z. This is a freebie, Vitality. A freebie.
That's what they're calling it.
Oh, sorry. Small correction. 6. Only 6.
Whoa. Foreshadowing, Launders.
Only 6.
Someone spoiled the script.
Very likely 7. Very likely. Something that was also likely, Vitality 2-0, Connor.
True. But they've given themselves a tougher job today. Flamesy, He very well could take over this map, I think. But Martinez has other ideas. Mezzi, don't let this get away from you. There's a second player in front. Max getting a little wild, a little weird, a little freaky at Apex.
Look how quickly they did that, though.
Yep.
He jumped out backwards with his teammate swinging, literally just on a whim.
Buddha's making sound, so Zywoo's ready for the attack. He's got Waso Peak confirmed back on jail. Can't win the fight. Apex has to come through with the 1v3, and it is Nanze with the pistol. Nanze have won the pistol.
I forget as a Canadian, do we say Z or Z?
We can switch it up. It's like...
we switch it up because we have to learn metric and we have to learn imperial. And it's sometimes I forget which one I use more.
I know my height and feet, but the temperature in Celsius.
Weight in both. Depends if you're at the butcher shop or on the scale.
Yes, sir. But I always lift weight in pounds.
Treadmill or driving the car.
Because the numbers are bigger.
Psychological.
Mind freaks. Look at this lay site with nobody home, huh? You're using util and it's not even needed. Vitality just sitting on that flashbang in their USPs, hoping to get a little tricky, but nope. Zywoo's down for the count. And it's a 2-0 start for the T side. Because they have T side, they could run away with momentum, win the second pistol.
Oh, you're turning so fast. Even though they sent you a pair of shoes and a jersey, Connor.
Ninzy also gave me a jersey back at Antwerp, though, so you know I'm very buyable.
I'm cheap.
I'm cheap. I'm cheap, brother.
Oh, what if Apex can jump on a 10-second stick?
Because our boy DGT's playing this like a pro. Sticking around long enough to clear the board. No wild antics for Apex. He'll save a USP, and they will laugh their way to the 2-0 start.
That's pretty good. So I didn't watch the Liquid game on Anubis either. I watched the last map. I actually watched the first map, but I sort of slacking out. So yeah, I mean, all I saw, I try to watch as much as possible, but all I saw was the 9-3 scoreline on this map. I mean, the thing is, I knew that 9-0 going to win the game, so I was like, oh, do I need to watch Anubis?
Makes total sense.
Exactly. But you know what? Martinez had a 1.40 rating on this map in that game.
Sounds like JDC.
So
Martinez has been wild, man. Career best LAN. Hell of a time to do it. You know, you're not wasting it at some budget cup.
Also, you didn't get an easy draw.
You know, no chumbo wumbo LAN. This is an IEM. This is the 100th IEM.
100.
I mean, history in the making before the first game goes live, just by nature of it being the 100th, the centennial celebration of IEM.
If Martinez wins this match, he should make his op. He should rename it to 100.
Well, maybe if they make grand finals.
Okay, if they win one more match.
Because this one's a given. Molotov comes
They're
down.
making it either way to semis, Connor.
That's fair, that's fair.
All right. Kind of a passive setup here for Vitality. 3 players trying to fight back. No nades coming in. 2 spotted now. Mid is totally open. They won't know this, though. They don't have any information over here. What a peek out of Max, though. That's conviction behind that.
Ahead of the pack. Oh, okay. Luckily, the gun goes dry on Mezzi. That's what opens the door for Martinez. But Zywoo shows up. Dark is compromised. He knows it. He's looking for the peak to come through. Whoa! What a shot, just in time. Martinez puts the bomb down with a second to spare. Now he's got a clutch against Zywoo queued up. No way he wins this. Martinez.
8-0. 8-0. A 1v2 on that HP had to be the headshot in the dark into Zywoo dead as he plays the 1v1 perfectly. Wow.
Career best LAN and not stopping. 1 second to spare for the bomb plant. The dark player peeks him, gives him that chance, and sets ZywOo up for failure. Oh, timeout. Much needed.
Martinez individually is fairly consistent on Anubis. Win or loss for the last times that a 9Z have played it. And actually, Max is not too bad either, and wasn't bad in their game versus Liquid. So, dude, imagine if this is another map that you can't really go off of the stats from their games at home, and that Liquid were just quite good. Because there are some odd signs right now that show that it wasn't that bad, that big of a win. In fact, the only player who had a below 1.0 rating was Buddha yesterday. The next lowest on 9Z was 1.13. In fact, they actually had a higher average rating between the 5 players than Liquid did.
But just lost the key rounds.
Like, I'm going to just read these off right now.
Go.
Also Peak, 1.13. DGT, 1.14. Max, 1.16. Martinez, 1.40. That's on the loss.
Sounds like a win to me.
Okay, ZywOo gets this one pickoff. I kind of want to look at, or just read off Vitality's numbers as well. Or Liquid's, excuse me. But I'll put a pause on that for a second. This round gets interesting here for Vitality. Whoa, I did not know that light was there like that.
Looking to recover it. Here comes the mid-peak.
Oh.
Buddha's going to keep his head
Good
in
awareness.
check. Spinks down for the count. We've got 2 players inside A. Apex, big flank. Now suddenly these T's feeling compromised. You've just got to get past Flamesy and ZywOo. It's just a 5-7 and a Deagle. Deagle misses its shots. Flamesy's locked in, nowhere to go. Waso Peak double entry. Apex worked hard for this AK. Oh, but it goes dry. He's lucky to get the reload. Repeaks for the fight on Fountain. Falters and gives 9Z their 4th.
4-0. They survived that. Okay, I'm going to go through this one more time. Their game versus Liquid. Buddha, 0.68. Tough. Waso Peak, 113. DGT, 114. Max, 116. Martinez, 140. And they lost 9-13. Now Liquids. Yakinder, 0.83. Skulls, 1.05. Twist, 1.08. Cadian, 1.08. And NAF, 1.39. So there's not a single player on Liquid that had a higher rating than their counterpart on 9Z and beat them 13-9. Maybe there is a world that they pull this off.
I mean, maybe, but it's just that 6-0 streak that you, or 0-6 streak that you bring up that kind of, you know, it also sullies the expectations. Maybe the Liquid loss wasn't that bad, but
maybe stats aren't real, Connor.
Oh my God. Do numbers even matter? The nade sure does. Gunning for the 5-0 T-side start. Surely Anubis is not meant for 9Z, but every round they rack up before Vitality get there first. Apex, get your hands back on the keyboard.
He's in a good spot with their lack of mollies. Ooh, that's an op down.
Bomb down.
Max's swings on these have been crazy. Yeah, oh, he got Spinks in dark. Man, that's straight up.
ZywOo, though, very good lurks here. He's going to catch DGT with his back turn, too. Ooh, and he's going to milk it. Comes down for the lane peak. Wonderfully played from ZywOo. He is in the server. 3 kills this round, single-handedly dismantling all of that B approach. Kicked it off with the bomb drop on Martinez. Buddha's going to go try to clear rugs and find him. There's only 10 seconds, so this round has expired. It's all about surviving with the guns, and ZywOo comes down for the 4K. Ace queued up, but Waso Peak's going to deny him that 5th and final frag. An op to be saved, and Vitality take their first.
Actually, yeah, Waso Peak saving that op is not small. They wouldn't have been able to afford it on this round, and they get a full buy still. So nice round out of ZywOo. Great flank. Those kills, and he played it perfectly, sort of milking it. Walking down the stairs for the first shot, then lining up Max right after. No time to react. It was this timing where he created for himself by killing Martinez out of the bridge window. He then turned that into a flank. So that's great. But basically 100% of ZywOo highlights right now are rifle highlights.
And it feels like 100% of the op highlights in this series have been Martinez highlights.
True.
A slower start than they would have wanted, but the first round's on the board. And the bye's a little wonky here for 9Z. I like the way Max kind of turns his head to look around corners. He's using IRL peaks to look further around corners, I tell you.
He has haptic feedback so he can bump into people.
Yeah, that's what it is, right?
It's like the next step after VR. Only Max has the tech. Man.
First player to play with a 3D screen.
Ooh, they're going to miss a timing here. I mean, it's not because they're not moving fast. They're moving fast, but they're also going to be very far away from the site.
Keeping bomb out of the water is so key right now, right? You could just bombard that B site. And Max, if he's fast enough, he'll get ahead of this Flamesy flank, but he's got to get into dark. He's not considering the flank. Just at that moment, he turns.
What?
Another peek. What? The Galil. Flamesy and ZywOo both dead. Sure, now the rest of the pack tries to entry out from long. Mezzi's got 16 health to stop it. What a turnaround.
What?
Max has gotten 3 kills in this round. He had no business getting 1.
Their team Molly Dark to hang out for a second. There is no way that he got both players on the flank with the Galil.
Wide swing to the temple will give Apex 1 to return. The second kill there with the Galil is disgusting.
Crazy. How he was so dead. He was so dead.
Flamesy should have had him body bagged, let alone ZywOo.
No problem. Yeah.
Martinez is 9-1. Max has had the 3K so far of Anubis.
Yeah.
And 9Z sitting pretty 5-1 up on this T side. I don't doubt Vitality, but man, this is starting to pile up.
Yeah. It is starting to pile up. Look at Max leaned in, man. He'll never let go of pole position.
That's funny. That's good. That's good.
He's never stopping. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. And he ain't never gonna stop. Okay, now look at their buy. Now you got pistols. You got dinky little pistols. Ooh, your little pistols. They look as tiny as your Molotovs.
Those are incendiaries.
That Desert Eagle that Mezzi is holding is actually the Desert Eagle skin that won a skin contest that Vitality were included in. It was about creating the most creative sticker combination, and this here Deagle is a result of that. Little fun fact for you.
It looks. I can't really. Is it a bunch of like characters?
It's it's meant to be like the "Everything is fine" meme.
Oh, I see.
With the room on fire.
Yeah, with the fire. Yeah. So it looks better well inspected, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. yeah. That's a thing.
Tell us, yeah. Cool.
So that's my analysis for round 7. I'm not going to say out loud because it is a competing tournament organizer.
Oh, I see. Okay.
ZywOo hangs on. He's got a teammate towards long that was meant to help him, but now that DGT's cleared Flamesy, ZywOo, you can feel him pressured. He gets the dink to Martinez, which is big, but Wasso Peak down beneath heaven, trying to hang on here. Apex, huge deagle shot. Oh, the nade bounces perfectly. It looked like a miss nade off the backboard. DGT goes deep, low health for what's left, but it doesn't matter.
I can't.
Does he die?
does he die? 5 HP. He's supposed to die again. I can't believe what we're seeing. It had to be a headshot, dude.
DGT and Max just have this invincible aura about them right now.
Yeah.
Look at that nade.
Oh my god, he messed it up. Wait, was he just trying to find a bank that landed back sight?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what it was, but it got a kill, so...
Yeah.
Fight on, Apex. 2 kills on Spinks, 2 kills on Flamesy, 2 kills on Mezzy, 1 round on Vitality. 9Z. Ooh, they're not stopping.
Yeah, but they get so close now. Zywoo, ooh, spotted. Look at his little tiny Molotov. Barely slows him down. Interesting, they drop off immediately and start organizing towards B. While they haven't... They're trying to punish the A lurk. Max's ability to get in here by himself has been incredible. Like,
look at him
most
lean.
top teams can't do this. Yeah, he's chilling. Like, Spinks has actually been scared to contest him. They're all leaving.
Man, if they split this bomb site before the rest of Vitality are close enough to help, you know, Vitality's still sniffing out the top mid control, but there's nothing there. And when they get top mid, usually Bridge helps them with a frag, but 9Z are already steps ahead of that process, so the rotation's going to be completely smoked out. Spinks is going to get the Molotov thrown on top of him. He will still take a kill. Greatly done. A second. Huge from Spinks. But the recovery. Mezzy comes out through smoke and Buddha clips him. DGT drops Molly on the flank. Bomb's going to have to be planted, and this really falls down to Zywoo.
Stop it.
Huge A main flank. B. He comes around the corner. He'll catch the bomb planter, but it's this temple push that also gets found out. Flamesy's not playing games. Another good moment from Zywoo. 3 alive for Vitality. They have to stop this bleeding.
Yeah, it's another move where Vitality takes some time to take over mid this time instead of A. They're not holding this flank, and still, somehow, 9Z get close to being able to win. Luckily, Zywoo was there sort of just in time to make that happen, and it actually is expensive, but they still have some money. I think they're going to figure out how to make this buy possible. Because it was Vitality with just a couple people, they probably should try to make this work. I think Spinks got the key frag right there. When he got mollied, he had no smoke for himself, and he took out Max right before dying. Got 2 on the hold, and he was alone.
Biggest moment so far this map for Spinks just there. A much needed multi-frag. We saw 9Z in a similarly crunched economic situation still come through with a critical round, right? Keeping Vitality off of consecutive round wins. That's been the key. Can they do it again? Flash out, perfect. Blinds 2 players. They're going to get chased down. Wonderful setup there for Mezzy. Spinks capitalizes. Back-to-back 2Ks from him. And it looks like 9Z's winning ways will be cooled off for now.
Yeah, that is win out of the sails. 3 HP, and he gets away with another. Something to try to even up. Nice tactic for Vitality here.
We had said it that, you know, Spinks was kind of looking a little nervous about trying to take that dark fight.
Yeah.
And even when he gets... Go on.
He was just losing to Max too often. Max is coming in there. I mean, Max is coming in with no nades as well sometimes, just swinging and finding a good timing. Apex. Oh, well, he'll go down. It's still 39 seconds. Careful, it is 9Z. But there aren't any more pushes they can find.
So time to expire. Third round for Vitality. Looking like the dark problem's been solved in these back-to-back rounds. A godlike flash from Mezzi.
Yes, there was. The last round, though, they played... Spinks played in sight and then got the kill after he came out onto the site, right?
Yeah, that was when the molly burned him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. This is
Max
the first time he's
walked in there.
Yeah, first time he's controlled the dark room itself. Easy lineup as far as he's concerned. And the third one. Is he feeling frisky? We saw the half buy turn out for 9Z in order to close Dust 2. And Buddha could try it right here, right now, but nothing but Glocks all around him. And I think that it's good for Vitality to not be too afraid this round. Try to take the initiative outside B. Easy pickup on Wasso Peak. Poor Max gets naded, and if they're going to have any chance at getting Buddha into the mix, right, it should come from this util, so make sure Max doesn't die early. Throw it at this site and hope Buddha can just rock him. Right now, we've got 3 players clumped up. I mean, a good spray down could go a long way here for Buddha, but he's blind as a bat. Perfect flashbang. Excellent execution. They'll sweep away what's left of 9Z and close that gap.
That's a nice one. Vitality, I think that's when their Anubis is the best, and they find these key flash timings. Scary part is that the flash is a little late, a little early, and then you swing out, that can get you killed. But for whatever reason, they are so good at finding that exact right window and capitalizing on it. And yeah, CT aggressive rounds are very hard to do consistently. And Zywo gets knifed out of spawn. They need every little bit of HP. That's actually a little bit of a mistake right there. Little left click to soften. Oh, bad flash. Left click to soften him up for the Tech 9s.
No mid contest, right? We'd seen a good amount of pressure and an affinity from Vitality to play into it, but this is back-to-back rounds where they're just going to poke at the extremities while Spinks is op. Misses his chance at locking in Dark Room. So again, he's going to have to play off the bomb site. We've seen him do good things from it. But floating right here, you know, if there's a threat that this smoke gets popped open, there is no frag for 9Z, but the threat's still on Spinks' mind. Do they boost above it? Flash finds its mark.
How does Spinks fare in this spot? They kind of... When it's quiet, it's always been 9Z getting ready for the B attack. But they don't have A push. They technically don't know just yet. But they don't have the best spots to stop this. Again, not playing inside the dark.
Nading long open. Nope, not even, just trying to damage the setup. Here it comes, big crunch inbound. Apex playing the side of smoke. Buddha's Tech 9 looks to tear him up. Oh, and he gets it. The sidearm prevails. Spinks with a no-scope. Bomb plant, is it good? No! No! Oh! Spinks stops it. Oh, misses as he goes through the jail. The one target he sees, he can't hit. Martinez plants on the opposite side, and they just get away with this post plant. We've got Mezzi on the plat. Flames on the flank. Max turns his back. Zywu hits the headshot, and here we go. Mezzi in with one. It is a clean sweep in the post plant. Wild antics set up by the double Spinks no-scope.
Dude, he almost did something amazing right there. He still did, but as soon as he came through that smoke, if he just hit a shot, that would have been such an amazing play. These 2 kills, however, are just enough, definitely. First of all, no-scope through the smoke into a wallbang headshot on the default planter. I was wondering if they're actually taking his power away on the B site by giving him the op and then with the whole exec coming in, but it only made him stronger.
So losing steam was a great start for 9Z, but back to reality. Vitality clawing it back. We said a 6-map losing streak for 9Z coming into this second map of the series. Still definitely had legs on that last round. Couple rounds now where it's in fact Spinks on that B site to really save them, right? Multi-kill 3 rounds prior, into the double no-scope last time. 9Z have been on the brink of breaking back through, but this time ZywOo sets up the 5v4. Flamesy just testing the waters. Vitality on course for a 6-6 half.
It looked like 9Z on these previous B execs took so much time because they were waiting for a flash retake, but instead it's always been Vitality going to another part of the map. Oh, Mezzy. Oh, I thought it was one of the T's coming in. Oh no, Apex gets caught off on the bridge. Max just watching that just in case.
Yeah, with good reason. It's been a point of contention quite often. Vitality have that affinity for throwing somebody over, and right now Max sees that as an invitation to push up dark. They're going to swing. Nicely done from Spinks, again being a real nuisance. In the later half of this T side, 9Z have not been able to best Spinks. Looking for his 3rd multi-frag hold. This time it's a one and done. It's good damage. Oh. It's Mezzy empty-handed. And it's ZywOo with Flamesy to try to retake 2v3. 9Z, they still want that 1-round edge. Another post plant coming down on the B site. Another opportunity for this T side to take off. It's a slow crawl around the site for ZywOo. Flamesy hoping to catch somebody off, but he's not going to find any free fights until he takes that risky swing. Martinez completely locked in on holding this flank. The jail player gets found out. Flamesy finds him looking the wrong way. ZywOo connects, and it's looking like a Vitality retake again. Buddha hit by the molly. It's a smoke on top of the bomb.
It's a small molly.
It's
he can actually fight the bomb.
He can't. Oh. He doesn't dive through it. The defuse connects, and Vitality tie this half.
wanna be just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going.
9Z thought today was the day that the loss streak on Anubis ended, but then they met Spinks, who finally was able to hold the line over towards that B site. You know, Max and DGT had his number in Darkroom, but within the site himself, Spinks ends up posting multiple multi-frag moments, and this game gets tied up as 9Z take to the CT side. We said it was a shoo-in for Vitality to win Anubis, but it seems like their work is still set out for them. 13 kills on Zywoo and Spinks. Who takes over on the T side?
That's what we want to find out. I think that was one thing that was good about Zywoo. It's actually the CT sides that were a little bit questionable. CT side, he was really using the freedom to his advantage. So 6-6 suddenly might not be enough here for 9Z on CT. Let me just go ahead and look at the Liquid result.
Zywoo with that armored P250, man. It's enough to make a grown man quake in his boots.
Oh my god. Okay. Interesting stats coming up after this attempted hold. We'll see.
Heaven gets smoked out, so...
Wait, they're leaving?
Yeah, okay.
Wait, there's someone pushed A, though. Buddha, he's not... Wait, they're just walking by this. Apex... Wait a second, what the hell's going on?
They don't know
they're
about
still
long.
Here, though.
They don't know about long. They're going to
waiting.
plant for him for sure.
Oh my god,
he can stop the plant. He's got to go. Oh, the cover's there.
Got it.
Oh! Bomb goes down. Spinks gives the cover. Quick push out from Temple. Oh, 3 kills. 9Z looking for the pistol. Mezzy has to come out big from Dark. He's already whittled away some of the HP. They're all coming at him. His gun's gone empty. They're going to push in, but the reload's good. And there's the frag they need. Buddha on long almost stops plant, and it's that flurry of frags out of 9Z that takes away the pistol.
Crazy retake, dude. Actually, man, Vitality going A would have just been it right there. They had the smoke in Heaven. No one was actually on site. Of course, they don't know that. So they're trying to sell some kind of crazy fake. But, I mean... Okay, so the last game on Anubis, Connor, 13-9 for Liquid, right?
Yeah.
They had a 9-3 CT side.
Oh.
Yeah.
And still lost?
And still... No. And Liquid ended up winning. But this is to say that 9Z actually had 6 rounds on CT.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the end of the game. So it seems like they're actually might be more confident on CT. Their T side was the one that they had issue with, and they got... I think an above average half here versus Vitality.
So what you're telling me is...
Dude, Argentina, baby.
Argentina, baby. The heart and soul of 9Z. Oh, Martinez. Great place Molotov, but at least he drops one.
Tiny little Molly is good.
Wasso drops one of his own. Stops them from following through with the entry frag, but careful, there are guns to be played here, and the 2 best performing players of Vitality, DGT, gets clipped. Zywoo, patient as ever, hangs on just in case. He's not wrong to be cautious. Wasso peek behind Cake. Smoke's going to give him a chance to work around the bomb site, and Max just straight up bests Zywoo.
That smoke did not help.
They're going to follow through with a bit more presence here. Max looking for another. Down goes Spinks. That's the 2 rifles dropped. They'll get picked back up. They're losing bodies, and the MP9 thrives. Down goes the force buy of Vitality.
Dude, I don't think they should have blocked with that smoke to allow the rotation. That was a little awkward, actually. That definitely made it a little easier for 9Z as they tried to come in. This is a nice try from Zywoo to bring this back. He got a very important second kill. Kind of read the re-aggression perfectly. And, oh, Apex is mad. And I mean, I don't know. Apex is actually, he's mad, but he shakes it off. He's not like really mad after. But he looks mad there. He looks actually mad in a bitter way. I mean, he has a Glock right now, so I'd be pissed too. The opportunities are passing.
There was a real chance in that last round to overwhelm the A site. That MP9 was going to get mollied out into the open, fully exposed to an AK. And instead, you put your own smoke ahead of him to reposition. ZywOo looking to do everything he has to. Right here, right now. Buddha's going to turn with the MP9 off the Waso peak contact. Oh, they're both found out. The pistols just plunge through the bomb site. Max has arrived in time. Oh, the gun's getting away from him. But that smoke critically cuts off the AK. ZywOo late to the party. It was the pistols that pushed past. Spinks is going to prioritize plant. Martinez locking in this flank. Spinks is soon going to run out of room. And with that, he should go down. Incendiary could flood the CTs forward, but it's that flank that locks it in. And 9Z, 3-round lead. 4 from the win.
It's 4 from the win. 4 from the 2-0. I mean, a couple of close rounds in the beginning. That's cool. They even had that on Dust too. They won with less. And then still 9Z ended up winning that game fairly handedly. There was some sort of small comeback, but essentially that. They frag so well together. They frag so well together. That has to be respected. Yeah. Again, we've got a very top-heavy Vitality. Not really. If I'm seeing impact frag from ZywOo and Spinks, it's pretty much the only people. They're so flimsy when it comes to their floor, I swear.
Oh, great flash. Almost catches both players, but ZywOo, it's a kill and a half. ZywOo's felt sharp, but he gets pressured into the corner of the walkway, tries to get out of here, sprays back through. He's done so much damage across the board. Almost clipped by Apex on A, but that's just going to invite Max. You think that spam's going to scare Max away? It's an invitation to take man advantage. And while ZywOo continues to soften everybody up, the Foreign Legion works its way through middle. Spinks has been cut off by Flamesy, who manages the tempo cross. Oh, this round is getting weird.
Yeah, bomb's going all the way back through spawn. They're worried about lurks, actually. T's and CT's both insecure. Wait a sec. Oh, a fast step, and they're worried. Start to look back.
They keep checking.
Also peek. But Flamesy, does he think that 2 could be on that push? Does he really think that 2 could be on that push? I don't think so at all.
Buddha's timing, it's going to work out perfectly. Hands still busy there from Flamesy. The cross, it's queued up. Whoa, bullet whizzes by. ZywOo's locked into the plant. He backs up and gets tagged. Even lucky, but that nade
is going to bounce.
Oh! Perfectly thrown out by DGT. It is all on Spinks again in this B site, and he will find his first. Max so incredibly low. Remember all the work ZywOo did, but he thinks he's in the smoke. He is wrong, and it is double digits. DGT's impact is massive.
Oh, I can't believe that, dude. That bank, and it's the footstep that brings Flamesy back. And then the follow-up trade. ZywOo does all this damage in between. This was obviously a mistake from Apex, but we look at this from Max's POV. He's literally sitting in the smoke at the mouth of the exit, waiting for his chance to push through. How could you prepare for that? It's totally normally a fine place to reload if you're Apex, but it's even if it's a small mistake, now it's under a microscope because there was a big lead that 9Z have.
What a lurky round. Honestly, I like it. Props to 9Z for pulling both the B players off of that bomb site, right? What's the point of having a bomb site if your temple is compromised? And they come back and they don't even just clear middle. They consider all options because of that Flamesy cross. All options on their mind. That's what queues up Buddha's flank. That's what unravels the rotation to the other site. Vitality thought they had that bomb plant for sure. And a perfect homing missile sent from the heavens. 9Z with runway at this point. All of the economy on the line here. This is a critical round for Vitality to take back, or 9Z are on the brink of semifinals and a 2-0 fashion. Flash to take control of long A. Martinez eats the flashbang, but there's nobody there to jump on top of him. Mezzi just going to give that up, causing a bit of concern for the 9Z camp on A, but nobody else really looking too antsy. Max still solo holds mid. They'll take over Darkroom just as the Incendiary pops in front. No, excuse me, T-side Molly. Oh, Flamesy catches the mid play. These defenders isolated now, softened up as well. Apex waiting for his impact here. Steps being made by DGT. This time Apex gets the wool pulled over his opponent's eyes. Zywoo sits inside Dark, but Bomb still fixated on A. No way.
Whoa.
No way Martinez does this on his own.
Are they raiding a flash? No, they aren't.
First flick is his. That's
his
Wasso
teammate.
Peak. He doesn't know that Wasso peaks so fast on the approach. Holy hell, settle down.
At least he's hitting everything. Maybe he's got one more in him. They're all rotating back to the right side.
Buddha's barrel, though, just sticking around the side. Player jumps up. He does a bunch of damage. Martinez takes a second player down. And this time, Bomb cannot be stopped. And Wasso tagged by Martinez. A little too locked in towards that A site. Maybe now we can finally start talking about the nerves and the reality of this situation.
Yeah, they are officially extremely close to the finish line. And this is, if any time, is going to be the moment where it gets hairy. And you know what? When we watch 9Z games, we always see them rise to the challenge, but we always see these games be so close when it comes to the very end. They just clutch it out. And that's always been the special thing about them. But Vitality will take any little bit at this point, so there was a mistake there made from DGT. Didn't need to rush out to try to catch a flank, and obviously they were still going potentially back to A, but you can't always have perfect information.
I think it's the fact that Max ends up dying so early on, right? At one point you had just a 2-2 defense. Mid completely fell. Can't do anything but laugh it off. You know, silver lining, he was ready for the mid split. But now it comes down to that one M4. Pistols just sent across the bridge into the waiting hands of Flamesy. Man, he's getting pressured, but hanging on alongside Spinks and Zywoo. All is good. Very quick. No impact off of the solo Wasso Peak M4, and Vitality back within 2.
I'm not seeing any super big red flags here from the CT side so far. In general, they've been going back and forth. They seem very comfortable trying to go for information, playing from within the site. So Vitality, man, they've got a tier 1 Anubis T side. It's just, can they conjure it up right now? They are so looking so weak on the bottom, but Spinks and Zywoo, right? They're doing the most.
Just that one smoke for DGT.
Yeah, he's not ready for this, really.
No, sir.
Oh, man.
Beautiful timing coming out of Vitality with that one. No help from the mid-hold.
Give that up.
Yeah, perfectly timed. Great call from Apex there. Just getting ahead of it. Starting to size up and opening towards A, it seems.
I would keep going back to that. To be honest, if I was 9Z, I would immediately put the op on the main push and go for a pick play, because that looked like a very uncomfortable A site. Oh, chance to do so much damage here for Spinks. Ooh, but he'll get caught off.
Taking away these guns could be critical, so won't be surprised to see Apex take a swing at it too. Money's looking good for Vitality. He'll drop Buddha. That flash isn't going to do much. But he still gets there. Apex racking up the economic costs. The last two CTs sprint for the finish line. And that is Vitality within 1.
Yeah, 10-9. Good call here from Apex. Like we saw on Dust 2. And most important, they make some money, so they can't just simply lose a round and fall over. Now, again, we go back to Dust 2. That last round was a literal eco half buy that they 9Z ended up closing the map out on. Vitality has started to stack it up.
Couple of openings offered by 9Z on the A play with the DGT push once through smoke. Getting caught off in the last round with that slow approach and full-blown execution. Damn, that money's slipping away from 9Z as well. So this game looking like a tied deal at 10-all. But we'll see if the half buy can come out. We've seen 9Z do more with less. And they again want a piece of the action on A. We'll see if maybe the Dark Pistols can set up a distraction to poise the long push. Nade comes out from the A site. Wonderful, good damage to soften him up. Guaso peek. What? Oh!
They got Zywo with a nade!
He throws a second nade out from the site. Dunks it on the player on the stairs. Flamesy has to come back. The bomb is dropped, but they didn't see it. No. No eyes on it. No chance. Vitality don't know that. How do they recover? We said they have done more with less.
On 2 ops now.
Lurky, lurky. It's a big headshot out of Spinks. It reopens the possibility of bomb coming to this site, but how active do 9Z want to get? I mean, they don't know what they need to do or where to go.
They're stuck in position. If Flamesy comes back to try to search out a fight, he might be able to catch the op, right?
They've waited. DGT has waited on this
intent on planting
forever.
Oh my god.
But now he's in the open. Oh, he gets the dink but dies.
Did Flamesy not hear that?
He must have. He just turned with conviction. Wasso peak, low health. Nope. Walks right into the waiting hands of Flamesy. Here comes Buddha with the 5-7. Done. What a recovery by Spinks. Another instrumental round put forth by Spinks.
Yeah, that's incredible by Spinks, straight up. Like, they all need to hug him right now because he had the opera out. All that lurking is so hard to calculate exactly where you're taking a whisk, where you're not. And, dude, the way this started out, that was just way too easy, to be honest. But it was a tough position from where they stood to figure out how to close. So, scary round there as Vitality nearly lose, but Spinks, 22 frags. Star player performance. Oh, Mezzi eats that.
Max, how much do you do? 2 frags is a great kickoff to try to get that lead right back, and now your A defense going to feel a little pressured from both ends.
Yeah,
Little leaves Vitality with options.
They used no nades on that default. They thought bridge would be empty. There's no way they would have peeked like that otherwise. Nax was sitting there with a full kit of utility, didn't use it, and now they take space because they realized it was that sort of play. But when the rounds have slowed down, this is where you see 9Z maybe can get taken advantage of. How tucked is Wasso Peak going to get here?
Apex coming, grid approach, but sharp is Wasso Peak. Sharper still is Spinks. Another multi-kill demanded of him. And the B site's under wraps. Oh,
he gets caught on the cross.
Mezzi picks bomb back up, 40 HP and 30 seconds. He could get off site. He could take this to A.
It is the only play. They've got Martinez outside the site, but he'll have to sit and wait, even if they get information.
Audio.
Now he'll start running. Yeah.
Martinez makes sound too.
Martinez.
Molotov towards long. Martinez, oh, he's going to offer up a bit of health, down to 64. That could soften him up, but fast on the flank is DGT. They're coming in from all 3 directions. How can King Mezzi pull this off? Stuck behind the brick box. The Heaven player Beaks goes down and DGT connects it. 9Z take that lead right back.
Damn, and they do it after it's 2 alive from Vitality on that last round. Starting to eat through the money a little bit, but look how much is still left. Almost 10K on 4 players. This is a solid round for Max, of course. They're just not ready for this play at all. They just don't see anyone peeking off a bridge. They don't see anybody jump spotting. They don't have any nades coming back. It's just Max standing there with all of his nades waiting for any kind of fight to come his way, just to catch a lurk. And he makes it 2.
Bye's still good. Anybody's round. And anytime Spinks is alive and kicking, I mean, it took a smoke spam to get Spinks out of the equation 1 round prior.
These nades have been so on point.
They hang on.
Was Mezzi taking him off the stairs? Martinez was, he was setting up a flash to try to push. But they're nervous to do it. It's a full default here for Vitality.
T-nade misses. Flash through bridge. Sees no contact. 3 defenders inside this B site. Nobody has forced themselves down into dark where ZywOo's looking to go.
Bad flash.
Yeah, not ideal, but luckily it's not occupied, so they at least don't get punished. Molotov for ZywOo. That's going to take him out. Frag's even going to sop him further. Then he throws one back and wins the duel to Buddha. Not ideal here for the CTs. Max locked into the jail. Spinks tries to round the corner towards Pillar. Max is going through! And he stops Flamesy, but they don't know about Spinks. They're wary! They find it! They get them all! Max on the long fight takes double man advantage. And now all that's left for Vitality is to try to fight out through dark, but guess what? No bomb. ZywOo could try his damnedest, pulls the player off. Martinez gets the op shot in, and it's Mezzi back to another 1v3, but this time with no bomb. He'll try to push out, and they've given him this space. He goes hunting for the contact, but Max, what a wonderful job of keeping his head down. So you thought, still a chance, the slightest margin. Down he goes to Martinez. It is 9Z on 12.
They're on semifinal point now with 12. Can you believe the awareness out of Max to make that play? Takes out the guy throwing utility in the back with his teammate lurking through the smoke and tries to find that guy too, and is even still sharp enough to get a 3rd line on the attack. He was way far in the back. Who's completely unspotted for that moment.
Spinks and
goes
Max
to B at the right time.
Changing places like that and staying on high alert of the Spinks lurk. Huge pressure on the situation, and 9Z have showed up to Dallas to turn heads and then some. It is turned heads and jaws dropped. 2 chances to close out Anubis to end this 6-map losing streak. It'll be the B site tested at the start of this, but check bomb towards Rugs. No commitment can be made. All this jostling for position. Another missed flash. And this time it could have made a difference.
Wow, there's no molly. They don't have the bomb yet, but they look intent on taking this site. Are they getting ahead of themselves? Bad spray.
Misses his chance versus Max, who sticks around for second servings. Mezzi at the least can trade this. Bomb is picked up by that A-lurk. Flamesy, don't turn just yet. Martinez missed shot critically in that last round coming out from Temple. Now he's going to have to rotate through. Spinks is down to 9 HP. Molotov doesn't burn Buddha out. So many missed grenades.
Miss those.
He sits pretty on it. Buddha clears Spinks, the little that remained. 20 seconds to the clock. Martinez drop it. Down goes DGT again. It is a double. It is his chance to shine. And with one player along the smoke, DGT goes down. Mezzi keeps them in this.
Oh, finally a clutch that goes his way. 1v3s were a bit too much, but in this 1-on-2 situation, perfect for Mezzi to get that, to keep this alive. And keep this series alive entirely. It felt like it was about to end when ZywOo dropped the spray. They didn't have the bomb to bring over to the site, but his teammate saved it for him. Finally, he's done enough.
Missing Molly on the back of that plat could have been the end of Vitality, and we already see the frustrations worn on their faces. Imagine if missed util is their demise.
They are not a team having fun right now. anything but. You got to rip the logos off when you watch this game, though, because these two teams are playing just as well as each other.
There have been some confident moves coming out of the anchors on that B site from 9Z. That push 2 rounds prior into the utility throwers outside main while Spinks had eyes on sight, just so slippery. So sly. Oh, it's not pretty. 9Z are going to have to close another regulation with a lesser buy, just like they did on Dust 2.
6 losses in a row on Anubis, and here they are, 12-11 versus Vitality. Last map on Dust 2, they won on a half buy. It's Vitality who are scared. Their only goal is to not make a mistake. That just seems like an inevitability, though, in some of these matches.
Smoked out a dark for the time being. Martinez going to have to give up his angle. Doesn't have his trusty op to work with. And this time it's early bomb possession outside A. A single lurk in Spinks towards B. Awaits any kind of aggression. But what's Buddha going to do? You can't swing out with that MP9. You can't take duels against these AKs at this distance. He is locked into this corner and awaits Vitality if they come to his site.
So much utility. They're going to play this down to the last seconds. 2 volleys as they get ready to attack A.
Yep, it's the right call. Martinez has to do this on his own. They're going to realize now B is completely clear. Spinks' lurk has now moved over towards bridge to serve as a slice through mid. Volley of util goes out. They line up. Ooh, team kill.
Oh.
Flamesy, he'll catch one, but Spinks does his job. Perfectly positioned on the bridge with the triple, and Vitality survived this test. It really felt like it came down to that last round. The half buy should never be enough here. DGT with everything to do versus the 3 remaining members. Vitality take it back to A, where they have thrived throughout this T side, and they will catch them off. OT, we go.
My God, if not for Spinks, we don't see OT. If not for ZywOo, no chance. But it's a new lease on life for the whole team. They're going to try to keep this loss streak alive for 9Z. Mezzi dug him out of a hole with his clutch as well, a round to go. And it's actually no small feat. They survive versus the half buy like they couldn't do on Dust 2. Full reset now, let's go.
Spinks going above and beyond throughout that T half. Spinks going above and beyond as the B defender on the CT side. He has been the
position versus the lurk.
Oh, Max eats the flash. Good setup by ZywOo. Now, all of a sudden, it is camera in question. Martinez also blind. And DGT comes back to eat the next flash, but Martinez, oh, he recovers. It's man advantage taken, and nearly an additional death towards Long. It's a late lurk from Apex. He gets clipped by Waso Peak, who just runs out from smoke. And just like that, 3v2 with 1 HP on Mezzi. ZywOo, it is time for you to clutch. Buddha on long control will deny this plant when the time comes through, and it's ZywOo with a full bar, hands busy. Mezzi's single point of health, surely not enough.
And they know where he is. He'll die to the nade. Perfect move from Buddha to get out there.
Not once,
great rotation,
but twice.
Yeah, not once but twice. And it's that play. They get this kill on Max, where he got 2 kills from here last time because they actually flashed this time. But what happens? They just rush it. They start running through a Molotov in a 5v4 through camera because they need to get the round over with. Why? Why is that? I don't even think Apex can be the one mad about that situation. That it was overall rush, unless that's not what he called.
Long pressure comes out from DGT. Statistically where they do their best work, so in an attempt to end this loss streak,
yeah,
sweep away the defensive side, and 9Z could sail their way to semifinals, but their nades are low. Liberal with the early usage. We've seen a lot of good utility damage coming out from that A site through the windows. But this time they'll just smoke it off, put 2 players towards mid, and actually opens Martinez up to get closer towards B early on. We've seen him very critically in the middle of executions come flying out from Temple with that op. And this could be another instance where it's called for, but there's still that bomb floating top mid, and by pulling him away from middle, this utility pressure on long A could open a door for a lurk. Sure enough, there it goes. Through the mid doors, Apex leads it with the bomb, and Max is about to come peeking out from camera. This could catch them. Oh, he gets the player in the back. Apex, good reaction time. It leaves a solo site defender. DGT awaits the push. Off angle on bricks, dies. Woo. Apex, big double. Wasso Peak so hot on their heels yet again. And there's a delayed rotation from Buddha because of the smoke inside of Dark. He will soon see it is clear for the taking. It's a 2v2 in the bomb site with ZywOo locked in on long. Apex looking for his 3rd of the round. He misses the climb up. He's got Mezzi to hold camera. Mezzi doing some damage, but keeping himself alive, continuing to shave it off piece by piece. Down goes ZywOo, and now this opens up the flank. Now Mezzi's exposed to Buddha, and as he goes down, it's all Apex. He's stuck between the 2 and they do it. They retake the A site just with enough time. Martinez, so clutch.
Literally every single kill had to happen at that second, and they pull it off. 14, 2 straight here in overtime.
Needless to say,
look at the grin on Max's face.
The best event on LAN of his career, Martinez continues to rack up his impact.
Recruited to South America to play for the Argentinian org alongside Chile, Uruguay, Spain. It's actually unreal. As you mentioned, you almost never see that. Is today the day for another unbelievable Argentinian result? South American result, Spanish result, for that matter, with the teams that they beat.
ZywOo's Molly is going to cut off 1, but does he anticipate Max? Max is so fast ahead of this. Yeah, he's wary. Good clear from ZywOo. You won't pull it over him.
That was beautiful. With the flash and everything. Oh.
Spinks blind. Oh, the support! Buddha can't maintain the spray, but that's numbers confirmed back B site and bomb, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was intention B is what they saw. Wasso Peak's been quick, but he can't stand here forever. How long will Vitality take to choose?
Oh, Martinez
comes in.
Yes, sir. Ahead of the pack. Down into Dark he'll go. First shot lands, but the jump makes it awkward. You've got Wasso Peak on jail. He gets away from him, and ZywOo's starting to leave his impression in overtime. He has unraveled everything, goes back for the water fight, will find DGT, loses the duel, but does a ton of damage. And with the Molotov in Apex's hands, there is no entry route here for DGT. He has to wait. A clean sweep of the CT side in overtime felt like far too much. Nigh impossible. And that's not going to help. He realizes he's probably messed this one up. Apex awaits him, spams through to secure it. It is 1 round on the T side for Vitality. And it is still 9Z with that ever-important edge.
A crazy number of kills. This is such a beautiful play from ZywOo, and we have seen some really game-changing moments from him when it comes to these mid-round decisions. Kind of understood exactly how they'd get split up and separated the support from the player at the front. Max goes down, and they steal 1 away from 9Z, making sure that it's not a 3-0 half. 15 for double overtime, 16 to close. Vitality need a perfect CT half here.
Spinks was the king of defense for Vitality in that B site. There was a clear affinity for B from 9Z, constantly trying to test him, but constantly just coming up short, whether that was with the opping no-scopes or the rifle holds from Platt. He'll be swinging the big green again. Missed shot.
Oh my God.
Oh no! Buddha just sends shots through smoke, and suddenly that B site looks compromised, but Bomb's not in a position to pounce. There is no rush, and there can be no panic. It's a two-player CT setup in mid, and Wasso peek, dry peek straight in.
That was the reload.
Oh, he takes it back.
Yeah, he heard the reload. It was a perfect bait.
Nicely done. Mezzi still floating around the B play. Off shot from Martinez connects. That is hot. Mezzi, he denies Buddha any follow-up. The smoke comes over. Bomb still needs to be picked up. This is so stringy. We get a walkout into the A site. We get Max on the entry. And now B is clear for the taking, but the intention's not so clear. 9Z. They are going to commit to B, and Vitality have to somehow lurk their way to the retake, but if Apex drops water, he is done. He is finished. DG executes, and it's double OT surely, unless ZywOo goes God mode.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful, man. What a way to wait for that.
And Max is so deep in Temple, already on top of ZywOo. 15 secured for 9Z.
Crazy. So many things they're doing that are just actually phenomenal to watch. They're keeping up with these Sphinx plays, these ZywOo plays, that mid bait, catching all the lurks. The awareness is incredible. The entries for Max are incredible. Vitality need 2 just for another overtime, just for a chance to play a third map. When we saw 9Z play the T side the first time, they did a good job in the mid round. They were decent on opening kills. They struggled to get organized fast enough to trick Vitality as they waited for the Flash A retakes and the Flash B retakes to enter into the site. That was where I think Vitality got a lot out of it. I think 9Z actually have to go a little bit above what they're comfortable with, as their T side versus Liquid was kind of weak. They solved a lot of things, but is it too fresh?
Oh man, look at this. The aggression. Oh, Martinez, no way he gets one. It's Apex with the jumping fallback M4 to kill Martinez. Instant 4v4 out of the gate here, and Spinks into the dark room, a position that was compromised at best. Ninzy can sense it. As Vitality's semifinals spirals out of control. The tension thick across the server as the silence creeps in and the lurk or rotate from ZywOo comes over. They're going to go ahead and try to re-aggress. There are nades in the hands of Buddha. He's got to be careful here. He just jumped through the molly, but he doesn't know that Spinks has actually gotten even deeper. Oh, what? He flicks over, and that was as Apex had left him to his own devices. Buddha's never supposed to hit that. Now Max is going to come in from Dark Room. Sure, Apex has the cover, but Max has the information. ZywOo's got the platform, and as the smokes go down inside of the site, the bomb has still sat outside of it. We start to get a departure because ZywOo's so concerned about middle. Apex can't manage, and now 9Z are simply 2 kills away from semifinals. ZywOo, where is your impact? Smoke goes down, the wall bangs lively, but Wasso peak plants safe. ZywOo finds 2 kills, just like that. We're back to the even keel. The no-scope for the third. It's a deep jail clutch from ZywOo. Oh, every single time. Better late than never.
Oh, there's your impact. God damn. God damn. Take a bow. That is insane. And it's not just a flashy no-scope. It was necessary. On top of the USP kill, that could have been a 1v2 at any moment.
Apex even after that disheveled because they know that that round was nearly 9Z's. ZywOo holds on by a thread. already back into troublesome situations. Flamesy dead in an instant. ZywOo on an island. And Mezzi back plat to be pressured by Martinez, who lands his shot. It's gonna have to be something miraculous again, because in this map versus 9Z, ZywOo may not be enough. Spinks put forth performance in regulation. ZywOo has given us that classic ZywOo clutch. But a 3v5 and a missed shot from the French op. Max waits patiently for a chance to strike Spinks. And all they have to do is group up and trade. The semis is there for the taking.
It needs to be the back-to-back heroics, the X factor here. ZywOo and Spinks still alive. I can't help but feel like that's like an extra player right now. These two have done amazing things on Anubis.
Full-blown exec, Molotovs and smokes. Apex burned out of position here, just tries to clamber into the side of the wall, and the full-blown rotates here. But guess what?
They're going back?
Line and sinker. It's, nope, not the switch. They decide against it, but they've already just sowed that seed of doubt, and now Apex down, the mid-play dies. And just like that, the final round of overtime. Spinks, do what you can. You cannot stop 9Z. An organization that you tend to forget about steps forth into the spotlight yet again. In a year where all the other South American teams put forth a major performance while 9Z sit on the sidelines, they wait till Dallas for their chance to shine. Spinks is dead, and you have witnessed a hell of a start to IEM 100. 9Z take down Mouse, Liquid, and Team Vitality 2.
With two best of threes and a best of one. This may be an Argentinian org, but this was anything but messy. Unbelievable. And they recruited from Uruguay, from Spain, from Chile to make this possible. Such a unique lineup. Such an amazing result, no matter what happens. Now they've locked into semifinals at a tournament where Mouse is now eliminated, where their future is so uncertain, where there have been unusual winners. This would be the biggest one of all.
Counter-Strike is made of magic, and 9Z wield it well. Texas is their domain. And while we are still technically in our group stage, declaring their place in the semis, 9Z, the world's eyes are on you.
Wow. It's just such a legitimate result, right? Can you say that Apex didn't want this, that Vitality weren't trying as hard as they possibly could, that they wouldn't respect them after beating Mouse and Liquid to get to this point? They just ended a 6-map loss streak on Anubis to beat Vitality.
Yes, they did, for semis at an IEM. When the pressure is at its peak, 9Z comes to play, and all across this series in a 2-0 fashion. When ZywOo gets that clutch in OT, that 4K, that magnificent attempt inside of the B site, that's where lesser teams crumble. But 9Z, whether it's these individuals or the org or the fans at home that are no doubt cheering their hearts out in this moment, this is an org with grit, with determination, and an uncanny ability to thrust themselves back into the spotlight time and time again. Wow. IEM 100 has its challenger.
Yeah. Seriously, like they have to be an outside chance title contender at this point. This is 2-0. This isn't even 3 maps in this series. This is a Dust2 pick. They didn't even get Nuke where they beat Mouse. They made up for the Anubis they lost to Liquid. It's, again, a close map here, not really that close of a map on Dust2, not really that close of a match versus Mouse. It's a strong win. This one goes to overtime, but this is their weakest map. And it looks like they're playing from the front pretty much the entire time. They have just constantly have leads when we kick games off. It's just insane. It's amazing.
I think it's some of the playmaking as well that ends up coming through from this Anubis, right? You could look at DGT and Max and Martinez as having these insanely confident moments, right? In the high pressure, the smoke pushes, the risky business was really where they kind of made a name for themselves in this second map of the series. Hell, it goes without saying, even Buddha, bottom of the scoreboard, if he doesn't get that flick shot on Spinks to kind of set them up in OT, if that's not an instance of his capability, yeah, okay, it might not be all map long, but everybody had that moment for 9Z today. And I feel like with results like this, when you get an upset, it's got to come from the entire pack. And that's why 9Z are celebrating the way they are, because these are real results with real impact at the tail end of a season that otherwise would have been disappointment, right? No major attendance along all of the other players from their region that were kind of heads held high. Brazil having a fantastic year, and now so many other America's countries that we can point to say that is your result. Martinez will be your aim high MVP for this one. Absolute dominance on the AWP. It felt to me like, barring the no scope antics inside that B site from Vitality, he brought the op to the server today.
He definitely did, and I think he's one player who has maybe helped them work through some things on Anubis. Even though he's been part of this loss streak, he's been individually playing well on it. He was hitting hard shots. He was taking good clears. He was very much a part of this team, and it's great that his brand is growing with 9Z, because I think they're giving back to him as well. When he's played well, it's not only been him, but he was a massive part, finding key impact, out-upping ZywOo. Like, a lot of his frags are not just very difficult in the clutch or anything like that. A lot of them are mid-round, starting out the round. Like, he just very consistent when it came to, you spectated him, oh, he's in a pretty good spot. Oh, he hits a decently hard shot. Oh, he's like very reliable, essentially, is I think the reputation he gained for himself so far, and has gained for himself so far at Dallas. And again, in a very hard run. There was no super weak team. They just ran over to get to this point and one big win. This is 3 big wins.
Yeah, I mean, underdog in each of their matches. We're talking about the lowest seed at the tournament. The lowest seed at IEM comes through with a semifinals run without dropping a match as of yet. I mean, 2 matches away from a trophy. That's insanity, right?
Yeah.
That's 9Z. And that's really is kind of Martinez, because I would say his hot start on Anubis too, right? A map where they struggle, but maybe he doesn't so much. As you mentioned, that T-side beginning from him, right? With the AK nonetheless, just off to, I believe, a 9-0 start. Like, when T rounds are difficult for 9Z to come by and you start that strong, that could very well end up being the difference maker. They improved on the difficult side for them, and I don't think that his impact can be understated for that map 2 win, right? If this goes to Mirage, maybe there's a chance 9Z close it out there too. But to get this 2-0 win, I think we've got to give extra praise to Martinez for his impact.
Yeah, I mean, a team like Vitality, you never know. If you let it go to another map, it wouldn't necessarily beat them on all 3, and there would be no shame in that. It would still have been an amazing result, even if they had lost on Mirage and ended up in quarters and still beat Mausen, but they did everything here. And, I also just want to say, like, Max is, for me, is a special guy on the team. Max is the guy who, when he plays, he doesn't play with fear. He doesn't play with disrespect either. He just plays exactly as well as he needs to take full advantage of every situation. And the stats don't always reflect it for Max, even though he does top frag sometimes, but just pure impact. I think there's one guy who I'd say there's no filler kills. It's Max.
Yep. I think we see that with the smoke push outside of Long B, right? That one round where he catches Flamesy chucking nades when Spinks has already pushed through smoke on Pillar. And I like the way you put that. It's not with disrespect either, right? It's just super balanced risk assessment and making moves knowing that it is taking initiatives that wins rounds in Counter-Strike. Awesome to see Max be able to kind of get another result, right? One of the longer standing members of this roster, kind of representing 9Z throughout their trials and tribulations, and just add this to his accolades, because now at this point, like we've said, IEM feels open. We're talking about obviously FaZe, Spirit, and then into this match, we had said Vitality is kind of, or I said, as kind of like third in place, but with 9Z putting everything in question, a grand finals result may not be impossible.
I mean, I'm just having trouble figuring out why, if they went to play again, why 9Z wouldn't win again. Like, their map win versus Mouse looks sustainable. Their win versus Liquid was sustainable. The way they won this game versus Vitality 100% was sustainable. I mean, I don't know about Anubis if they ran it back. That would have been close. Dust 2? I think that was 9Z were better. So it's hard to say, who can actually beat them at this point. That's a kind of a weird question. Obviously, there's still FaZe and Spirit left. It's not like they beat those teams. But this is a pretty damn stacked event. They took out some real likely teams to make deep runs, and one team that was probably most likely to win, who won the last 2 events they played in.
Yes, sir. They showed that weakness in Maus early on. So while we wait for James to wrap up this interview, we are going to just go through the bracket real quick. Let's remind ourselves how 9Z do this, right? Opening game versus Maus on Nuke, a map that they love to play, and I think actually played into their hand. It's a map that we thought maybe could help them defeat Vitality in today's series. The 2-1 over Liquid, again, Anubis being the pain point, and now we've not only seen them go from best of 1 win to best of 3 win over Liquid, but now they patch that problem on Anubis, get a 2-0 over arguably the second best team they would have gone up against, the best in a best of 3, and it's a 2-0 9Z straight to semifinals. Lower bracket, if we want to touch on it, obviously G2 versus Liquid for a game later today. We've got one more match on the A stream and B stream to get through, and that'll feature obviously America's representative, a North American representative, in either the Canadian duo of Team Liquid or Stewie 2K. One of them's walking into the playoffs, believe it or not.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's awesome, too, actually. We forgot about Stewie yesterday in terms of being an American representation for this event, so it's interesting either way. I think it's for the crowd, but we've got a great crowd right here at Dallas, so I think they're going to be happy no matter what they get. It's been a great event sort of shaping up right before the Rise, so which way playoffs goes, I think the winner of this event is going to be something special. Like, you can already feel it.
I definitely, I sign on to that, right? It's kind of got this weird aura about it. There's 2 things that have been going on in Dallas as of late. The crowd has been getting even better each and every year. And then on top of that, again, like you said, we get this weird results and curious victors. So we've got James's interview ready for you guys. It was Max from 9Z, your semi-finalist at IEM 100.
The hype continues, the enjoyment continues, and the performance continues here. Max, that was one hell of a game coming out from you guys, and it had it all in it. I want to start with Dust 2. You told me before, you were going to play the way you wanted to play. You guys played very aggressive. You got in their face. Did you realize when you were doing that, though, like how well you were stressing them out during these rounds, how uncomfortable you were making them?
We knew that Vitality is a team that the mostly rounds plays default, so the intention for us was break that default and break that in middle.
How do you control that, though? How do you try and make that work? Like, because obviously if one player goes down or overextends, sometimes it could go badly. So how did you manage this?
Yeah, I think it's the key. It's the confidence, because we trust in our work and pays off.
That did pay off big time. And then coming into this Anubis, you get to 12 before them. We think you're going to close it out. You don't close it out in overtime. What did you say to the team? What was the conversation in the team when you got into overtime?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, because they are the best Anubis in the world, I think, and our Anubis, it's bad. It's our one of the bad maps for us, and I think we play better CS. We talk about a lot about Anubis, and I think it works.
It definitely did work this time. Did you realize as well how frustrated outside of the server you were making Vitality? Like, you were so loud, you were so cheery. I felt like you broke them mentally. Did you see that?
No, actually no. But Frank Caster, it's the CEO of the company, and it's amazing, and he screams a lot, and I love that, and the atmosphere, all is good.
That passion and fire, all is good, like he just said, and all is good as they book themselves a spot for the semi-finals.
NHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
A shock defeat and I guess a close one at the end there, and I got Flames with me to discuss what actually happened here, because I saw multiple things. The game itself, where start off on Dust 2, 9Z looked super confident, they were able to push you guys a lot, but then I saw Apex's reaction at times as well. What was happening inside the server? I'm so confused right now.
Well, it was they played really well. It was a tough game for us, and we didn't come so prepared to it in the beginnings. We had rough starts and stuff like that. So obviously, you know, on Dust 2 we started playing really late in the game, and on the second map as well, we started like pushing it on the ends instead of the beginnings, and we need to revisit it. We need to check and try to do better on those games, because we usually lose those games that we already made playoffs, and then we have those games for seeding or like semis. So we need to work on that. But obviously it's a good, you know, everybody in the team is sad right now, but it's obviously a good slap in the face, because we can learn a lot on Dust 2 at least, and that's yes, you lose and you win sometimes, but we have the opportunity to learn and still play this tournament. So I'm not in a bad mood.
And on Anubis, right? Okay, there was a chance for you to actually take that. Yeah. You lose it in overtime. Like you said, they are playing very well. Some of their shots are incredible. That Martinez guy, he's fast, he's good. But I will say this when it comes to it, is I looked at what you guys were offering in the server at times, and it seemed like you were a bit disconnected. Like, would you feel like you guys were off? Did you feel like you guys maybe not on the same page sometimes?
You're talking team-wise? Or? Yeah,
team-wise.
So, yeah, obviously.
Like one person's doing something, and then the rest of the team aren't following.
There was, the balance left it a bit, like, so it was leaning towards the negative side when we wanted to lean to the positive side. But obviously you could, you know, they were playing really good individually, and we didn't hit our shots so well in both matches, like different, you know. But usually against a team that individually is better than you on the day, you try to play with team play, but we didn't figure it out on the moment and didn't adapt fast enough to it. And well, we didn't execute it properly. Like, we had the plans and everything, but we just didn't execute the stuff properly, and that's the punishment you get.
Should you be worried going into the playoffs, or like you said, this is a slap in face good enough? Because you mentioned it yourself, this is not the first slap in the face you've had. You've had this other tournaments as well.
Well, playoffs is way different than this. I feel like I'm confident to say we are a playoff team. On playoffs we play better as a team, and there is more emotions and stuff that motivate us into the communication and team play. But obviously it's sad to lose, but it's gonna happen. We need to deal with it as best as we can. So if I'm gonna whine, I won't have time to study the game. So I'm happy to play playoffs. There is obviously benefits and how do you say? What's the opposite of benefits?
Negatives.
Yeah, so obviously there is negative and benefits for qualifying to semis or quarter, but we need to look at the benefits and go forward.
Pros and cons, negatives, benefits, everything else in between. Flames is still happy regardless, and he's going to the arena, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, what's man?
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
And a round of yeehaws all around. We have quite the matchup here for the final match of the B stream at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. The 100th IEM has certainly seen some surprising results. 9Z making it straight through to the semifinals, but now it's time to shift gears because it's elimination on the line. Only one of these two squads can make it through in Big and Heroic. And frankly, I think looking at this bracket, we would not have expected either to be in this position.
Absolutely not there. I mean, again, we're talking about a Big who's come through without a lot of impressive results into this IEM Dallas event. And then on the other side of things, again, the stand-in situation for Heroic. You know, we had the early hilarious quotes out of Nika Dallas coming into this event about how it's going on a trip with your ex-girlfriend. And, you know, he's actually been able to level up here. So maybe he's got a chance to get back into the good graces.
I mean, maybe this is like when you're fooling around with your ex and you're like, you know what, times were pretty good, actually. You know,
yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought.
This could work. This could work. But no, you got to remember why you left in the first place. Always keep that in mind, folks. It's easy to get that honeymoon period back in. But Nikadaw's certainly showing why he's having the honeymoon period right now. Out-opping Wonderful conclusively in their last matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big shutdown from Nika Dallas, consistently finding those successful op duels there up against Wonderful, who got shut down in that matchup. And honestly, for me, was one of the bigger reasons as to why it felt like Na'Vi couldn't quite get their handle on this series. So for Nika Dallas, this is a big step up for a player who started out, you know, buying auto snipers instead of the op for some of these rounds and having a good old time at the beginning stages versus M80 with everything but the op. It's good to see him actually build some confidence here, and let's be honest, I think it's going to be needed here in this deciding matchup.
Decidedly in the decider. But yes, genuinely as well for him, there's a lot of motivation, I'm sure, to show what he can do, right? The better you perform here in Dallas, the better your prospects might be as far as where that next destination is going to go. And I'm sure Nikadals isn't interested in riding the bench forever. So the sooner he can get into that shuffle that's inevitably coming in the player break, the better and the higher his stock can be. Look, I'm just saying there's a few teams that have been in this event that might be looking for some answers on the AWP or the rifling or whatever he might choose to pick up next. But shifting our focus over to the other side of the coin as well, right? This big squad is impressing. They got knocked down to the lowers first day one. We're thinking, okay, maybe same old big clan. Maybe it's going to take some more time for, you know, Kakafu to maybe shift things around, for the spirits to change. And then no, they come storming back in. They're playing so much more freely than we've seen them recently. The individuals feel empowered. JDC, apparently Dallas just agrees with him because he was a monster last year for Mouse, and now once again, he seems like the cowboy on the server.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is an event where shortly after he was no longer on the roster, but everyone was kind of saying, you know, this is a player that's doing his role here. He's doing his job. Never got the star positions here, but right now, the love that he's getting on Big, turning into a star rifler here who can find opening duels out the wazoo. This guy just doesn't miss in the start of rounds. He's always able to find those entries, and that's what's gotten him here. Again, that free and loose play style here that's elevated Big's game big time. It's again allowing this roster to actually have some energy on the T sides here.
It is, and I think one of the things that's really interesting is when you look at this rifling core now, right? Because Crimbo, we've known, has been a world-class player for a long time. That wasn't really in question. Tabson, the form has dipped at times with trying to figure out the IGLing, but he's looking very strong right now. He's having some big clutches, some big turning point rounds. We know what kind of player he can be as well. And now if you have JDC leveling up into that upper echelon style of rifler, Big is in a position where, for so often in this roster, the question has always been like, is Searson on or off? And that's been the thing that victory hinges on. They don't even necessarily need him in every map. I mean, you saw in their last series, I think in the final map he had like 5 kills on Dust 2, and they dominated. They just didn't need the AWP to take command because JDC and the rifling core was doing so much.
Yeah, which is a good sign here because, again, I've seen Searson have some up and down games and series so far this event, but it's something that you can also lean on. Every once in a while he is able to perform. Every once in a while he is able to bring a lot of life and energy into this roster, and we've seen that here and there. Definitely not a little less so in that last matchup, but like you said, just didn't feel like it mattered all that much, and that's really good news for Big that they have a lot of different tools in terms of how they want to win games here, and if they can continue to bring that, again, at the hands of JDC, and again, Process actually having a pretty good game there earlier as well. It's just, it looks like a good turnaround for the squad.
It does. And I mean, for either of these teams, really, when you consider the context on this, both handed pretty resounding defeats on day one, and then battling their way all the way back through. You know, the first round opponents, you can say whatever you will about those, maybe a little bit softer for sure, but that last, Na'Vi and Virtus.Pro, like that is the worst draw. You have the major winners, and you have a team that pretty much every roster in Counter-Strike hates playing against in Virtus.Pro. Like, this is impressive now. Whoever's going to actually make it into the arena, you can't say they haven't earned it.
You just don't want to play them in a lower bracket there, VP. They feel just way too strong, and being a longer matchup as well, I think is just a really impressive victory there, and I think one that they can try and wield here. But on the other side of things here, Heroic, I think with their no pressure Counter-Strike right now, Nikodos leveling up his game, it feels like it could be a problem that Big run into here. And again, if we talk about if Nikodos continues to use that op to full effect, if you still have a very good Kixen in the server as well, that's two problems that you have to solve very quickly here for Big.
That is a guy as well, when you look at the brain trust over on the Heroic side, you look at Kixen, you look at what he's been able to do, saw a guy who obviously had a great result just last year, Nertz as well on this roster, lifting the trophy here in Dallas, but now they brought in a young guy who showed his stuff in Apex, who really leveled up that team. Now coming over here, seems to be really putting down his roots in Heroic and the individual form to boot. That rating's pretty damn spicy.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a guy that can offer up still some good effectiveness in the server, as well as some really good calls. Like you said, his time on Apex, I feel like it was well worth it. And then you see him leave the roster, and then you see a drastic drop-off in the abilities, in the team's performance, again, on those T sides. So whenever you see that, and you see an IGL leave the team, it just makes you think, how much impact, how much mid-rounding, how much, of a brain does this guy have in the server?
Yeah, one of the things that's always interesting looking at this, I mean, Heroic specifically focusing on, Nertz and Saw as well, and the narrative of the Dallas winners last year. I feel like we're all just waiting. We've been talking about Nikodos' breakup, but we're all just waiting to see who's actually going to win the breakup from previous ends. D has just been benched by the organization, so clearly that didn't work out for him. The Falcons players seem lost and out to sea, taking disappointing losses, eliminated. We could see in Snappy's face in the interview last night how much that meant to them. So, Nerds, here's your chance to strut your stuff to show that, hey, maybe I was the winner all along. Nerds choosing to follow Saul over here towards Heroic. That might have been the winning choice. We'll find out after this veto comes through. Ancient Nuke. This is pretty much what we've been doing here on the B stream. It's been Ancient Nuke and Anubis. We're not going to change things up, all right? We're not going to change it up.
Things the same here, which it makes a little bit more sense when you talk about, what comes down with the newer maps in Vertigo and Dust 2 not being a massive priority in terms of teams picking into it there, and especially you don't really want to let Dust 2 come through versus Big, even though they don't have a lot of good results on that map. I feel like it's not something that a lot of teams want to test. But again, Ancient is a map that I think Big wielding right now for JDC here. They have a lot of love in terms of giving him the opportunities, the way that he's able to control mid on both sides of the half. It makes it very difficult for any team to deal with here, and I think that's why BIG have taken a clear liking to this map in terms of opening picks.
It's going to be eyes on JDC again, right? I mean, he's just a reminder, if you didn't watch the event last year, he was actually the highest rated player for MOUZ in the grand final. The grand final they lost, to be fair, so there's a little bit of destiny in there, but now a rematch up against Nerds at the very least, and a guy who again is showing up big in Dallas again with that freedom that's been allowed to him, has really discovered himself as a player, and it's so cool to see, because in previous rosters he was that guy who was willing to take a backseat to his teammates, who was willing to set them up, who was willing to take roles to make the team function. And then after getting cut, he's like, why did I do that? Why did I do all that? Why? I know who I can be. I know what I can do in the server. I'm going to show the world as well. And BIG, they're supporting him every step of the way. They're making sure that he's in those positions where he feels empowered, where he feels like he can take command of the server, and so far they're being rewarded.
Yeah, it's good to see that trust rewarded as well, right? I think that's a big bonus for BIG, identifying that talent here, and I feel like for JDC, identifying that he has that confidence to say, hey, I'm capable of being this player here, and then actually becoming that guy for BIG at this point here. And again, when you have players like Crimbo behind you, it feels like you can make so many more moves.
Time to hop on in as we see the dramatic graphic. It's a spot in the playoffs. Only one of these teams can make it through. For either one, there's been promising signs, but a win here would change the story. Let's kick things off. Ancient underway. Only one team can make it through. Somebody else is going to have to content themselves with a big old plate of barbecue and a few tears to season it.
No one likes a sloppy barbecue. We'll see some fast mid plays. You could also somehow track someone on the top of the wall. That's unbelievable.
Got them lineups.
I mean, maybe some good communication there as well, coming through from the teammates saying where they are there in cave. But that's not a bad start. Nerds looking to follow it up here, at least identifying that they are running through Donut.
That's just got to feel like it. Oh. Okay, Nerds stinked up. That's just got to feel like a vendetta from the other side. JDC, talk about impact early on, finds himself the kill out towards Tree. That should secure the bomb planet. With this pressure in towards Cave, still Crimbo on the other side of the map finding damage. They're in trouble, right? They're thinking about how they want to route this retake. If they go quick enough, they may not have to worry about Crimbo, but now he's getting active through middle, and holding onto this position allows his teammate the comfort to sit in Donut. This is the ideal donut. They're getting the glazing, they're getting the frosting, some sprinkles on top. And they are chomping on in to the retake from Heroic, all just on a Nerds, and he'll never get a chance to pull that trigger again.
I mean, right there, it's just the best post plant on this map. Getting into Donut, maintaining that control in the late round. You're just not going to have an easy time winning that unless you have a smoke and a kit, and that was just not afforded to them. So, excellent identification right there. JDC, again, nullifying that man advantage that was plucked out of the server by Nicodelas at the start of the round, and there's going to be a nice pistol there out of the gates.
Starting on the right footer, BIG. They've loved a bit of Ancient, haven't they?
That they have. I've been enjoying it as well. Again, one of those maps where you just have a player take over. We've seen a lot of that from JDC.
Twist yesterday.
Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
He set the standard, I think, for individual takeover at this event. Tabson.
Oh, those sweet eeks.
Yum, 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 yum. Mac 10 is feasting right now. He's getting the value combo. Might just have the ace, the 5-piece. I'm going to be down. Certainly no risk to the round.
Okay.
Rest is just trying to set up his teammate for the ace. It's a risk. Tabson is low, right?
Both of them are low. I think he was trying to find the kill. And you just don't want to lose that armor there more than anything. So you'll hop into this one if you're Tabson farming up some mad cash. And then you also got the benefit of...
do they, with the 4 kills at the Mac 10, do they rip the op early?
I think you go for the bonus, but yeah, you should be able to purchase it. But this is that third round purchase is going to mean there could be some sacrifices in the head Kevlar.
Yeah.
As you can see. 3 players without it. And so the Mac 10 becomes a little bit more effective here.
Keep that op for a future day. There's some more of them capable on the AK as well. There's no pressure just yet. Little tag damage everywhere, but no real control just yet. JDC is through this mid-smoke. This is what he does, man.
Yeah, Crimbo flashes him through and then he knocks him down. It's pretty much the setup.
Back to his bread and butter, but look at the focus here. The smoke pop, they haven't seen JDC. And he's actually going to slip away, back in towards window. Worry of what could be happening here. Nice nades, pressure onto Tesses. Even the one collected. So Prosis, maybe regretting going around that corner quick, but the damage is on. JDC silenced. Here it's looking good for Heroic. But there's more work to do with Tabson. How does he bring that back? Kicksun might be in an unexpected position, might be able to catch a rotate, but the bomb's playing safe. It's going all the way back through spawn, and the positioning from Crimbo is just too much to bear. Nikodos caught completely unawares, and now Kicksun, they're calling him out. He can't even get past the Molotov. He can't even get here on the timing. Looks like he wants to give this an attempt at the clutch, and with Tabson found early, now it's viable. Pathing available to him. The bomb going to be down in towards A, but he's routing back. What's he checking for? Well, at this point, walking slow, he's going to be conceding this round.
Yeah, it might just be the save call here, rolling through without a kit. And again, no positioning. Not much of a chance to get this one on through. So Big gonna kick things off with a big Tabson round here. I mean, just brutal right there. He starts it off with the MAC-10, picks up JDC's AK, and then uses it right against him again for another multi-kill. That is, as we mentioned here, so many different tools for Big to win rounds at this point. Now Tabson one of them. Look at this, man. Adjusting towards these mid-fights right there. So incredibly quick. Out in the open, taking multiple duels and winning them.
Talk about the mechanics. That's some precision there. It's like the, the watch tick over. Just perfect little sidestep, crouch in, offset the aim from your opponent.
Clinical.
Beauty. So, at a round that looked like it might be getting out of control, Big regain. And now if you're Heroic, maybe some signs of concern starting to creep in. You've got the one rifle. We know that Kicksun can certainly deliver on the hero gun. Nikodos and Tesses have a little bit of an aggravating setup to deal with here in towards cave. Kicksun boosted up, but revealed, claimed. Don't know that that's the exchange they were looking for, though Nerds at least can save the rifle. Under pressure here, Prosis checking heads and busted him in. The swing back out. Nikodos actually does get one, but still the numbers are overwhelming, and the positioning is too much to contend with.
Just all over the map here, catching re-aggression after re-aggression. Always in the right place. And in most of these occasions, always in a position to trade as well.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, they weren't... You talk about position to trade. They took A, B, and mid at the same time. They took everything. Big didn't content themselves with map control. They wanted map domination.
Win by elimination.
Oh, save gun? No. Not gonna happen. Can't get away with that, shush.
Not allowed. Absolutely not. Yeah, it's wild to see. They're just all over the map right there, and Tabson in a position to trade there. Prosis finds his quick kill, spots out that second, and there's just always one more around that corner for Big until they can just route away from them.
You think for Tabson, seeing a young gun like JDC come into the roster has him thinking about the times when he was that guy? That young gun coming in, that new big hope firepower piece. I mean, he certainly still is a massively capable individual beyond his talent as an in-game leader, right? That's never really been in doubt. But got to be rejuvenating having a fresh blood in the roster to sort of show you.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that's the case they're watching him playing, especially if it gets him to a stage as well. I mean, Tabson feeling like that guy right now with 213 ADR.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I want to roll back the years a little bit.
Uh-huh. Taking over.
He can have his very own twist game. He's past the par for that. But we are only 5 rounds deep. He was doing it through the all 24. And well,
be done. That's
wise up.
Pretty dang nice. Quick entry, no hesitation, and now they've got full control. And if you're Heroic, you've got this cave presence. That's something to build on. Nerds wants to see if he can find his way back into an angle. Great lineup. The bomb plant not denied. They're taking a whole lot of risks here, and it's paying off. Tess is out the cave and into control. All right, talk about a retake. Don't even wait for the bomb to go down. You lose the site and you immediately reclaim it. And Big may have finally been stopped in their tracks.
Oh man, Problem's down to 4 HP on that spam. Almost had it. And a massive boost right there to probably just seal Crimbo out of this round. That should cut it. Hop is going to be retrieved.
Is he failing AKs? No. Just didn't want to give up the audio cue, I think, swapping guns.
Tossing that one away. Yeah, I mean, started out so well. But I don't think they could get much past that scaling smoke that they threw there. JDC just flying in, gets the entry. No availability for the bomb plant. Sometimes that could be the bigger challenge here on this map, is just figuring out a way to actually plant that bomb, and that was the case here. It's almost as if you need a second execute on this map. Once to get into the site, and then once to actually plant the bomb.
I mean, certainly some sort of an answer for Cave as well, right? The players did have to come through a smoke, but because that pressure out towards long, counter-terrorists win. Ain't bad. Not going to be an issue with the buy into here, especially with that save that AWP makes life a little easier. It's just such a nice entry, such a ridiculously fast play. And Heroic so quick to react as well, right? Bodies on the site so rapidly into the fight, never allowing that bomb plant. Tess is finding his moment.
JDC looking to get up to his antics. Back over towards mid side. Putting priority on that here. He's got some flashes to go on through, and again wins the duel. Nerds head-to-head here is going to be explosive, but kicks in down the ramp as well, getting charged down by Process. The run and gun of the AK does the trick. And the utility traded back and forth, but the man advantage maintained here still.
And this time they don't get sucked too far in towards that fight, right? Having found these kills early. They haven't actually gone for their take just yet. Problem is there are some limitations to the util. Lots of mollies. Not so much on the smoke front. But they're going to hit the pause button. It's not even a minute past on the clock, right? So there's time. They're going for a slow cooker recipe here instead of the rapid microwave meals they've been going for in the previous rounds. A rotation around towards A. There's no one on this side of the map. Unless Shush gets into Donut or some sort of positioning very quickly, this is just going to be a safe pull. Heroic do not have the utility to get back into a sustained retake. So if this bomb goes down on A, I think it's a 9 out of 10 chance. Heroic are just bailing.
Yeah, I mean, Shush, again, that internal clock starts to tick here, and you go and clear some of these other angles, but he's going to be on the outside looking in of these smokes. That's going to help out if they peek beforehand, but a trade. That'll do it. Good on to getting into the bomb site here, but fast as Tess. He doesn't expect this right around the corner, though. Process will shut that one down, and Nikados had a lot of opportunities to get in on this round here with that AWP. He'll have to call it.
Kind of weird bloom. I guess just a little bit of a late bounce, perhaps. Still not going to cost them too much. But I think there's a chance, at least for Shush, to get involved in the action. You know, we talked about a lot about who's been winning the various breakups. Feels like the storyline for Heroic. Two guys who, maybe they weren't the ones who broke up, but Shush and Tess's, they almost felt like the children left behind. Watching the split go down. And yeah, it's turned out all right for them. Yeah. Better than expected. They're almost the forgotten pieces, and still plenty of time for them to have the last laugh.
Yeah, no question. Again, making playoffs would do that as well. Your JDC, another one of those who has the... I mean, either way, we're going to see a win in terms of getting to a stage in Dallas for one of these players, right? And trying to get back to that point. So at least someone's going to win the breakup in some sense, whether it's JDC on Mouse or he had to go through a couple of other breakups.
Sometimes you gotta kiss a few frogs to find your prince.
Oh man, he's looking good here. Finally dealt with. He's gonna start shutting things down here towards the middle. An absolute denial. playing around that smoke. And again, that's going to be head-to-head. That's going to be fun to watch here. Nerds and JDC battling it out towards middle for 24 rounds is something I was looking forward to into this map. And they go again.
A whole lot of it. Not in this round, though. Not anymore. We already saw it. I don't know what I'm saying. It happened already.
It just was such a flash right there. It was
You get a time machine, you get a little temporal shift, you can go back and watch it again. Maybe even like a replay.
A replay,
perhaps.
yeah. I think we have that tech.
We have the technology? Why hasn't anyone told me this? I'm busy trying to build the flux capacitor. Seems like we got a long save here.
Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like it.
They got no interest in this, folks. We got 50 seconds. Cole, how's your IEM experience been? This is your first time on an Intel Extreme Masters broadcast?
It's been sweet. It's been everything you could ask for here in terms of the moments as well. We've had some really good games on the B stream, so it's everything you could ask for in an IEM.
You know, a lot's been made of the development of North American talent in Counter-Strike, and I think folks need to remember as well, it's not just in the server, it's in the broadcast as well. We got young Exner over here, making his way in the world.
Chugging through.
Just a kid with stars in your eyes. And a save on the mind right now. Hand off the mouse.
It's a bold move right there.
That's faith. That's confidence.
Who was it that had the hand on the mouse while scratching their nose? Like it was a part of their body?
Oh, that was Madden.
Yeah.
Madden never lets go.
He's got that grip and he doesn't let go.
We got the full orange setup there for Nico Dawes.
It's
pretty ready for Halloween. It's a little early.
We got a whole season to go through first.
You think it's OSHA approved, high vis?
Look at Tabson. Looking to control things here, getting very, very vocal. Started off this game playing incredibly well. Constantly being able to influence the server and now trying to get them back on track here. I like that.
I wonder if that's a tempo question, right? Because what we saw in that last round, what went wrong, right, is there was sort of the hesitation, that little bit of delay in the pop through mid, and that allowed Nerds to be in a much better position to deal with it. And if you're going to take that space, if you're going to make those plays through smoke, you got to make sure things are buttoned up. JDC right back to it. Not going to go through this time. Just a bit of a nade to tickle if Nerds had pressed the issue. And Nerds left with a bunch of nades in mid, so he can regain after tossing out the early execute. Or setup, rather.
Oh boy. Close both times on that spam, but managed to avoid it here.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, man.
Just doesn't quite mean that much here, especially when they're ready to turn that corner.
Shifting a third player in towards the B defense. Bomb's not committed for Big. They hear Test is burned.
Forward.
They know he's here. Process has got it. Now they've got the space here in Jaguar. They've got this room, and Big really pumping the brakes in this round, slowing it down the pace massively, but that won't save them from Nico Dawes' scope. Searson finds the business end of it. They now know where the AWP is playing, and it seems like that's going to funnel them in towards A main. In towards the waiting arms of Shush. He's the only one on this side of the map.
Leaving.
He's the only one. But maybe he's the only one they need. Round the corner they go. Shadow's going to give this away. Shush. Quite find the killing blow. One will be taken, but no more. The mid play caught. Now there's numbers advantage for Heroic. Even if they concede this bomb plant, something's cooking. Donut sealed off. The bomb down. JDC toying with his fate. Snaps around, but not in time. Kicks in instead. Leaves it all onto Tabson. Oh, but this map's so strong. 10-1, but since then, quieted down just a bit. Spots the first, but likewise, he's been seen. Nerds inching his way up, but it's not the headshot, so Nerds will find the kill needed.
That's a perfect reposition right there. I mean, honestly, good adaptation from Tabson. Look at the way that they open this round. They threw that molly from outside of B main. It lands in between. It forces Tessus forward. It's a lovely kickoff here, but too strong in the retake. That's a good sign here. Heroic ready to hang in there with this powerful big T side that they've been putting on display throughout this entire event, which has been just a massive turnaround for this team. Being able to, again, maybe free things up a little bit.
Oh, look at JDC. Look at JD. Okay. Shush is ready for it this time around. Oh, going to be posted on a main. They were hoping maybe with Shush and Donut, there'd be some vacancies here. That's not going to be the case. Comfortable for Heroic. A shutdown in the anti-eco. Now we very much just got a game on our hands here, Cole.
And just about tied on up there. Heroic finding some solutions. Cooling off Tabson from a fiery start, making sure that JDC can't get out middle as freely as he was in the early stages. These are good adaptations here from Heroic, handling business, giving Nerds a little bit of love here in this duel. And he's going to need it. Could head once again here, but again, a slower pace on these head-to-heads here. This time it's Crimbo leading the charges. It's now the pack heading in towards this B-side. Process as quick as he finds it, will be shut down as well. But they're going to use that time here to maybe take some control towards Cave.
So much is going to hinge on Nerds. So much is going to hinge on Nerds here. Corralling them, keeping them in check. And with the elbow smoke fading. Oh, the reposition is perfectly timed. JDC collected. Player spotted in Cave. Do they shift the presence? Do they reinforce B here? The walk in. Searson right into the crosshair. Now they don't even need the reinforcements. It's a 2-on-2 on B. And 2 more waiting in the wings for Heroic. Very little to work with here. 1 Molotov from Tabson. They're going to need some headshot if it's going to happen. Kixan instead. Just about put this one to rest. Tabson might get the numbers punched in. Donika Dogs tries his luck. Still in a post plant. The veteran can still cook. Head chef here on Big. And he's donning his puffy white cap. Lots of pleats. Another one added. Nerds out of play. Tabson knows where Nikodos is coming from. Ready for that swing. Ready for that peek back into the ramp. He's reading it every step of the way. And that's a masterpiece of a recipe. Mwah! From Tabson. Chef's kiss.
Yes, Chef right there. Absolutely beautiful from Tabson. That's what he's capable of as well. We talk about Crimbo so often with his clutches, but Tabson, he shows up every once in a while in a situation in which you feel is impossible and could shut things down, man. What a clutch here. And he's heated right back up for his squad. As soon as Big lose momentum, it's none other than Tabson to pull them back and keep their head in the game.
Tabson on the B side of Ancient. I'm getting flashbacks to that M80 game in Pro League where it felt like they were done and out, and then Tabson just said, no, actually, I will not be doing that. Incredible. He could just take full command. And I mean, what a map he is having so far. 4 kills in that round. A massive 1v3 clutch just tips the scales of this entire map, puts the momentum right back behind Big Clan. And as we get towards the halftime break, just 2 rounds yet to play, that could be all the difference. He's still on over 2 kills a round. Wait, no, that's not how math works at all. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I saying?
I thought broadcast never a good idea. That kicks in though.
What am I saying?
Knocking down a couple of pins here. Thompson still looking to take over, but this time shut out. And so a massive man advantage here to start things off. And it doesn't look to be recovered here unless seriously can do exactly what Tabson just did. And not quite. Not quite.
Moral of the story is don't hire a caster as your accountant. Because apparently I can't count.
Don't tell B-Dog that.
What am I doing? Well, that's why he left. You know, had to change career. Had to shift gears. He's actually forgotten how to do now. All the words came in and replaced it. That's what they needed, though, right? That's what they needed for Heroic. This has been a have to forget, frankly. They've battled back in, but it's been clawing it back every step of the way. And if they can find this 6th, it'll give you at least a little bit of comfort as we swap sides. Techies on the other side on 3 players. And just process on this side of the map. They want to hit A. They want to pressure it. And Nikodos, well, he better be ready.
Good as this flashbang. Look at that. Oh, it doesn't quite work. Not quite where it needs to be, but the shot's neither. And he does get run down very quickly right there, so it's going to be a sight at least to lock in some digits here. That Molly going to spread as well. A 4v5 and an opportunity for Big to cap things off with one extra. Now on the outside looking in here. They're looking for duels. Tabson on top of the default box saying, come and fight me, and they sure will oblige. A 4v4 now. Things turning quickly. The post plant's kind of separated as well. And the flank finally formed. The Process misses his opportunity. It allows for everyone else to strike. Nert's knocking some heads off clean. And JDC left in the 1v3, getting baited by Kixin. Eventually finds the kill, but it's just not going to matter. The bomb being defused, being stuck. And that's going to be a dead even half as we take it into the break.
Mixing it up here in the first half of Ancient. A little bit back and forth down the stretch, but Tabson, man, the difference maker to keep things leaning towards Big, at least for the moment. But with the clawback from Heroic, now we swap sides. It's even all across the board. Heroic, a chance to get a little sweet revenge here on Ancient. Maybe start off with a quick half.
Looking sharp in the recovery here. Started out a little bit slow, but Tabson, it really was a large part of his effort, what he was able to do. See if he can keep that up here in the second half, as Pros is now going to be challenged. Has to dance in between these mollies. They're just going for the straight stick right there, and Pros is now on the line, and he gets taken down on the fadeaway, so a wild kickoff to this pistol, but a man advantage here for Heroic to work with.
That was like 30 bullets through the smoke, and he maybe connected one. Oh, that's tough for the dually player. JDC trying to make this happen in the retake. They've still got the dualies up, but they've not got the kills behind them. Shush and Nerds chiming in until Searson. And Crimbo now with him. It's just one man, but time is against them. Time is against them. The bomb is ticking away. That may have just been it. Kixan knows. He puts the graffiti down. He'll crown himself, place it upon his brow, because that's going to be the pistol for Heroic.
Deserved. Just easy in the clutch right there. Finds a quick kill. A little cheeky smile on his face as he closes that one out. Nerds sends those bullets right back. Poor Prosus. Had the right idea.
He says, you may have two pistols, but I click quicker.
Yeah, he look quicker on the click and then more on the line as well. An absolute king.
That's the Napoleon maneuver. You crown yourself.
Yeah.
Got down to no one.
I like it.
Space out towards A. There's nothing here right now, though Big will quickly move to correct that. They want this mid-fight. Presence from Nikodos. They're now trying to find him. Nikodos, though. Not the worst exchange rate in the world. Might be a gun given over. But actually making it out of the round with this rifle is a different ask. Actually doing anything about this bomb plan.
Well, it might give him more duels here, though. Kind of clearing out Donut slowly but surely. Very slow on the uptick. But nah, nothing more. Tabson. You don't want to let this guy continue to heat up here, continue to work.
Who's he got on his USP? I'm seeing Tizian. I'm seeing, is that Searson and Crimbo?
I think it's Crimbo in the end. I can't see who's in the middle there.
I'm going to say that's a Searson.
I believe you. I have no idea. I can't, not a chance I can see that. Gotta get my eyes checked, maybe. Pretty cool. I go with the
way to memorialize, who the players were that you win the battle with in each major.
Yeah. It's gotta be a cool way to do it. Been too many. I have the default gun stickers rocking right now with a couple of my guns. That's pretty fun. Move right there.
The Elige maneuver.
Yeah.
An NA classic. I've got 3 hexed glitter stickers on a P50 sand dune, so who's really winning out there?
It's a good move right there.
JDC swinging on in towards mid. Caught a nade on his approach, but now he's got this window space. Trying to get aggressive. Trying to get frisky. At least for the moment, Tesses has no interest in tangoing. Instead, it's going to be Crimbo who's under pressure. Crimbo does not have anyone close at hand to help him. Searson will try and correct that, but Crimbo has to stand strong. No, Searson got it in the ankle in time. So quick on the rotation. Helps out his teammate, and now Heroic, they're rebuffed, they're bailing. They have got no interest.
I mean, a man advantage as well in this situation here is so important because Big don't have a lot of tools to win around here. They've got a Molotov as counter utility. That's all. Not even counter utility, any utility. That's all that they have here. So a man advantage is a tool that you can use to win them around big time. But they do have to play their cards right here still. And there's a lot of space given over towards this B side. Not a lot of reinforcements here in terms of the numbers.
Feels like a tough spot for Prosus as well, right? Into the cubby. Ooh, they are going to be setting up. Tabson on the angle, so Prosus maybe.
That extra man's coming in. Searson's joining. He's got a Molotov as well.
A numbers advantage. The molly comes down at the right moment. Could either shut them out or deny the plant. Searson's hanging on to it. Not going quick. Prosus does get the one, but Searson's lost. Molotov will not be effective. And Tabson, can he deny? Found one. They're so laser focused in on Crimbo that Tabson can punish. And now Nikodos, 5 HP, just ducks below the laser. But as JDC, he'll have to tango with now 1 shot, 1 kill, all that's needed. Crimbo in the clutch, but he's reloading, risking it all. Nikodos needs the tap, and he knows it. All about timing on this swing. Echolocating off the footsteps, buying the time, toying with him, but Crimbo eventually will sink in his fangs.
Ooh.
This time.
Yeah, he's got it.
He's got it.
He's got it.
No problem.
Okay. A little bit nerve-wracking right there.
All good.
Not a lot of time left, but does at least seal it on in with a little bit to spare. And a nice start. But again, pulled back very quickly. What a headshot there from Nikodos. Little one tap for you. That's precision. but it still doesn't leave big. I mean, it almost feels like a hollow victory in a certain sense when you walk into the very next round and you've got 2 MP9s here to work with.
Yeah.
Prioritizing that utility that was missing in that last round.
This now becomes the big question. Get reset here, and life sucks, to put it lightly.
It's one of those traps you can fall into in a map. Constantly left without CT economy.
Gubby may not be here in the server anymore, but he's apparently still on tap since MP9, so... With them in spirit!
Oh, boy.
ADC! Oh, boy, that's gonna be one you think about. That's gonna play in his head when he closes his eyes tonight.
Oh.
And it might just have been the moment that loses them the round. Trying to go for 2. Bird in the hand, though. We're 2 in the bush. And a kill in mid. Worth 2 on the spray. That one stings.
Yeah, you want to look away from that. And it just leads to the rest of the dominoes tumbling. Everyone tries to reaggress off the back of that loss. You know, you got MP9s, you got little tools. JDC was one of the better positioned players, and it felt like that was going to be the key into the round.
Tierson doesn't even know where to go. He's trying to find safe haven, maybe just trying to find the save. Not gonna happen. Not at all. Heroic laughing after that one. I mean, they've got to know it could have been all over. But Nerds, oh my God, is he quick?
You don't get a lot of time to miss on Nerds right there before he's gonna zone in.
No, it's like trying to catch a cobra.
Oh.
You better grab him the first time, because he's gonna strike, and there's a whole lot of venom in those fangs.
Can't quite catch him. Too quick. Now it's USPs here, and this is a situation that you said this is when life sucks on the CT side.
And it's going to give, you know, if they realize the stack is here. Okay, hold on. Nikodos has put a gun perhaps in their grasp. The nade, where'd the AK go? Oh, it's still there.
There you go.
Kicks on disposing
removal
of the contraband. But now they're rotating off, and if it comes back in towards B, there's just going to be a whole lot of time for Big to be playing that last round in their head and thinking about how it all went wrong. Okay. Hold on, though. Hold on. That's one way to get the thoughts out of your mind. Heroic can't keep bumbling about here. At this point, they need to take the space. Back on.
Oh,
that's a dink.
Ouch.
This isn't settled. When they come back through, when these smokes fade, Heroic, no, there's a little bit of pressure on. Still, the retake's a bit of a nightmare. There's that AK in mid. A consolation prize if they can't make it happen here, perhaps. But at this point, Big are going to test themselves. It's too appetizing a prospect. Even up against the rifles, through the chokes. Crimbo's trying to bait a bit of a response. Now the smokes fade. There's the jump across, and not good enough to bait out the spray. Heroic, little hesitation, little wobble perhaps, but no stumble just yet.
They get taken for a whirl right there with the repositions. I mean, just strike the numbers there for Big, which I like. But, of course, there's a lot more strength in those AKs. So that's how things fizzle out. Not a bad idea, though. Do some damage here. It's at least a better purchase. Rolling through for Big, but they've got to get on the right track immediately. And this is the round to do it. No safety in that cubby. JDC knows that all too well. The flash perfectly landed here. They're going to fly through that smoke they are, but JDC quick to react there. And now we get that same head-to-head once again in the second half. JDC jumping up to try and find the trades. Tess is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And there's no escape. There's no relief for him. And he's got out of dodge in time here. Molotov going to keep him safe here for now.
I don't think he saw Shushko through. Process is aware of the possibility. It might have just caught a hint of an ankle. Now, I mean, certainly, that's not going to be keeping a secret of it. So it's a good moment to see this impact from JDC. We were bigging him up in the pregame, and here's where we finally get it kind of revealed, what he could do, what he could be cooking in mid.
Oh. Timing's... How? Oh my god. Jumping up on the box right there, I thought he was going to get timing, and he still wins the duel. I mean, they're winning some incredibly tough fights right now.
They are. And it's pulled Big completely off of B. They're trying to move back to adjust and address this, but still, if the smokes go down, this could be big trouble. There's only one smoke, fortunately. And Tabson's going to be able to play ahead of it. Oh, there's a little bit of a gap, a little bit of vision. Can he exploit this? Yes, he can. Kicks in right in. Tabson's lost track of him, though. Kickson's gotten past. This is getting so very weird. And no, Tabson caught with his pants down. Thought he had the awareness. Turned out he's been hoodwinked entirely. JDC, 2 big kills in the round, yet still just left to save, hold on to his gun. And this map feels like it's slipping away rapidly from the German squad.
This map feels like, I mean, again, it started out with 0-5, right? So, 6th round was a massive Tabson clutch, and he's been the only real benefactor, man. These shots just aren't connecting, and it's costing him dearly. They're just not hitting the same way they were for Big earlier. Look at JDC, who starts it off well. It just tumbles, it spirals out of control thereafter. He gets this too, and that's all that they get in the round.
Just a quick note as well for anyone who was hearing those puddle splashes and wondering why he was going full out. He wasn't. He was shift walking. There seems to be a little bit of an issue that's cropped up recently where sometimes it sounds like you're making noise when you're in water, even when you're not. Don't believe that's audible for his opponents, though. So
I remember when, as soon as you'd hop into the water on Ancient, this was in Go.
You hear them on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
Water is confusing, okay? If we've learned one thing, it's that water is apparently very difficult.
It was very bad in Go. I don't know what it was, where it was just so loud and almost like heard throughout the entire server, but fortunately we've moved past that a little bit.
Now it's just so dang pretty here. But I don't think Big are going to have a lot of time to stop and smell the water moss because they could be done. Ancient, their map pick, a place that's been a bastion of strength for them, and here they're under siege. Ooh, Tess his nose. Tess his nose. He's got the kill eventually coming through. Tess has had that every step of the way. Now the bomb next to go down. Aprosis eliminated. Nades tracking him. Crimbo, a little bit of a consolation prize on the other side of the map, but that's all it is. His teammates are locked out. Searson slipped into the cave. They should be aware that this is a possibility. Indeed, he's held. Shush not making any blunders here. And he's just going to have to be the save for Crimbo to keep the gun, to play for overtime, right? This is disastrous. It was 6-6 at the half, and Big just one moment to have any impact. It's been all heroic all the way.
I think there's a couple different situations here for Big. I mean, one, the economy has not been kind to them. But it's just been far removed since they've had any grip on this game. I mean, it really has been just the 2 rounds that Big have had in recent history, or at least most recent history. It's been 12 for Heroic, so it's a bit of a painful turnaround here. Heroic looking to stamp their name here on their opponent's map pick, a map pick that they've been using very effectively throughout this event, shutting down some of the key win conditions here. It really has only been Tabson stepping up right now for the squad. JDC in a couple situations, but
I mean, next to the pool as well, we go towards Nuke, a very dangerous map where Heroic are comfortable, strong, confident. This does not stack up well if you're a big fan. Or a small one. Kixan with the opener. Now B under pressure once again. This site has failed to hold up over and over, and Prosis knows he needs to be a hero and he'll never get the chance. Searson on the scene. JDC, the one who needs to have a little bit of impact. Searson's kill actually coming through from Donut. JDC now tracking into this swinging, trying to keep them at bay. The bomb's not actually here for Heroic. It's going to need to be Shush to come all the way back around from middle, but in the meantime, it's a fight, it's a brawl, and it's JDC peeling away Kixan. Nikodos is committed, he knows it, but he's just so damn quick. Now prepared for Searson to re-peek. And it falls to Shush in the clutch. One man on a mission to close this game, to snuff the hope for Big. He'll find the first piece of the puzzle. And now Searson's got to read this. Which way is Shush headed? Molotov in towards mid would seem to tell the story, and Searson, he's ready for the next chapter, but it's a little bit of a twist. It's a little bit of a turn. The Molly was a red herring, and instead Shush brings the center of the plot on towards B. A bomb plant guaranteed, but Searson has figured this out. Edging closer, still not in time to deny the C4. Shush taking the initiative here. Swinging around, Searson forward, the smoke! Gonna reveal his position, and now Searson knows everything he needs. The wrap. Who's gonna figure it out first? Who's gonna move quicker?
He went into his smoke?
Is he in the smoke itself? He is! He is! Searson, completely bamboozled, will have no idea, and as Shush comes back around, when the tap goes in, it smiles on the face of Shush. A smoke on up, the light up there, Shush, the master author of this caper. Heroic, steal away a map pick. You couldn't have written it better if you tried.
He's having some fun with it. It smiles on his faces as he closes out that clutch. That is just unreal. He knew he won that one.
Question number 1. When Taz was winning IEM Hanover back in 2007 with Pentagram, what else was going on in the world? A. Steve Jobs introducing the first ever iPhone. B. Facebook being created. C. Michael Jordan still playing in the NBA. Or D. An Inception movie being released.
No, Inception was later.
Yeah, this was 2010, I think, or so.
So
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I think this or the iPhone stuff.
I'm out of iPhone. I have no clue about iPhone, even though I use one.
You can choose. I'm between iPhone and NBA.
We choose the iPhone one.
That's correct.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it from the second first.
Which legendary player once said, "If we win more rounds than we lose, we win the game"? Was it A. Nothing, B. JW, C. Pasha Biceps, or D. Kiyoshima?
I have no idea. I would say Pasha.
Yeah, because it's a simple.
Yeah.
Because it's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's go for it.
Is Pasha?
It's incorrect. It was nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
Of course.
Who won the first IEM tournament for CS 1.6, and what year was it held in? It's double whammy. Was it A. Team Pentagram, B. H2K Gaming, C. Fnatic, or D. SK Gaming?
This is something I'm way too young for this.
Yeah, it's no.
You don't know anything, right?
Yeah, you don't know anything. You don't know anything, Jason.
No. I don't mean this, but out of the first question, it was 2007 with Taz. So we either have Pentagram in it, so it could be 2007, but I think it's way earlier.
Yeah, because I played group stage IEM 5, and that was 2011, I think. That means
way earlier. I say it's 2005.
Okay, but what team?
H2K.
H2K? Did they win anything?
Yeah, I don't know. This was...
Yeah, let's go.
It was Team Pentagram 2007.
You knew it was a trick question, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Tricky one.
Which team did Sponge not play for? Renegades, 100 Thieves, Vox Eminor, or Legion?
Who is Sponge?
No. What was the last team?
So he played in Vox Eminor and he played in Renegades, right? These two are for sure.
Yeah, I still forgot.
Legion?
Legion,
I think he also played. What was the other one?
100 Thieves.
Yeah, he
didn't play there, right?
No.
100 Thieves did later. Yeah, I would say 100 Thieves.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Sponge, don't hate us in the cast, please, now. It was just a joke.
Or how many IEM events, has a Liege participated in? A, 32, B, 26, C, 20, or D, 16?
I think it's over 16. It is over 20.
Over 20?
Yeah.
Okay. But not over 9,000.
20.
26, I would say.
We go with that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
As many IEMs as years of his life. Crazy. So 3 out of 5. You did pretty good.
Yeah, take this.
what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, no, but you wish, babe. Took out the dress like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the C on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, make me a cake full of nonsense.
Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024 heroic up a map against their opponents, snatching away Big's map pick, looking very strong indeed. In order to find out what we're actually thinking about this, we had to bring in some expert analysis. And, well, we couldn't quite make his day rate. So, unfortunate there. We've lost the analysis, but you'll just have to listen to us instead. That was quite the showing from Heroic, especially once we swap sides.
They have a lot to be proud about right there. Took control over the server there when Tabs was having a field day at the beginning of that game there. Again, 0-5 to kick things off, and that game ends 13-7, I believe. So just a very dominant performance coming through from Heroic in terms of starting off slow and being able to recover strong.
Yeah, strong indeed. Strong indeed. Some monstrous moments, some really big plays. And on the other side, right, Tabs in such an effort. Huge clutch, big kills, top fragging by far. I mean, I think double up on his next closest teammate, and yet still it wasn't enough to make a difference here on Ancient. And that's something where, this is a big team that's looking much rejuvenated from what we would have expected coming into this tournament, but maybe there's still work to do.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case where you kind of, I wouldn't even say felt JDC go missing. He was early on winning some of these duels in terms of mid. I just think Nertz took control over that head-to-head and took control over that fight rather consistently later down the line. And that's good news here because, again, those are two players that are looking to clash throughout this entire best of three. They're going to be meeting at every turn there. So the fact that Nertz was able to start off losing out to some of those fights and be able to regain some of that strength is a great sign. And it's kind of what we expect here. I think if you talk about Nertz versus JDC, there's no question of who you would favor consistently.
Yeah, and I mean, another one of these head-to-head duels that we're talking about, kind of an interesting one, the Oppers. Searson a little up or down in performance. Nikodas here as a stand-in, a little bit unknown as far as what he's going to be. Obviously, it's a stand-in with an asterisk, considering he just got removed from the roster, but a stand-back-in, shall we call him, and well, certainly there was a big difference between these two players' performance on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, Nikodas positionally consistently looking good there. I felt like he was on that CT side, starting to really gain some strength there and find himself in the right place at the right time, where a lot of those duels just came into him, and you could see just catching in the mid-round. Some of these kills wasn't super flashy. We didn't see a lot of big multis, but when it comes to those mid-round situations there, he just wasn't missing, and he was in the where he needed to be to win rounds here. So that's a good news for Nikodas. That's good news for Heroic in the series.
I'm thinking about that clutch that almost was as well, that 1v2 that came down to the wire against Kixon. Nikodas playing it to almost perfection with 5 HP. It felt like an incredible moment, but it wasn't quite. Now no one will remember it, of course, because that's the nature of clips that almost were. Still, I think if you're Nico, you've got to be really pleased with how you're showing up in this event, you know, in terms of what you're putting on tape for potential future teams that are looking to bring you into their roster, that are looking at this and saying, you know, can this guy be an impact player? Can this guy be a difference maker in the server? And clearly the answer is yeah.
Yeah, I think so, 100%, right? Again, you know, chapter might be closed here with Heroic, but talking about building some stock in the future here for at least maintaining what is more tier 1 relevancy, I think Nico Dallas could maybe make a case here, especially if it not only, you know, doesn't just end the group stage. If he was able to take this level into the playoffs for just one more event here underneath this Heroic banner, it would be a great situation here and a big turnaround from what, again, has been a Nico Dallas who, on the op at least, has just been not super consistent and almost not even like super interested in like keeping that cut in the long term.
No, man's a rifler in an opper's body.
Yeah.
But looking at the other side of things for Big, the sledding is going to get very tough here. We're headed over towards Nuke. This is comfortable territory for Heroic. It's been comfortable territory for Heroic for a long time. Big, maybe not so much. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree here with that one. Again, we've seen some strength. We saw that big comeback yesterday. I mean, no pun intended, but you do see them show some strength here. I think T-side, what they brought versus FlyQuest, whether it was more so on FlyQuest feeling a little bit choky, I think that was certainly a big deal. But they were able to shut things down. They were able to win consistently on that T side, and I feel like there's not a lot of situations where I've said that in the past like couple of years here about this squad is their ability to bring in consistent T side success, especially on a map like Nuke. That wasn't the case, and it hasn't been. So they've got at least that to lean on.
It did feel like that, you know, looking at that FlyQuest example, though, that was a tale of two teams that they played almost. They were getting bullied by FlyQuest for so much of that game, and then when map point rolled around, we just saw a very different squad on the other side, a much more, a team that was playing not to lose, and thus did. And so for Big, I just don't know that that's going to be the same kind of pressure on this Heroic squad. Yeah, obviously, they'd like to make the playoffs. They'd like to make it into the arena. But they're also not playing with their full 5. They're not playing with Dagster at this point, which is really what they've got their eyes on, their eyes towards the future. This is a team that's secure in at least what their status is going to be coming out of the player break as well. So while making this would be huge, it would be a beautiful bonus. I'm sure it would have great feelings for Saw and Nerds in particular as well, having lifted the trophy just last year. It's not end-all, be-all. It's not all the pressure in the world. This is a Heroic team that can play very free, and they certainly showed that on Ancient.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to see that again here, especially as we start things off with them being on that T side. It's going to mean a lot. This is their map where they can just kind of sink this one on in. A little layup for them to try and lock in playoffs, but they got to prove it here versus a big defense that did get exploited yesterday. We'll see if they can recover that.
Heavy lean outside here. Player on the Schmallow. Couple down below. And Searson looking for some headshots. Oh, there's the spot. Confirmation. No shots landing just yet, though. Now Searson knows he's under pressure. Can't find the killing blow. They're into the garage. How is he still alive? Still, they've dealt with him. They pushed him all the way back. And while Kixon goes 1-for-1 elsewhere on the map, it is going to mean that there's a free path towards the lower site. No one yet rotating to deal with this. And with Shush still with some control in towards the lobby, this could get real weird. He spotted the one, gave the audio cue. They don't know. He caught himself. They don't know. And JDC will pay the penalty. Now the lurk at their back. They've got to press forward. There's just no other option. Tabson, though, gonna mark the way. There's putting in some work here, dueling by the double doors, trying to keep them off of that bomb defuse. Grimbo making noise, making action. Searson flirting with the door in the meantime. But Grimbo with that clear, that's enough. Plenty of time for this defuse, and Big have done it.
That's insane right there. What a tough retake considering how much went right there for Heroic. A silent crawl down in towards that lower side. They get their way through Secret. While there's distractions on top of the mini. a bomb plant here is going to keep things nice and level. They'll always have their opportunities here to strike forward. Got the Galil's in play, got the Mac-10s as well. We'll see if flying kicks in fast towards the outer yard here. JDC left to deal with it. Stuck in a really awkward position right now, not flushed out either, as the rest of the roster makes their way down secret.
All right, Searson.
Ooh, his timing's rough. Oh, it's so rough.
Can't get that smoke down in time. Timing indeed. Now pressure on towards lower, and once again a situation where you just don't have to rotate. But clearing out nerds, that's a big first step to making this retake viable. Bomb down. All coming from the same direction this time. All from the ramp. And Tess is the first hurdle to overcome. Flashbangs galore, but Tess still strikes. Shush, a second found, and Nikratos, and Tess hold strong. Barely a wisp of health remaining, but enough.
That's kind of the post-plant positioning right there that you expect to succeed on a lower bomb site, but Tessus is the difference maker this time, man. Knocking down those heads clean off with the Galil and 5 HP. Bringing 2 kills to his name. Taking it into a third. That's a great round right there. And again, that's why you can't give too much space, I feel like, towards that lower site. Once you get into post plans, it doesn't oftentimes matter how you try and pull a retake off. 4v3s can still feel incredibly difficult when you're flowing through the ramp side. And that's the only option you have. This has been a lot of lobby crunches here for BIG. It's just been their game plan.
You walked it back. Clash of Trap. A big part of their game plan.
No.
It's just the telltale story of this team. Nikratos puts his teammate down. Don't think it's going to tilt the scale too heavily in this round. Rimpo, hold on. Hold the phone. This could get weird.
I thought Crimbo was going to get onto the roof there for a second. Get even more cheeky with it.
It's feeling cheeky enough. Tess at least has his control towards Secret, but there is still a player waiting downstairs. JDC, but wary of where they could be. Crimbo boosted up. And if they're coming back in towards midi, Crimbo's position, this could be the trump card. This is actually a really good setup. Crimbo and Searson, this is going to be so many problems. If they path towards heaven, though, they might just circumvent them. 40 seconds, flashbangs to get over the lip as well. Crimbo just doesn't have the gun for the range of this fight, so unless they completely overlook him, this should be the antidote for Heroic. Let's see if it is.
Oh,
Big Sun coming around. Yeah, just had to gamble. Crimbo will find Searson. Connects, though. It's not done yet. JDC. A slim chance, but a chance nonetheless as he comes up the vent. That won't be contested. Not getting any further forward, that's a different story altogether. Spotted now, Tessus has seen him. Utility to harass, to slow him down. They know he won't have a kit, so they might as well just keep him at bay. Closing the gap, he's got right up on the towers. Tessus, is he looking the right way? He's going to trust his teammate, and it's trust that is rewarded.
Your faith in kicks and pays off in many different ways on this Heroic roster, I feel like. That's just one of them. Look at this perfect route, man. Perfect route. Avoiding what could have been a scary setup, like you mentioned. And for me, it's surprising that Heroic, they don't leave anybody towards mini, but...
Look at that fist bump form from Shush. It's full arm extension.
Arm locked, elbow locked.
I don't think his elbow moved. He just did full shoulder range of motion. Maybe that's the most ergonomic way to fist bump.
It's all about keeping your wrists healthy.
As a gamer, keep those wrists strong. All it takes is one little wrist injury. We'll never feel the same again. Crimbo going to be feeling very different. This big get eliminated from outside. What is this stack? What do we have here from BIG?
Get the 4-man.
Oh, could get cheeky if there's no smokes. Very cheeky indeed, but just a little impact.
Yeah, I mean, aim duels right there taken. They are pretty quick there. You need some whiffs to happen if you want the USPs to sing. Doesn't help right there. That Crimbo gets bombarded out of the round. And no chance to move forward. But no sweat here for BIG. He'll get the purchases back. AWP included in the mix here. I want to see a little bit more impact out of Searson right now. And if he can control the map a little bit more with that op, be good news. But it doesn't feel like he's going to have much of an opportunity to control the map here. They again lean in towards this outer yard.
And especially with glass cannon, right? If this gets into a post, this could be very difficult indeed. They're already under the lip. Ooh, there's the pixel. That's 2 for the price of 1. The first player eludes. You almost think he's going to be completely denied, but Searson...
Oh. Wait a second.
Find it. Tess is... Did he see an ankle?
He's going to have a couple kills mopped up here.
Oh, they have no idea. They have no clue. Trigger discipline on it. Gets the rifle first. The offer to fall. Now A is right for the taking. The question just becomes, can the bomb cross? JDC panicking, trying to rally in to support his teammates, and in doing so, he gives it up.
Oh, they're both lower. They're going to have no say in this round. They're going to have to flush out the player in heaven. And it's just going to be a save. It's over. As well as it started for Searson, what he needed to do, what we asked him, he delivers. And it's just Tessus ripping that away, man, with the timing. Had a massive gap. He knew what he had. And he took full advantage.
It's the kind of round that can have some reverberations as well, right? You get the big play, you get the big moment, you're starting to feel the excitement. A collat, right? I don't care how long you've been playing, a collat's still exciting.
It's always fun.
Yet, it's still just ripped away. Crimbo will hang on to his gun, the only survivor for Big Clan. And likely going to be pistols put around him once more. That's Heroic starting to build a pretty strong T-side foundation here.
Such a quick reminder right there of what you're up against. When you find the collat and you think that man advantage is going to be helpful.
It is a reminder as well, right? I mean, even looking at that FlyQuest game yesterday, Big did not exactly look glorious on the defensive half, right? There were struggles there early on in that map. Forget about it because of the way it ended, but there's vulnerability here. Searson feeling very vulnerable. Just a USP.
It was Zeus.
Oh, Zeus. This is a Zeus position, Searson. Come on, man. Tabson burns. Flambe Tabson. A singed bear and a shush to follow up. Any risk there was in this round now is mostly a risk that Crimbo will save his AK. JDC, what you got for us? Nothing. Nada. Zip, zero, zilch. And Crimbo, time to show us your hide-and-seek skills. Not a bullet landed. No, there's 2 damage on Kixon. That's going to be it into the round.
Yeah, stubbed his toe on the way through ramp there.
I think he might have even just clipped a teammate's nade.
Yeah. Tapped into a molly. No sweat. Well, Crimbo, I mean, he's got a nasty position here to find some exits. Oh, yeah.
What?
It's clean. But, again, that's just the alarm bells ringing for the rest of the squad to start hunting on in.
They did enough damage. He
can't stay here. Far, yeah. Maybe ramp is safe. Maybe.
Tucks in by the orange box. Yeah, if he gets here.
Though.
Oh, he's being hunted out. Nikodos is here. There's no escape. There's no way out. And indeed, the gun will be claimed. Worth the exchange, I think, if you're Heroic. Little spam letting him know, too. Little sauce on the end.
Sure, why not, Nikodos? Rub it in a little bit. Coming in here for this Heroic squad, playing with nothing to lose. And as you mentioned here, I don't think Big really get the extra benefit of a team that is going to choke away these big leads because, again, that standing situation, it makes you feel like there isn't a lot of pressure.
No, not in the same way. And I mean, certainly as well for the Heroic players, even beyond that, even with their 5, this is a much more battle-tested roster in terms of overall experience of the pieces. Brosis checking in with 2. It's been a quiet game. Those are his first 2 of this map, but what a time to find it. And now Crimbo, and for the backstop, leaves it all just to Nikodos. What can the man who's riding the bench more often than not for this team right now, what can he find? Off the bench, into the ace. Taps it burning. Swinging, dead, damage matters, but JDC will limit it to just the one casualty as Big finally get their paws into this map.
I think an underrated factor right there is that both in this round, Process and JDC get off that brutal 0 kills scoreline. And while it was a very easy round, it's nice that JDC can cap it off and lift off here, because if he's going to be the player that you lean on to cover and rifle towards that outer yard, well, this is his time where he needs to step up here and show us he can play and level up his game.
Can't be happening at the Donut Factory.
We're off of Ancient. Nerds is down the vents, and it's already queued up rotates here. It's already queued up Concern and repositions to try and figure him out.
In terms of players you want to lose track of, like, Nerds is the absolute nightmare. A guy who just can control rotations, can control late rounds. This is a menace. This is the boogeyman is loose in your thoughts. He's haunting your dreams. And if you're Big, you've sent Crimbo down with like a crucifix and some salt, maybe some incense to burn, trying to exorcise this demon from the lower site.
A flashlight that's run out of batteries. It's just clicking away. And now JDC in charge of this ramp control, but you know it's going to be the end goal towards that lower side because it is just Crimbo down there. Here goes JDC getting aggressive and immediately dealt with on his information campaign. And now Crimbo left with his back against the wall here. What is he to do? You have an idea that he is rotated down and towards this site. You know he's that ramp player, and he is blasted. That's why you can't lose track of Nerds, because that's what he's going to do to you. And Process gains at least a little space down the vents, but it's not going to be a call that ever lifts off. You just got to save.
This is that nightmare scenario. If you're Big, you finally get around, you finally get something, and then just immediately they step on your fingers. You're like, you're putting a hand at the top of the cliff, and the boot just comes down. Oh, this hurts. Momentum gone, tumbling back in. They have to save just to give them something to try and claw their way back up, but Heroic are merciless here. Nerds in full control. It's full confidence play coming through from Heroic, and 6 rounds already found in this half. How far can they take this? I'm not seeing a cap here for Big, right? I'm not seeing a compelling narrative to get them back into this. I need to see a total change of pace, a total change of action, maybe some more dynamic play. I mean, the aggression in towards lobby did pay off in their 1-round win on the rifles. What can we get here from Big?
Yeah, I mean, they've been throwing that lobby crunch throughout a lot of these rounds, for better or for worse. And like you said, it might be the only solution I'm seeing right now in the way that Heroic are taking this map control. That last one fell over at the very beginning.
Searson's getting a little frisky, but immediately abandons it. Just seeing if someone was coming fast in towards the ramp play. Tabson wants to brawl outside, but hoping for a lucky headshot and splitting the difference. Not going to find the spare. Dasses. Instead, the entry into JDC, who is having a very rough time of it outside. That's not going to change in this round, at the very least. And now, once again, Heroic control the positioning. They've got the player down lower. They've got that Spectre haunting the step of the other side. Tabson and Process, though, bringing this back just a little bit. Still 3-on-3. Still that player lower. The bomb needs to link up with them. It was spotted outside, so they know it's not the risk of the plant just yet. Big trying to rally into this, but they've lost track of Kixan. I don't think Crimbo's seen him. No, Kixan knows. Kixan knows. Buy me some time, boys, because it's an assassination about to go down. 1 found. Trying to play it for more, trying to play it for 2. The bump in means Kixan's got to pull the trigger, but advantage back on for Heroic. Oh, and now they know they're in trouble. Process deleted! Tasses, what can't he do here? There's just no chance. Once again, Searson forced to save. Nothing can work for the German squad. It's Heroic every step of the way.
Oh man, Tassis is just ripping heads clean off as soon as you think things are gonna go right for Big. Tassis in a position. It is unbelievable. He just keeps on taking care of business, man. He won a difficult duel out of the gates there versus JDC. JDC in a beautiful off angle to open things up. He finds that fight, wins it, and with no health left, finds the game or the round-winning entry on towards that A side. That just seals it. That forces Searson into no other position. That is brutal.
Just kind of the story of this team as well. I mean, the Danes, right? Tessus and Shush are both having very strong first halves of Nuke here. They were maybe a little quieter on Ancient, not in any sort of deficit, just not necessarily needing to pick up as much of the burden. But it's been the story of this team. You know, Tessus and Shush were players who maybe didn't get as much shine on that previous heroic roster, that maybe took a backseat in the narrative to the Stowns, the Cadians, even the Abbeys of the squad, and they can step up. Right? They were maybe left behind, but they can step up in a big way. And Tessus in particular is a guy who I think has really changed the narrative coming into this team. Coming into this new roster, getting that chance to stick around in the org and show that they were right to keep him.
I think, and then on the other side of things here, Shush as well. I think it's such an asset when it comes to what everyone thought about him, what he can do as a supportive and rock-solid anchor, man. He just is so consistent. Doesn't matter what situation he's put under as well.
Every time we see the overall heroic player cams, I just can't look away from Nikodaz's incredibly orange keyboard. I think he can only play 3 games on it. It's either got to be Counter-Strike, TF2, or Portal.
Why is that?
It's the orange box.
Okay.
You don't know what the orange box is, do you? Hold on. I've actually got a copy of it right here. This is a 360. This is... Oh, it was Half-Life 2.
Wow.
I'm crazy. Half-Life 2 Episode 2. There we go. That was the orange box. This is where I first encountered these beautiful games.
There you go.
That's a copy for the Xbox, but...
You had that on deck right there.
I did. On the shelf. Just in reach.
There you go. Searson. Finding themselves an opening. Crimbo double op solution. We'll see if that's the case. And now he's... makes his way through. That's a tough shot from Crimbo. What a kill right there to add, and it's just a lot of hesitation now for Heroic to move forward. They can't quite find their ways in. Nikodas avoiding the initial A1S here, and will sneak his way through Mini. But how much help is that going to have here? He's spotted out. It might just not matter all that much. Dancing between these duels, he does at least find one. That's an A-bomb site. That's a little something you can lean on.
Could he be doing this? I mean, he would take some serious magic right now. He would take some
every right
serious
move.
Momentum, some serious play. Exposing himself to Heaven. Seriously just going to come over the lip. No, doesn't. Stop the bomb plant. Disney will concede. Big needs round wins. The money has long since gotten out of control. So a third finally on the board here. A chance to push it back towards 5. A chance to at least give themselves the base to fight from here, Cole.
It is. I mean, what works so well here, I think, for Big, again, their CG sides were a little bit weak versus FlyQuest. It felt like it was Searson when he was just like taking these duels everywhere on the map here and being super aggressive. And he only did that when he gained that confidence in overtime. That was the only time in which I was like, okay, Searson is going to win this game. He's going to make the plays necessary, even though they had some tough CT sides. So for him right now, he's been playing pretty passive. He's been playing in Heaven. He's been, you know, getting a couple of picks here and there, and some good ones as well, right? I'll give him that much. The passive play has been okay, but for this big CT side, it needs to be great at this point, and it needs to be 5-7, and that might be on Searson's shoulders.
A little A-Stream update for you, since we do have a moment here in the pause. It seems like the magic may have run out here for G-Stu. Liquid just managed to get Dust 2 over the line, so they're up 1-0 in that series, but Liquid off to a very hot start on Inferno. It's 5-1, and Yakindar 12-2.
Oh boy.
Twist not far behind. So, strong showing there from Liquid as they want to play in front of the hometown crowd. I know that would be a real nice treat for the organization for sure, to have their team in the arena. Crimbo won't have his head on his shoulders. The flashbangs are lethal. Tabson just standing there, staring into the void. Eventually does find one, but it can't tip the scales of this round. There's nothing doing. The bomb will be down. JDC locked out as he'll just have to hold on to his A1S for the final round of play. Absolute brutality. The screen of flashbangs never relents. Is JDC going to risk it now? His position known. He'll never get the chance. Nico Dawes ensures that. One more round in this half. This is starting to look like a bit of a beatdown here, Cole.
Starting to look like Heroic want to lock themselves in a playoff position. That's what it's starting to look like, and heating up big time. What a call from Kixon. Again, this off-spawn maneuvers towards that A side. Massive pace change. Big wake-up call when you're constantly getting brutalized towards that outer yard, and you just recognize the double op that Krimbo was wielding. Fast A play is the right solution, I think, just straight up, and that's what they go with.
Well, Heroic are now just 5 rounds away from making notes installed. The only returning champions from IEM Dallas to make it back to the arena. And Nico Dawes, I think he wants to light his way into the playoffs. I think he wants to make this happen with peaks like that. Oh, Tess is running through flames, braving the fire. The heat's not enough to keep him out. Tabson trying to put himself back in position to do anything, something about this round. JDC chiming in, but it's not enough. It's far from enough. Krimbo on fire and Nerds to lay him low. 9 rounds for Heroic as we head to the break.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
Welcome back to the B stream here at IEM Dallas for the last time. This is the last time we will bring it back in from break because this is the final half potentially of play. There could still be a map. But I'll tell you what, Big need to do a whole lot of work to change my mind about that one.
They got to do it again.
They got to do it again.
And I think this one even more challenging. As we had highlighted, they had a big comeback on the T side before. It was impressive. It was versus FlyQuest with a whole lot of pressure underneath their shoulders. Right now, Heroic, they're playing loose. They got a nice little massage heading into this game, and they're looking like it. Absolutely carefree Counter-Strike as they keep on fighting right now with the dual Berettas, but trades come back at the very least. It's a flank from Nerds right on their heels, and a pistol would damn near guarantee it, but hold on, JDC not going to give it up just yet. He needs to step up here. This would be the perfect time to stamp your impact on this map.
You know, he's got one player painted to the corner. He's going to isolate that fight and take it all the way. Now it's JDC against the man who's not even part of this team anymore. He's got to pick his path, and he's got to pick his route. The health is low, and out-and-out duel is not what he wants to take, so the element of surprise is his biggest friend, but the world is his oyster. And JDC is trying to crack that shell. Where do you want to go? Down in towards lower. Nikodos creeping closer now into the trophy clear, inching his way in. And as JDC all but secures the plant, Nikodos will not be far afield. When this tap comes in,
didn't hear it.
Now he'll know.
But yeah,
now
he's not
know?
quite rotating. He's still in heaven. There you go. But he's made noise, and I believe JDC's recognized this. Powerful position right now for him to be in this 1v1.
Yeah, the window's unbroken is a huge problem. You're not necessarily going to clear this, not going to check it. He could be anywhere. There's so many positions on the site. Nikodos, though, has gotten onto the lip. JDC is going to have to give out the audio cue, but he just has to deny this plant. Just has to deny this stick. Oh, he's away. He's away. He knows he's got it now. Time ticking away. No kit there. Nikodos has to back off, and while he will find the kill, it's a bitter reward. No pistol round found, and JDC barely does enough to keep his team fighting, to give them a chance, at least, of staying alive.
If that's at all anything that we're going to see out of JDC for the remainder of the half, though, if he can bring that consistently, that same sort of impact here, that's, I feel like, a big missing piece in this series. I mean, obviously took it a little bit lighter on that last map. Didn't have that same form that he was bringing in throughout the entirety.
Oh, shush, you beautiful man. You man after my own heart. A Nova buy for playoffs?
Oh, yeah.
A Nova buy? Love it. Where is he? Where is he?
He's in the hut? Yeah.
He's in the hut.
There you go. Smart spot to be in right there. A lot of close-range duels on this map in general, so not only the Nova effective, but these MP9s can tear through the opposition as well. Oh, but Prosus ready to deal with this.
He's had a tough go, though, hasn't he? Tough sledding, all in all, and this is a good setup to contend with him. Nerd's just going to win the duel. Doesn't even need his comrade to come around, so the first blood is for Heroic. And now if you're big, this can't be the stumbling block. This cannot be where you falter. Nikodos' position revealed, but he gets the tag, and he's able to fade back away. Nerd's collecting on JDC, working on what the scout did give him. Eventually, Nikodos does get run down, but there's still a man disadvantage here. And that's the Nova coming into play. Let's go, Shush. Gets himself the upgrade. Abandons the shotgun. But you do love to see.
I mean, this run's just falling to bits.
The creative buy workout.
He's down to 26 HP. They're going to make a last-ditch effort towards the A side. At least have some distance on these duels. It's a little bit of life in them. Molotov can seal a bomb plan at the very least. It's not quite over just yet.
Nerds is stuck down the vent. There's a little something working. They're trying to isolate this fight on Nerds. Two players are going to come over from Heaven. Tess is in towards Squeak. Tess is confirms the position of the first, but up in the rafters, that might be a bit unexpected. Searson's got to deliver. He gets the one, but 1, 2, it's still not enough. Tesses survives. The force spike comes through. Double digits on for Heroic. With the bomb plant, at least they can keep fighting here. But, oh my goodness, is that going to be a painful loss for Big?
You just don't have a lot of room for those sort of losses right now in this situation, right? You just don't have a lot of room to lose an eco after you want a massive pistol. After JDC brings you a clutch, just to be nullified in the next.
As a commentators, we try to have no bias, but first player to buy a shotgun really does win my support pretty
The Nova in particular, or can you rock
the Nova in
XM?
particular. I mean, the XM's just kind of like a standard gun, especially here on Nuke. But if you're buying anything that's not an XM pretty much in the shotgun tab, I'm getting excited. I'm intrigued. I'm listening at the very least. Tess he's doing a whole lot of talking here, a whole lot of chirping from the barrel of his gun. He will find two, run down eventually. Now with him gone, a plant might be here, but Kixon would like to deny. The windows aren't broken, but if they plant open, uh-oh, he's got the lineup. Couldn't quite shut him down. Damage done. And teammates aplenty on the line is Shush. He knocks them all down, and with 4 players surviving now, there could be no doubt. Heroic, just 2 rounds away from making it to the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, from bringing back Nertz and Saw, the reigning champions of IEM Dallas, and giving them another shot at the crown.
A massive one as well here. Last player standing, looking to defend that title as well. And closing out so very close to getting towards that playoff position right now. I mean, is it going to be Force Buys until you win here for
It has to be.
It
has to be. They've just put themselves in such a situation. You can't bet on 8 in a row with the guns. If you go for the safe, they're going to risk it here. They're going to gamble, but it feels like their hand has been forced. A tick onto Shush. A little bit of damage off the Molotov, so that has some impact. Thought that might have been a nade pop, but no, it just goes for the damage instead. Well, Shush is harassed. It's not conclusive just yet. He still connects, kicks it up in the rafters. Doesn't realize JDC's gotten out, but Shush so quick on the trigger, and it is an absolute battering. Shut down from Heroic, and now 8 chances to close.
Oh, they can just coast to the playoffs here. I mean, look at Nikodas. He's doing the lounging in honor of, you know, a true North American star there in JDM. He's got the lean back chair. Things just going pretty straightforward here. Kixon's still looking to keep things nice and calm, but I think Big know the position that they found themselves in. It's been such an improvement on this performance, but pressure haunting them. Process with his head on his hands right now.
It's been such a better face we've seen from Big, right? This squad has really changed my opinion of them. I think a few opinions of them, because they'd entered the territory of maybe being a forgotten squad, an afterthought in so many of these competitions. And now with a change at the helm, it does feel like some new life has been breathed in, but maybe not enough just yet. And Heroic, not interested in any new life, any changing storyline. All they can think of right now is how good the barbecue's gonna taste tonight after they confirm their spot in the playoffs.
Doing a pretty quick fashion as well. They'd have time for it. Barbecue joint still open. They look to make their way on in towards the ramp side here. Gonna test this once more, but they just can't get past Kixon. First line of defense. This time Tessus doesn't get 2. So a little bit of ground gain towards the ramp side of things. So space created. The rotation's already there towards the lower side here. They've got the whole team ready to go here on Heroic.
There's 3 bodies. There's 3 bodies, right? Kixon just the first to deal with. And okay, Nikodas, a little bit of a miss, but Nertz will not.
Oh, seriously?
Got the wrap. He might get the op now. Oh, Tech 9 on. Now he's got the gun of choice. There's still work to do, but this makes it a lot more viable. Need to recover that bomb. Need to get it planted. Nertz backing away. Doesn't want to be the next victim of this Tech 9, but meanwhile, wrapping in from ramp, it's Shush. Nertz just trying to completely reroute. Do they expect Shush? No one's looking. No one's watching for him. JDC gone. Searson connects. He can bail, but Nertz is too quick, and Nertz will secure his spot. He felt what it meant to lift a trophy here in Texas just last year, and now he gets another chance. A hug for Nikodas, the man who came back off the bench to help his comrades through, and they have confirmed their spot in the playoff. They have confirmed that they will be one of 6 teams to contend for this trophy, to contend for the championship of the 100th IEM. Big, great try, but it's over here. It's over now. The dream is done. The miracle run through the lower bracket can only go so far.
It just does. It means so much for this squad here. Like you said, Nertz and Saul looking to combine forces to just keep and defend that title. Right now, that's what they want to do here. Continue to show that Dallas is their home turf, and that's a victory. This is a playoff run that'll certainly suffice. And again, Nikodas coming in here, standing in. just playing incredible Counter-Strike to at least lock in through that lower bracket, and that's got to be such a relief. But for this big side, the turnaround here in this event, while it was so close to them getting back into a position in which they can play in front of a crowd, which is, I think, something this organization and these players desperately miss, especially if you're Tabson on this squad. You desperately miss being in front of that crowd. It's so close here, but obviously I think they've massively improved the results from Tier 2 online play to this event here.
I think this series as well is going to give them a lot to think about, right? Because for the most part, they've been showing a very good face at this event. And then this series, they just seem to be completely out of steam. Not in the same footing, right? Really from the halftime switch here at Ancient onwards, this was the heroic show. It felt commanding. It felt like they were powerless at so many turns. So many of the individuals who'd been having impact all tournament long went quiet. And that's something that BIG will need to consider as things are going forward. Think about how to solve those issues for the future. But in the meantime, it's all about the monster moments out from Heroic, right? The individuals certainly shining, lots of big plays coming through, really everybody getting their turn as well. The future's bright. This isn't even their starting 5 anymore.
I mean, again, this is a roster that's playing with no pressure. You think that might change here in front of the crowd, but again, some of these players got that experience. It's not like that's going to be the biggest of concerns here. So just massive moment here for this Heroic squad as they get to lock that in. And as I said, I think for Nico, it's a good opportunity to say, hey, now I'm going to be in front of a crowd. If you need a opera that doesn't fold in that pressure, well, again, this is golden opportunity to step up and raise that stock.
Here's that guy. I mean, he put himself on the map as part of a team with Copenhagen Flames that always seemed to come out of nowhere and then elevate in front of that crowd, elevate when those possibilities were on the line, when the moment was biggest. If he could do that again, who's to say? Who's to stop him? And again, in Dallas, results get weird. We crown unusual champions. Why not a team rocking in with a stand-in? Why not a team rocking in with their bench stopper? Why not Heroic?
Yeah, why not here? I mean, we got 9C in the semifinals already, so why not Heroic as well? Again, and the storylines right now lining up here for the Nerds and Sol angle make it all the more possible.
They do indeed. They do indeed. And we do want to give credit over massively to these guys in the shiny stripy jerseys. They have been looking good. Kixan, man, he is really starting to make his name one to consider in that upper echelon of in-game leaders, right? There's still work to do on that, but you consider the squads he's come into, you consider the pieces, the fact that they've frankly been rosters that a lot of people have been discounting, right? The leftovers for Heroic, a team that had looked dire back in the Apex times, and what he can do with that, what he can do with the ingredients that he's given, the recipes he can cook, it's just always going to surprise you.
I mean, it's always impressive to see like a rather young player there be able to offer up that sort of leadership that a team like this definitely needs in terms of trying to build back into a pretty fresh project as well. So, I mean, just what he has brought to this team, the stability, it's going to be everything for this Heroic roster long-term. It's definitely going to matter in the playoffs.
It's what they build on. It's the cornerstone, but the piece that they tried to remove and just found his way back in, it's, of course, Nico Dawes as our Air Force Aim High MVP of this matchup. He wasn't even supposed to be here, man. He wasn't even supposed to be here. It's his off day, and he's still fragging out and securing a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, and those numbers really do show how much of a full team effort it was. It was just so balanced. It was so dominant as well from this Heroic roster. But like I said, positionally, I think he was just in the right place at the right time. Key side on Nuke, he was finding a lot of great rifling as we come to expect from him. I think he can do both, which is always very nice. And that sort of performance here, again, is all about building that confidence and you know, showing to other teams here that he's going to be a player to watch here. It's going to be a player that you don't want to maybe pass up on, as this op shot's just looking very clean. The T-side rifling here, the second map where he was stuck in a lot of tough positions, finding themselves these opening duels. It just felt super concise from him.
And now, of course, the playoffs are shaping up here to IEM Dallas, the 100th IEM. We've got one more contender over on the A stream. That match is still going on between G2 and Liquid. G2 trying to claw their way back in to the second half of that matchup. But still, we have 5 of our 6 teams confirmed. 9C in the semis, Vitality in the quarters, Liquid trying to join them. And then on the other side of the docket, Spirit into the semis. That one more expected. FaZe down below. and Heroic confirming their place alongside them. What an exciting way to end the season for so many of these teams. One of the greatest crowds, in my humble opinion, in the world of Counter-Strike, about to greet these 6 squads.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely, you look at that bottom side and you think, okay, well, Na'Vi and VP were all teams in that lower bracket that got chewed up and spat out, and Heroic is the team. Despite all the odds there, that is the roster that makes it out there. That's a very impressive result right there, and I think one that they'll be very happy about.
And again, speaking of that storyline, it's just, think about it. They lose day 1. They lose the BO1, right? They get knocked down to the lower bracket. This is a team playing with an opera that they've already benched. There would be so many reasons that they could just write off this tournament, not worry about it, not sweat it. They fight their way all the way back through. And as we've seen, even in that first round, the underdogs have had some good results at this event. There is no sure thing. But they battle back. They make it happen. Nikodos shows up strong. Obviously, a little bit of a unique situation in terms of being a stand-in, but still showing up in a massive way. Showing up for his teammates. He mentioned that as well. You know, it wasn't their decision necessarily to move on from him. He still had a lot of love for those 5, or 4, rather, as the case may be. And he was happy to try and carry them through, to try and make this happen, to fulfill their dreams, to fulfill their collective dream of contending for trophies.
Yeah, and the route that they made it through as well. Obviously, you never take M80 lightly, but pretty dominant performance coming through there, and that was where I saw him really leaning on the rifles. But that victory versus Na'Vi, I think, was the bigger one, where it's like, again, Nikodos had that consistent outperformance over Wonderful. I think a hard opera to deal with, a very consistent opera, so when you see Wonderful kind of missing, it's always a good sign there. But Kixon leveling up his game in that matchup was really promising. And as we said before, like this player here in Kixon, the teams, the operation that he has had from joining Apex and building up what is a more impressive result, leaving that team and seeing them in the dust, and then now joining this new Heroic rebuild project with the trust of Saul placed into him. It feels like this is a recipe for long-term success. And while we do have Nikodos on this roster right now in Dallas, you know, again in the future with Dexter, that firepower, that opping that he brings to the table, it just really makes me believe in this project long-term.
He's already shown that he's an exciting X factor, right? It's just adding an extra explosive element into what is already proving to be a pretty potent recipe. Yeah, you do wonder how high this roster is going to be able to go, especially after the player break. Obviously, we still need to see what they're going to be able to do at Dallas, but they're building towards the future as well. It's eyes on. Yeah. It's crazy to think that this 5 really was just assembled at the beginning of the year. Would you consider how some other projects have gone? But to hear from one of the reigning champions of this event, we've got James Banks with Nerds to hear what he had to say.
A stand-in or not, they've managed to do it and they've got themselves into the arena. And this round, well, you were in the arena last year, but you were winning it. Now you've done it again with Heroic and a stand-in. The first thing I want to look at is this beating the expectations you had at the beginning of the tournament?
I think I didn't have expectation to come to this tournament, but I would say I felt there is no even pressure. Yeah. So I feel like we are playing really good right now, and everyone, like, the communication is clear, and we showed really good CS. And for me, to come to this arena in Dallas, for me, it's special. Yeah. Special.
Very special event for you, and something you can still have some success with, because you said about no pressure, right? I want to see, did you feel more pressure as you got closer to making it? You know, because obviously you lost the first game. It didn't look very good for you guys at all. Honestly, I didn't have you making it. Then every game we saw you look better, and you were smiling, you were laughing. The mood was good in the team. So did it start to change as you were going through the whole event?
Yeah, we are working about the mental thing a lot. We are talking about it. We are open with each other, even with Nico, because we went through a lot with Nico. Yeah, and we are playing really good.
And in terms of playing really good, now you've got to the playoffs though. Now you get to thrive on that arena side of things. Does that change anything of how you look at it, or is it just like, okay, this is a bonus now?
For me, we want to win it, everyone, of course. But for me, I will take it as a bonus, because, like I'm saying, it's because there is no even pressure. If we win, it doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't matter.
Are you going to be on your A game though? Because I've seen Nerds smile and I've seen you taking cheeky peeks again. Are you going to be back to full force and enjoying that stage?
For sure, I will do it. Don't you worry.
He will do it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And I said it was the last time to our commentators, but you know what? I got Nerds, so we can't say no to that. Now it's the last time. See you guys later.
It's always the classic. It almost feels like you're trying to convince yourself of it. There's no pressure. It doesn't matter. You know, win or lose. But I mean, they are playing with house money. They had zero expectations coming into this event. It had the asterisk from the outset, and they've taken it all this way. Inerts is a guy who's been a champion here before, who played at a championship caliber, certainly in this matchup now, and who we know, you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. You give him some room, he's going to take it all the way to that final if you let him. But there is also the other side of things here, Cole. There is a team that we have to say goodbye to. And while BIG have shown us a much stronger face at this event, it wasn't quite enough to get over the line and into the playoffs. They came up to the precipice. And now to hear some thoughts from the eliminated camp. Banks again.
Close, but not close enough, especially in this game for BIG. I've seen a lot of positive signs from Big Clan across this event, but it felt like you guys didn't show up in this game the way you're supposed to. So I just want to touch on why you feel that was.
Well, there's probably multiple reasons for that. Like I said already, we are in a redefining phase where we're just like developing new personalities, identities in the team. I think I take a lot of responsibility for today. I'm trying to become that player that wins games, becoming more of a star rifle, I would say. And even though I played a great tournament until that match, I didn't perform when it mattered. So I have to go back to the drawing board and learn how to step up, even if it's a game like this, you know, because I whiffed a couple of rounds, I choked. Shouldn't happen if you want to be that kind of player, at least in my eyes. Overall, I think we're just very tired. It's been a hell of a grind. Yeah. We fly to next tournament instantly after this, and it's just so much work we have to put in order to like do all the new stuff we want to implement.
And in terms of that, you say new stuff you want to implement. I've been very positive on what I've seen from this BIG, and even though you won't make it to playoffs, how are you seeing the progression? Are you seeing the positives starting to come out?
Yeah, well, given the fact this is our first tournament since like the copy removal and us, like I said, trying new stuff out, it's been a week of practice with all of the news that just happened. So for that, I think it's a very good result. Of course, it sucks hard that we are so close and then we just don't show up. It's the pain of the game, but in terms of progress, I think this has been the greatest week for us so far. And we are very confident going into the next tournaments, even though we lose today.
Thank you very much, JDC. It's good to see you back as well, back where you belong, and good luck going forward with the BIG Clan, because this man definitely has a lot more to offer than what he says. He's very humble in his answers. Guys, we'll go back to you one last time.
Humble indeed, right? Mantling the blame, recognizing that he didn't perform. He's putting a lot of pressure on himself now in this roster, trying to become the player who wins games. And when he goes missing, that means he is going to share his heap and dose of blame.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right in terms of saying, hey, we didn't have the best last map here, but he had a great event outside of that, and recognizing that he is now going to be, for this big roster, more of a player that is going to be in those star rifle positions, is going to be the reason why this team maybe wins games. Recognizing that, you know, this fall-off is, I think, one of the key parts in improving that, and like figuring out why this game was such a tough one for you, and figuring out why you maybe choked a little bit here and there on these easy kills that he had on the docket is what JDC needs, I think, long term.
It is fascinating as well, right? Because this is a five that have obviously been together for a while, but redefining themselves, finding new personalities within the game, he says, it almost feels like a new project in a way. And that's sort of been the tale of this event for BIG, is finding those new identities, playing themselves into them within the server, and maybe there's still room to grow, but there's also a lot of hope and optimism now for the future. But our short-term future is going to be very exciting indeed. We're wrapping things up here over on the B stream, but that just means it's almost time for playoffs. It's almost time to be live, coming to you from Dallas, Texas, at the Intel Extreme Masters, at the 100th IEM in history. That's an exciting chance. If you're going to be there in Dallas, be sure to come up and say hi, and I'm going to need you to start warming up your voices because things are going to get loud. There's still a game going up on the A stream, but for now, we are going to say goodnight. Thank you for tuning in to B, and we'll see you live in Dallas, Texas in just a few days short time.
We just getting started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot
I be stalling. We pulling up hard. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Hang time check, hang time we. Hang time check, hang time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Just cut it up, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey, back at it, I'm back to it. I been in, but not last to it. I gotta go all the way with it. Full send, I can't have to it. With a hit set, gotta tattoo it. I'm going in with an attitude. I can't pass when I'm passing through. Yeah, guarantee, it's an absolute. I'ma win. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time check, game time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Just cut it up, want a rematch. First time won't be last. Yeah, it's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
That's Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
live life. What you doing?